An incredibly beautiful, and at the same time terrifying mythical animal stands proudly in the middle of a snowstorm, as if merging with the snowfall, and stares with its mesmerizing green eyes. In front of the monster stand two men, one of whom, Steve, encounters such a creature for the first time, and with horror in his eyes, asks about the nature of the unknown monster. The second one is the captain of a combat squad. He has already met the ruler of the snowy plains and even tells his stunned companion his name, the sorcerer Bayless. But this does not stop his heart from beating wildly from fear. And to understand how these three met, let's go back half a day to our civilized world, where an unsuspecting Steve stands in the middle of the street looking at a new message from his boss. After some time, having read another stupid task from his boss, the enraged young man begins to shout and complain at his phone as if he were talking to his stupid boss. And while the guy is cursing his phone, imagining his boss's face, a huge fish suddenly falls on his head. Blood gushes from the site of the blow. Before Steve can even understand what happened, he suddenly loses consciousness and falls on the spot. And passers-by, seeing this scene, rush to call the emergency services, while simultaneously discussing the situation and feeling sorry for the young guy. After losing consciousness, Steve and his phone end up in a time rift. Suddenly a loud voice is heard, announcing that the corrector has been found. Hearing an unfamiliar voice, the hero tries to open his eyes but fails. Consciousness slips away, and he again falls into a deep sleep. Suddenly, a huge creature appears in space, the color of the starry sky and with mystical purple eyes, which at first glance resembles a huge cat or a fox. Passing through some portal, the creature appears next to the guy and accidentally clicks on the phone, starting the installation process. Suddenly, the spatial rift appears again. This was unexpected even for the mythical cat. Suddenly, the crack starts sucking Steve in along with the unknown creature, and as the guy gradually disappears, another notification is heard with words about the spirit star. In an instant, Steve, enveloped in a purple aura, falls from the sky, from that very rift, and finds himself in the snowy mountains. Not far from where the hero fell is the headquarters for providing assistance in natural disasters in the snowy plains. The appearance of the other world does not go unnoticed, the headquarters worker, having noticed the energy fluctuations that increase the norm, immediately reports this to Mr. Zuo, and with his permission sends a combat team there. At the same time, our hero is still lying unconscious in the snow, and next to him, our unknown mythical creature is guarding him. A pack of wolves runs up to the guy with the obvious intention of feeding on him, but as soon as the mystical creature sees them, it immediately imitates their appearance, only with a size much larger than all the wolves, and drives the entire pack away from Steve. After the wolves leave, a rescue group appears. Rescuers quickly find the guy with the help of a four-legged detective. Finding an unconscious person, the guys professionally refuse first aid, and seeing a huge wolf next to him, they are not even surprised. Seeing traces of predators, rescuers assume that this snow wolf is the boy's spiritual beast, and it is thanks to his protection that the young man is still alive and well. While the squad members discuss the situation among themselves, Steve wakes up and feels terrible pain in his body. Opening his eyes, the hero gradually begins to come to his senses, gradually remembering his past. Among the memories, there were both clear and blurry memories. After some time, Steve, seeing that there is a lot of snow around, realizes that he has been transported. And the first thing our smart guy thinks about is that in such a situation, he should have received some kind of superpower, cheats, or special skills. But not feeling any special changes in his body, he starts screaming at the sky where, in his opinion, the gods or unknown forces are located who sent him here. Seeing this scene from the outside, the rescuers begin to think that the young man is not very smart or hit his head when he fell. While some are deep in thought, other members of the squad inform the captain that the identity of the victim has been established. After reading the file, they learn the boy's name and age, namely Steve, 18 years old, as well as his place of residence, school, and college, where the high school student was going to enroll. Most importantly, the squad learns that Steve is an orphan of a fallen hero, and it was with his appearance that all the people who suffered from the Beast Uprising were identified. Which means only one thing: this boy needs to be protected. Seeing such a special person, one of the rescuers gives in to a surge of curiosity and asks the guy how he was able to survive the centipedes. But Steve doesn't have time to answer, because behind his interlocutor's back appears that huge creature, the sorcerer Bayless. Seeing the beast, the captain explains to the surprised boy who it is and suggests that he cannot write on them, Before the beast attacks, a rescue group takes Steve back to the city. Upon arrival at headquarters, the victim is given the necessary assistance, and all wounds are bandaged. And only after feeling pain throughout his body from countless wounds, Steve realizes that this is not just a dream, but reality, and that he really ended up in another world. After rummaging around in his pockets for a bit, the guy finds his student card and gradually begins to remember that this is one of the best schools on the continent. To better understand the essence of this world, Steve turns on the TV and starts watching the news, trying to compare what he saw and heard on the program with his memories. And suddenly, unexpectedly, the news shows the main daytime wanderer, Sean, who was in the same place where the guy was found. But the most amazing thing is that he is sitting on top of that huge monster, the ruler of the snowy plains. Seeing this, Steve, in surprise, runs up to the TV, and as if not believing his eyes, furiously tries to see if the monster is really a man. Gradually, the memories become clearer, and Steve begins to remember the structure of this world, namely, that there is a profession here, a spirit manager, and judging by the memories, these are people who can enter into spiritual contracts with the spiritual animals of this world and control them, namely, enter into battles, conduct reconnaissance. Remembering everything, Steve comes to the conclusion that he is not yet a spirit controller, but in his soul he is simply delighted that he got into the world of fantasy. And suddenly a familiar loud voice is heard in the air, which announces that the proofreader's status has been confirmed. Hearing a voice out of nowhere, the high school student jumps up in surprise. After looking around and making sure that there is no one else around except the big wolf, Steve begins to suspect that it was the wolf speaking and expresses all his suspicions, asking the animal if he has become a spirit, and reminding him that animals are no longer allowed to become personal spirits. And seeing the smug face of the impudent wolf, he loses his temper and shouts, clarifying that this was not praise. In a fit of anger, the hero accidentally drops the phone and notices that the screen displays the words 99%. Seeing the blue screen, the guy looks in surprise at the phone he took from Earth and realizes that something has changed. Suddenly, the download is completed and notifications with the guy's personal information start appearing one after another, where it is written that the owner of the phone is Steve, his race is human, his status is proofreader. Then there is a list of skills, including the passive skill animal language, which helps to communicate with spiritual animals, and the active skill golden hands, which allows the owner to pet the contracted spiritual beast and use spiritual power to develop its abilities. The last notification gives a task for a newbie. Namely, it informs that you need to conclude a contract with a spiritual beast, and for completing it, a system function will open. A camera, after reading all the notifications, Steve is delighted with the understanding that he has a system. Overjoyed that he actually got the cheat, the hero shouts that he wants to become the kami of the new world. Having calmed down a little, Steve begins to think about the information received. Looking at the wolf, he thinks about the skill of golden hands, namely how this skill works. Will the wolf become bigger if he just pets it? In order to test his theory and become a spirit controller, he hugs the wolf with all his might. It is just not clear why he makes a scary face, and squeezes so hard that the poor guy even starts to cry from hopelessness. Suddenly, the room is covered with a night shroud, and a notification is heard that the task is completed. Our hero is now a newbie, controlling spirits, and therefore the camera function has been unlocked. Hearing the notification, the guy lets go of the frightened wolf and looks at his hands with confusion, noting that he doesn't feel any particular changes. To make sure that the task is completed, the boy checks his phone, where he sees that, as expected, the information has changed. Among other characteristics, 2 more have been added, one of which is the rank of a novice spirit controller, and the second is spiritual power, which, judging by the indicators, is 100/100ths. Also, the recently acquired camera skill is now in the list of existing skills. Naturally, Steve decides to test his new skill, and turns on the camera and points the phone at the wolf to take a photo. Suddenly, the wolf takes on his true form. The hero cries out in surprise, asking at the same time whether he is the beast of emptiness and whether he was with him in that empty space. After hearing the answer of the spirit beast, Steve understands why he was able to complete the first task so quickly. Although to conclude a contract, you need to get the approval of the beast. In his case, everything went quite smoothly, since they were originally together, and obviously the wolf was not against the contract. And he also realizes the power of the beast language, since he is now talking to the wolf and fully understands what he is telling him. After talking with his spirit beast, Steve learns that the beast of emptiness itself does not know how it ended up with the guy and why they ended up in this world together. So in order to find out the answers to his questions and go home, he was not against their contract. After hearing the wolf's story, Steve promises to take responsibility and take care of the beast. Having heard the guy's promise, the wolf happily licks his contact, and he in turn decides to test his golden hand skill. While petting the dog, the boy recalls the classification of spirit beasts, namely inferior, ordinary, good, excellent, and superior, which he recalls is equivalent to human IQ. Analyzing the data obtained, Steve understands that this is an unusual dog, and he has excellent natural abilities. While the hero is enthusiastically petting the husky, he does not notice how, using the golden hand skill, he has used up all his spiritual power and loses consciousness. At this time, standing at the entrance to the other world, Sean learns from his spirit animals that something unknown is being born in the depths of this other world. This thing grew from countless tentacles similar to branches. They were intertwined together, forming something between a tree and a rock. And then it took on a human form. Or rather, it was something very similar to an overly realistic statue, with white hair, creepy eyes, and a smile, the mere sight of which makes you shudder. After some time, Steve receives a new task from the system, which says that he must raise the contracted spirit beast to the normal level of 2 stars, and the reward for the task will be the opening of the skill of rapid assimilation, which allows the spirit beast, after the end of the battle, to gain more experience. After reading the notification, he is also surprised to find that the husky has become an application, and compared to the camera image in the application, there is much more information. Following the logic, the hero comes to the conclusion that all the spirit beasts with which he will have a contract will appear in the system as an application. While the guy was lost in his thoughts, a cute young girl with short blonde hair suddenly called out to him and, approaching from behind, tried to see what Steve was looking at. Taken by surprise, the guy suddenly pulled his hand away and hid the phone behind his back. It turned out that she was the daughter of Steve's parents' friends. Her name was Yuna. A spiritual beast was imprinted on her shoulder. Naturally, she and Steve had known each other since childhood, so the guy's reaction greatly surprised the girl. Suspecting something was wrong, Yuna abruptly snatched the phone from her friend's hands and, despite his objections, began to look at what her friend was so furiously trying to hide. On her phone, she found a photo of a dog and was surprised to learn that Steve had a dog, as she didn't know he liked animals. In order not to arouse even more suspicion, the hero decided to show his husky. He also realized that no one except him could see that strange system, and most likely the reason was his strange status as a corrector. While petting the dog, Yuna decided to ask her friend how he was feeling, since she heard that he had recently encountered a rift in the other world. Trying to explain the situation as naturally as possible, Steve only said that he was fine, and that the husky had saved him from the wolves. Yuna was surprised to see a smile on her friend's face when talking about such terrible events, and thanked the husky for saving Steve, promising something tasty as a reward next time. Suddenly, the guy had an idea. He asked his friend for permission to take a photo of her furry friend. And having received permission, he took a photo. And thanks to the system, he received full information about the beast, according to which the object is a fox of a snowy, starry night, has a normal level of 4 stars. Spiritual power is 240/240ths. Also has excellent natural data and 2 skills, namely snow explosion and star capture. Also, according to the information in the system, after reaching adulthood, cubs close to people, in addition to the ability to control snow and ice, can borrow the power of the stars. But the most unusual thing about all this was how skillfully the fox posed for the camera. Remembering all the cute poses she taught her pet, Yuna blushed with embarrassment and began to demand that Steve immediately delete the photo. Having calmed down a little, the girl remembered that after the shooting, the guy looked thoughtfully at his phone for some time and decided to find out the reason. Steve had no choice but to tell part of the truth. He said that he had made a contract with a dog at night and was now thinking about how to promote him to a 2-star. Having carefully heard her friend's story, Yuna was very surprised that he had become a spirit manager, but she was even more surprised that Steve had made a contract with a wolf of the snowy plains. Since these animals are not particularly suitable for a contract, they have comparatively low natural data and the limit of spiritual powers is not high. After listening to his girlfriend, the guy did not know how to explain his actions without revealing the secret that his husky was not a husky at all, and simply justified his actions by the fact that on that day, it was this wolf who saved him. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Yuna decided to cheer Steve up by telling him that sometimes the wolves of the snowy plains could awaken very powerful companion skills, although she herself understood that the likelihood of such a development of events was extremely small. This was the first time Steve had heard of a companion skill, so he decided to ask what it was. The girl calmly began to explain that these are skills that can only appear in spiritual beasts that have entered into a contract. For example, her fox has a chance to awaken such a skill, a snow dance, which allows the fluffy one, at the expense of spiritual forces, to move faster on snow and ice. Yuna also noted that the spiritual power of new spirit controllers is very weak, and even if the contracted spirit beast has high natural abilities and they were able to awaken the companion skill, it will not take even a few times to expend all their strength, and in serious cases, they may even lose consciousness. However, if they rest, their spiritual power will gradually recover. In simple terms, it is similar to the MP value in games. When Steve asked how to increase spiritual power, the friend replied that every time the contracted spiritual beast made a breakthrough, the contract would feed the spiritual power of the spirit manager. Both sides would complement each other and grow together. This is the original purpose of the spiritual contract. However, there are natural resources and treasures that can directly increase the spiritual power of the spirit manager. But these are not things that can be accessed so easily. Having heard such a detailed and comprehensive answer to his question, Steve decided to ask about the limit of spiritual power, namely, whether they are the same for the beast and the manager. Yuna also answered this question, saying that the redistribution of the power of a spiritual animal depends on the race and level, and it naturally increases. All that is needed is a breakthrough. While the girl answered the questions in detail, the wolf and Steve listened very attentively. The guy even tried to write everything down so as not to forget anything. Having finished her explanations, Yuna decided to return to her friend's question about raising the husky to the usual 2-star level and offered her fox's help, namely, joint training. The guy immediately became wary because the star fox was much higher level and the fight could be dangerous for his dog. But at the same time, he was looking forward to the amount of experience that could be obtained for a fight with a 4-star spiritual animal. The girl promised to be lenient and launched her fluffy creature forward. Our big wolf cub stood and looked at the little fox with confusion. Yuna, having calculated all the strengths and weaknesses of her beast and its opponent, gave the first command, to use a snow explosion and block the view. At that very moment, a multitude of small pieces of ice flew straight at the husky's face. The stunned dog didn't even have time to react. Steve, seeing his spirit beast's confusion, rushed to help, shouting at the wolf to dodge and hit his opponent with an icy breath. The dog carried out the command, but its view was already blocked, so the attack had no effect. Steve, due to his inexperience, realized his mistake too late. Yuna continued to skillfully control her beast. While the guy gave 2 thoughtless and impulsive commands, Husky continued to follow Steve's commands, trying to stay on his feet in this uneven fight. The fox, in turn, confidently walked towards victory. At some point, the angry wolf lost control of himself, almost taking on his true form. Noticing this, Steve quickly hugged the dog to calm him down. Seeing this, Yuna hastened to boast to her friend that she and the fluffy one were very strong, and while the girl and the fox stood proudly, with their noses up, the husky barked loudly at them in anger. He barked for a very long time and loudly. The cute wolf cub was very indignant. After the battle, Steve checked the husky app again and noticed that there were many unlocked features, and most likely to unlock them, you need to increase the level of the beast. But the guy still did not find information about who the correctors were. At the same time, on the snowy plains, one of the members of the combat squad reports to Sean, and concurrently to Mr. Zuo, that the outer perimeter of the other world is almost cleared of otherworldly beasts. After hearing the report, Zuo gives the order to retreat, and he himself heads to the entrance to enter there. Finally, the first day of school at the university arrived, and the first-year students of one of the world's prestigious universities were in the auditorium, where the head of Group B of Bingwan University, Danny Smith, gave an opening speech. After a short greeting, Danny Smith tells the freshmen about the training program, and also informs them that, at the request of the school, military training for freshmen will be conducted in the outside world, and the results of this training will be included in the final grades and will affect the professional classification in the next semester. After the leader's speech, the students begin to actively discuss what they heard, some expressing their fears about the terrifying beasts of that world, and some encouraging themselves and others with the news that Mr. Zuo is there. The only thing that bothers Steve is that even in this world, he won't be able to avoid military training. To cheer up the frightened students and ease the tension, the group leader tells them that there are only low-level beasts left, and that this will be a great lesson in controlling spirit beasts. Then reminds them that the training camp will begin in a week and the students will work in groups of 3. Of all he heard, Steve is only happy about this news, as he is counting on the help of his girlfriend, or rather her pet. To begin with, the guy asks Yuna to work together, and after receiving consent, he quickly goes to look for a third participant. But his enthusiasm quickly fades. The first years, having just heard that Steve's spiritual beast is a snow wolf, immediately refuse, since everyone wants to unite with the strongest. The guy himself understands this, so first he decides to unlock the quick absorption skill. Having made his decision, Steve asks Yuna where in the city there is a suitable place to train newcomers in spirit control. The girl, without thinking for long, answers that she herself was studying in the Spirit Control Pavilion, where they increased the level to the usual 4 stars. He also adds that the pavilion is free for orphans like them. But of course, this is limited only to the period of mental control of the newcomer. Hearing Yuna's recommendation, Steve, gently stroking the husky, tells him that they will go see the pavilion tomorrow. The dog responds to the news about the pavilion with a loud bark, for which he gets hit on the head by a contractor, which naturally infuriates the cute snow wolf cub. After safely exiting the other world, Mr. Zuo orders the battle group to convey his order that the parade will enter the other world tomorrow. But the snow plane army will be at the entrance, and they are forbidden to enter the depths of the other world's core. After making a decision, Steve and Yuna come to the pavilion. At the entrance, the administrator asks to show documents for registration. Seeing the young people's ID cards, the administrator is surprised to learn that they are the children of martyrs, and her gaze reflects the deepest respect. Entering the pavilion, the guy looks around with wide eyes, admiring what he sees. Yuna explains to her friend that this layer is specifically for beginners, and then there are layers for more advanced ones. From a conversation with Yuna, Steve learns that the girl studied here for 2 months, but his friend clarifies that before coming here, she went to him. But he said that he had some research in the snowfield. He did not give details, and the connection with him was broken, so she was very worried, and now she is very glad to know that everything is okay with him. After hearing Yuna's story, Steve couldn't remember what exactly he was looking for or researching. While Yuna was looking for a place to train, the guy couldn't remember what exactly he was hiding from his friend. Having found the right place, the girl noticed that her friend was deep in thought and did not even notice her. In order to bring Steve down from the sky to the ground, Yuna pulled the guy by the hood with all her might. Taken by surprise, Steve reflexively grabbed the husky by the tail. The girl, in exactly this form, dragged her friend and his dog to the right room. Opening the doors, the students saw the caretaker, who immediately recognized Yuna and was the first to greet her, and asked the reason for the girl's arrival, since she had 4 stars and there was no point in starting a normal difficulty test. Yuna quickly denied everything, replying that she had simply brought a friend today. As the conversation progressed, the caretaker told us how much he admired the upbringing of the fox Yuna, and still remembered how she took 3rd place on the list of permits for 1 star. Seeing that her friend didn't understand what she was talking about, Yuna proudly showed the list on the wall and boasted about her achievement, not forgetting to clarify that those who can get on the list can receive many awards, which is how she got 4 stars. Hearing about the awards, Steve's eyes lit up with determination. He was already anticipating his victory. Seeing the boy's interest, the trainer decided to clarify whether he was going to pass the test and where his beast was. When Steve introduced his beast, the caretaker was stunned. He thought it was a joke, but Yuna confirmed that it was true. Realizing that this was no joke, the man read a long tirade about how slim the chances of winning were with such a spiritual beast. What he heard angered Steve, and he responded with only 1 sentence, firmly stating that only by trying would they know. Reluctantly and worriedly, the warden nevertheless allowed the boy to take the test, having notified the medical staff in advance. Seeing Yuna's look, the coach asked her if she was worried about her friend. to which he received a very laconic and clear answer that she believed in Steve. The hero and the wolf entered the testing simulator. Soon the first snow bull appeared. Steve immediately ordered the husky to jump up and attack the enemy in the neck, and also reminded him not to show his true form. The wolf understood everything and agreed. Immediately after the contractor's command, the dog rushed into battle. The fight was not easy. At some point, the wolf got distracted. Noticing this, Steve shouted loudly, prompting the husky to look around. Hearing the warning, the wolf focused all his attention on the enemy. The fight was difficult. Both animals were badly wounded, but the wolf had no intention of giving up. Having seen such a tough fight, the caretaker was surprised to realize that this wolf was special, because despite all the wounds, he continued to get up. Yuna also watched the fight with bated breath. On the screen, a dozen boars were seen surrounding a wolf. Husky continued to take hits from his enemies. Suddenly, the wolf acquired an unknown strength. His eyes glowed with determination, and his body exuded an unknown aura. Yuna and the caretaker were simply stunned. None of them had ever seen a snow wolf with a red aura. They did not understand what was happening, although the trainer felt that he had seen something like this somewhere before, but he could not remember where exactly. At the same time, the fight continued. The husky was not going to give up. The boars were surprised by the wolf's terrifying roar. The girl and the caretaker were also standing in front of the monitor and watching with complete misunderstanding. The caretaker was extremely surprised to notice that the wolf had the intimidation skill, since this is a skill that only the ruler of the population has. But in this situation, this skill was useless. Under normal conditions, the boars would have already run away headlong or they would have been stunned. But these boars are not real, but only simulations. Therefore, they have no self-awareness and intimidation does not work on them. But Steve and the dog did not give up. They continued the fight. The snow boars continued to attack from all sides. Yuna already clearly understood that this was not a simple snow wolf in front of them. Suddenly, Steve realized that something was wrong with the husky. He became much stronger. The guy began to suspect that the beast was using the abilities of his main form in order to confirm his suspicions. He hurried to check the application on his phone. Having read all the characteristics, the guy found only one oddity, the blessing of an unknown creature. What it was, and when it appeared, he did not know. But he assumed that the red fog was it. The ferocious and irritated wolf continued the fight. Suddenly, the caretaker remembered where exactly he had seen such an aura. This fog was very similar to the bloody aura of the Kui Mu wolf, but this is the legendary race of the true ancestors of wolves, and it was not clear how it could appear in the body of a snow wolf. The caretaker was confused. He couldn't believe his eyes. He witnessed the awakening of a bloodline. And what's more, it was an ordinary one-star spiritual beast. And what's even stranger is that this beast was a snowy plains wolf. While the man was deep in thought, Yuna was happy for her friend that he would be able to successfully complete the test. The coach noted that at this rate, Steve would not only pass the test, he could even take first place on the list. Having heard such good news, Yuna began to scream even louder and wish her friend victory. However, she didn't have time to shout victory chants for long, as the caretaker reminded her that the boy wouldn't hear them anyway. Steve supported his spirit beast with all his might. Receiving the boy's full support, the husky confidently moved forward. While the young man with the wolf did not see the end or edge of these boars, suddenly the phone rang. Another notification from the system about the increase in level. With the increase in level, some new skills were also unlocked. Steve studied the new skills carefully and couldn't shake the feeling that the wolf had leveled up specifically for this situation. As the husky leveled up, it became easier for him to defeat opponents. Seeing the strength of his beast, Steve was glad to realize that now the test would be easy to pass. The wolf also felt the full power of his new abilities and proudly destroyed enemies without much effort. The longer he watched the fight, the more the trainer could not understand whether this wolf was really one of those snow wolves that he knew, because an ordinary wolf of the snowy plains would have difficulty defeating even one boar. But this one had already passed half the test, but was not even tired. On the contrary, the further he went, the faster and more accurate his attacks became. Snow boars were still appearing in the simulator. The goal of 200 boars seemed endless, but Steve had no intention of giving up. Despite their fatigue, the hero and the wolf boldly and stubbornly moved forward, gradually reducing the number of enemies. A few more attacks and the number of remaining enemies was 0. Steve and his beast walked proudly out of the testing room. The caretaker was surprised to see that the rating on the screen had changed. while Yuna was incredibly proud of her friend. Then other people present noticed that the list of easy difficulty leaders had changed and actively discussed this news. Everyone tried to imagine who Steve was and what his spiritual beast was. Having finished admiring himself, Steve decided to find out what his passing time was. After checking the information, the caretaker replied that the time was 2 hours 53 minutes, which was almost an hour faster than Mr. Zuo. Hearing this, the boy and the wolf cub jumped with happiness, learning that they had won first place. After learning that he had won first place, Steve began to think about the reward, secretly hoping that it would be money. A lot of money. From one look at her friend's shining eyes, Yuna immediately understood what he was thinking about and sternly warned him not to even think about money. The reward for first place should be especially valuable, something that cannot be bought with money. Having heard the young people's conversation, the coach hastened to say that the reward would not be meager, but he could not yet say exactly what it would be. While the caretaker was talking about past awards, Steve and Yuna had already left, as the guy was in a hurry to get his award. Noticing this, the coach ran after them, as he really wanted to introduce Steve to the owner of the pavilion. But what was his surprise to see the owner at the administrator's desk? Without even suspecting who was standing in front of him, the boy turned to the man at the uncle's table and joyfully pulled out a card with a smile and said that he had come for his reward. The man took the card from the guy and smiled slightly and asked if he was Steve, who had won first place on the easy level. Hearing this, everyone present suddenly turned around to look at the winner, the one who was able to get past Zuo. Seeing the snowy plains wolf next to the boy, the owner asked if the wolf was his spirit animal, to which Steve happily nodded, showing off his animal as if bragging about it. Analyzing the boy, the owner had high hopes for him, believing that he could become as great as Zuo, and perhaps even achieve more. After checking the card, the man asked Steve what reward he would like. Hearing the question, the guy was surprised and asked directly if the man could give him everything he wanted, and whether this meant that he was the boss here. The owner, with a proud smile, confirmed that he was ready to give everything Steve asked for, because it was he who founded the pavilion. Yuna and Steve were stunned by this news. The owner repeated his question about what reward the boy wanted. Steve almost wanted to ask for money, but Yuna pinched him on the waist and brought his friend back to his senses. Frightened by his girlfriend's angry expression, the guy quickly turned everything into a joke and quickly corrected the situation by saying that he would be glad to receive any gift from the owner of the pavilion. After thinking for a while, the old man made a decision. As soon as the owner opened his mouth to speak, the young guys immediately froze, listening to what he would say. As a reward, the owner decided that in addition to the usual rewards, the materials for the wolf's first evolution would be fully paid for by the pavilion. All those present who witnessed such a generous reward looked at Steve with envy, then with pity that his contract animal was a wolf. At the same time, Steve sincerely thanked the owner for the gifts. Having finished with the reward, the old man offered the guy to complete the level on normal difficulty. Hearing such a bold proposal, Steve responded with embarrassment that the owner was overestimating his capabilities. The owner appreciated the guy's modesty and noted that it was just a joke, but if Steve decides to do it, he should book a training ground in advance. Although the hero refused the usual level so as not to attract unnecessary attention to himself, the next day, almost all the visitors of the pavilion watched yesterday's fight of the amazing guy, who was able to set a new record in a pair with the snow wolf. A few days later, everyone was actively discussing this fight. Some looked down on him, thinking that there was nothing special about the guy, and some admired the spectacle. All these days, while others watched and discussed the challenge, Steve quietly trained with his wolf, tracking his progress in the app and calculating the time needed to get 3 stars. On the 5th day after receiving first place, the guy already had his own fan club, which included members of the pavilion, who came every day just to look at Steve with his wolf. They actively cheered for the hero and the huskies, shouting supportive chants. Analyzing the progress over the past days of training, the hero was almost certain that he would quickly achieve 4 and even 5 stars. While Steve sat quietly, the wolf trained as hard as he could, chasing and defeating snowboars. At this time, Louis, one of the strongest among the freshmen, with 5 stars, was calmly watching his favorite show on the computer. The freshman was completely absorbed by the cute girl on the screen. At the same time, one of the workers from Louis's mansion entered the room without knocking and handed over a report. Taken by surprise, the young gentleman abruptly closed the monitor and, with his face flushed with embarrassment, cried out, reminding that you need to knock before opening the door. When Louis received the report on Steve's success, he was extremely surprised because the report was talking about his classmate, with whom no one wanted to form a group. Finally, the time came for military training. Steve was pleased with his training and the Husky's progress. He assumed that the wolf would soon reach 3 stars. Suddenly, a teacher approached Yuna and Steve and said that their team was complete, which greatly surprised our couple, since they had not yet found a third member. Upon hearing this, the leader was extremely irritated, since according to the lists he had, the third member of the group was Louis. Louis hastened to justify his actions by saying that he had forgotten to submit an application. Then he approached Steve and extended his hand, asking to be taken into the group. Seeing that the guy was in no hurry to answer, Louis introduced his 5-star snow elf. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Louis planned to test the strength of the number 1 in the ranking, since he always trains at home and there was no opportunity to visit the pavilion. Before the guys could finish speaking, one of his classmates called Louis and was indignant that he had previously said that he was already in the group. In order to get out of the situation, the guy hastened to explain, saying that at that time he had things to do and now only Steve had a place in the group. Hearing this, all the participants became alarmed because everyone wanted a 5-star guy in their group. Some even started kicking out their partners to make room. Some even expressed complaints about Steve. Steve naturally did not accept them. Seeing the growing aggression, Yuna quickly agreed to accept Louis into the group. Hearing this, Steve proudly announced to everyone that the list had already been passed on to the teacher, and Louis was now in their group, which greatly angered the candidates for the best freshman group. Seeing that the group's issue had already been resolved, the leader ordered them to take their seats on the buses, and the students set off on their journey. On the way to their destination, the guys chatted cheerfully. Louis spoke with admiration about Zuo, who held all the existing records in the pavilion for 10 years. He also added that Steve was the first person to break her record at the novice level. After the story, Louis suggested that Steve, upon arrival at the training site, head deeper and have a sparring session. The hero happily agreed. Yuna was annoyed that the boys decided everything without asking her, but she agreed to go with them, on the condition that the boys would not ignore her. Louis and Steve instantly agreed. Suddenly, the hero noticed that the other students did not have contract animals with them and asked in surprise why. Yuna explained to her friend that everyone keeps their beasts in the spiritual domain and calls upon them during battles. The spiritual domain is a kind of portable space that allows contracted spirit beasts to rest and recover, and it can be opened by all spirit managers. After finishing her explanation, she began to demonstrate what it looked like. After hearing the explanation, Steve tried to imagine what it looked like. To help her friend open it, the girl once again called her fox from there, simultaneously explaining the algorithm of actions. Steve gently stroked the husky, preparing himself to open the spiritual domain, as instructed. The girl was sure that the guy wouldn't succeed the first time, but before she could finish speaking, Steve and the wolf started the process. Yuna and Louis were stunned by this situation. The process was successfully completed. The husky was able to enter the spiritual domain. Steve was absolutely delighted, and the girl couldn't believe her eyes. Not only Yuna, Louis was also surprised, and at the same time admired his partner. Finally, the buses reached their destination, where military vehicles were everywhere. The military transported the corpses of the killed monsters in cars. Some soldiers were unhappy with the arrival of the students, as they considered them not serious. At this time, in the mountain of killed monsters, something began to rustle and move. After the bus came to a complete stop, the students got off the vehicle. As they got off the bus, all the students looked around with admiration and interest, and Steve admired his spiritual domain. Not far from the students, the soldiers who were transporting the corpses got out of the car to report their arrival. After the report, the soldiers did not have time to unload the carcass, as some surviving monsters jumped out of the mountain of corpses. The students began to run away in panic. The soldiers quickly ran over, some busy destroying the monsters, while the rest kept the students safe. The military called in their contract animals to protect children and destroy creatures. However, many have already suffered. The otherworldly centipedes attacked everyone in a row, and the military realized that they did not have enough people. At the moment when one of the monsters was preparing to attack the student, the husky attacked the centipede and pushed it away from the girl. Steve's group joined the fight. While the hero and Yuna were dealing with the monster, Louis was helping his classmate to get up. Steve and his wolf were determined to fight. The husky rushed into battle, and here stood a low-level wolf cub with 2 stars against a huge, normal-level centipede with 7 stars. The wolf struck first. Lewis and Yuna with the fox also helped in the fight. Steve gave the husky commands with determination. The wolf used his best skills, but the blows had no effect. While the brave trio of first-year students fought, risking their lives, the rest of the students ran away in terror. Finally, the strongest student in the group sent his elf into battle. In order to defeat an enemy that was far superior in strength, the spirit beasts united and decided to fight together to strike the enemy with a combined force. In order to protect the students, the leader also summoned his spirit beast. During the battle, the hero and his friends realized that these creatures do not know how to attack from a distance. In order to strike, they quickly reduced the distance and decided to use this advantage against the enemy. One of the students, watching his classmates fight with horror, began to think about why he himself did not dare to speak out against the monsters. The intensified fighting continued. Along the way, Louis watched the husky and tried to understand what skills he was using. While the wolf was concentrating his strength to deliver another blow, the monster was about to strike back with a poisonous slash. Noticing this, Steve loudly warned his beast to shorten quickly. The teacher watched the students fight from the side. Analyzing their fight, Denny comes to the conclusion that the first years have offensive skills, since they were able to hold out for so long. Other students watched from the bus outside. Steve and his team launched joint attacks on the enemy. Their spirit beasts also combined their attacks. While the boys were focused on the fight, one of the centipedes quietly snuck up and grabbed Yuna. Seeing this, Steve gave the command to use the intimidation skill. The terrifying aura and loud roar had an effect. The monster weakened its grip. Freed from the grip, the girl collapsed to the ground. The leader, watching the battle, was surprised to notice that the low-level snow wolf had an intimidation skill. Noticing the monster's confusion, Yuna shouted for the boys to use this opportunity to quickly attack. Hearing the command, the husky struck the enemy again. Having made sure that the contractor was okay, the fluffy one also rushed into battle. The joint attacks continued. Steve and Louis devised a joint attack. The plan was for Louis to strike before the centipede came to its senses. After such a long battle, the monster weakened a little. After a series of powerful blows, Steve noticed that the monster's weak point was the abdominal cavity, and hastened to warn his friends to hit exactly that point. Having discovered the enemy's weakness, the spirit beasts launched an attack with renewed vigor. The monster was hit from all sides at its weak point. The leader, watching the fight, was pleasantly surprised that the first-year students were able to find a weak spot and launch an effective attack. Finally, the fight was successfully completed and the monster fell dead. But the girl couldn't calm down so easily. She took out her anger on the corpse, posthumously kicking the terrible monster. At this time, Snow Elf Louis reported that he could no longer sense the centipede's life force. Seeing the guy's grand victory, some envied their courage, and some people sincerely admired it. After the battle, one of the soldiers ran up to the students to find out if they were okay and if there were any injuries. Yuna replied with a smile that everything was fine. Only the spirit beasts were very tired and needed rest. Hearing her answer, the soldier looks in surprise at the wolf sitting next to him, who does not look tired at all. Watching the fight closely, Denny realizes that although it was a team effort, it was the snow wolf that played the decisive role in the victory. Steve happily praised the Huskies for their victory. Suddenly, the guy received another notification from the system, with a message about raising the level to 3 stars, increasing the power of the soul, and improving some skills. The soldier quickly thanks the students for their help and apologizes for the oversight the soldiers made. The class teacher joins the conversation and says that he will definitely report their achievements to the university. The military man also reports that another part of the army will be brought in to ensure that such an incident does not happen again. At this time, the soldiers continue to remove the corpses of the monsters. After the centipedes are destroyed, the leader allows the students to get off the bus. Getting off the bus, the frightened first-year students vied with each other to ask the leader about the terrible beast, and some even complained that they wanted to go home. Danny Smith answers in a stern voice what kind of creatures these are, and also notes that although these monsters are strong, but as they have already noticed, they are not invulnerable. They also have a weak spot, and by working in groups they can be defeated, as Lewis and his team did. One of the students did not believe the teacher, citing that Louis had 5 stars, while they had a maximum of 3. At the same time, another student's competitive spirit was awakened. In response to the first student's question, Danny Smith reported that at the time of the battle, the snow wolf had only 2 stars. This information was a complete surprise to the students. Everyone looked at Steve and his dog with surprise and confusion. Suddenly, the hero realized that the power of the otherworldly beast was different from the power of the spiritual beast. Then Steve decided to ask Mr. Smith if the gradation of the beast was different from the gradation of the spirit beasts. The teacher replies that the gradation is the same, but for some reason, otherworldly beasts of the same level are usually a level higher than those on the spirit star, and of all the otherworldly beasts compared so far. Although the difference between individuals and races varies, they were all better than the spirit beasts on the spirit star. In his answer, the leader also mentioned the fact that there are 7 classes of spirit beasts on the spirit star, namely, Ordinary, Elite, Lord, Monarch, Legend, Holy Spirit, Disaster, and if the first 4 can be encountered, although the Lord and Monarch are very rare, then the last 3 levels are almost never encountered. Even the teacher himself has never met such in his life. Mr. Smith goes on to say that according to legend, the appearance of a catastrophic spirit animal is accompanied by great disaster. For example, a tsunami, drought, or even volcanic eruptions. According to the story, it is a force that human beings simply cannot resist. After hearing the answer, the students had a very reasonable question. Is it possible to make a contract with such a powerful beast of catastrophic level? Sensei, also relying on the contents of the legend, replied that the human emperor of the ancient era of spirit beasts united the spirit planet with the help of the catastrophe-class spirit beast he bred. However, it is worth remembering that if the soul is not strong enough, it will not be able to withstand the power of the soul contract of a high-level spirit beast. According to the classes of spirit beasts, there are also 7 levels of spirit control, namely Novice Apprentice Professional Master Patriarch Glorious Hall of Fame, and after passing the exam through the Spirit Control Association, one can obtain the corresponding Spirit Control Certificate. On the other hand, Spirit Beast controllers can use the perception of their spirit beasts. Then the leader told the students about the appearance of the other world, about their duty to protect themselves and their world from the invasion of otherworldly monsters. Sensei's long speech, seasoned with emotional undertones, had its effect. The previously depressed and frightened first years now enthusiastically and boldly shouted that they could do it. Only now, having made sure that the students had come to their senses, was the tense leader able to breathe a sigh of relief. Only Steve, standing not far from the teacher, wondered whether he was a beast that fed on people, if he himself had come from Earth and probably also fallen through a time rift. In order to test his incredible theory, the guy decided to bite his best friend, who was nearby. After waiting a little while for the students to calm down, the sensei reminded the guys about the dangers of the other world. But having received no response, the leader only hoped for the prudence of his subordinates. Some groups were already actively looking for a place with a large number of monsters to show off their skills, and some were only discussing the plan of action. Suddenly, Yuna approached her group with several vials of super powerful recovery potions that were given to her by the army of the snowy plains. Steve's mouth watered when he saw the potions. He assumed that it was a tasty drink, and the wolf cub was not far from his contractor. But the girl quickly put the potions away from her friend, warning that this drink was only for spirit animals. Lewis suggested that his group go deeper into the forest since no one had explicitly designated the area beyond which it was forbidden to go. Yuna quickly gave the husky a potion to drink, since the elf and the fluffy one had already taken their share and restored their strength, and agreed with her classmate's proposal. Steve also agreed with his friend's idea, and also expressed his suspicions that perhaps the incident with the centipede was not an accident, and that there was something wrong with the army. Too few people. Hearing the guy's suspicions, the team members also began to express their opinions. Yuna suggested that the military was not happy with their arrival, and therefore was deliberately causing trouble, while Lewis said that in his opinion, the teacher did not know about all this. Steve in turn clarified that this was the best possible option, but he suspected not the army itself, but that rift into the other world. The hero's fears caused concern among his friends, as Mr. Zuo personally investigated this portal, and if there is something there that even he could not suppress, then it is something truly dangerous. Seeing the tension in his friends, Steve quickly diffuses the situation and half-jokingly suggests that since they are still alive and the monsters haven't killed them, it means everything is under the control of the army. Having said everything he wanted, the hero headed towards the forest, reminding them that the stronger the beast, the more points they would receive. Yuna and Louis ran after him. At this time, another group of students was tensely searching for monsters, but strangely enough, they did not meet a single one during the entire time. One of the group members approached the leader, who stood out for his red hair and bad temper, saying that they would soon go beyond the designated area, and another suggested setting up an ambush right there. Hearing this, the irritated leader became even more furious and, almost in a commanding tone, said that all of this was just a trick of the university, and if they found and killed the monsters of the abyss, they would get much more points, finally ordering the group to silently follow him. The frightened classmates almost automatically responded with agreement. At the same time, Yuna was angry at Steve, not understanding what he was doing, because they came to the abyss for glasses. And Steve was busy with something very serious. He was making bait for the animal. But it seems the girl didn't appreciate her friend's efforts and threw a snowball right in his face. Lewis tried to calm Yuna down a little, and it seems he succeeded, because Yuna also decided to help Steve with his art. An unexpected bark interrupted the fun. Husky told Steve that he felt some movement. The girl looked around in surprise, but saw nothing. Louis was the first to notice where the sound was coming from. Suddenly, a white frog ran out of nowhere. Yuna was delighted to see a white frog with copper pupils, a snow toad, because she thought that these spiritual animals existed only in myths. The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration, and the boys continued asking questions about the toad. While the boys were discussing the incredible find, our wolf cub watched the frog with sparkling eyes. According to the information, the toad had weak combat capability, but its peculiarity lay in something else. Firstly, they are rare creatures in themselves. Secondly, they have a keen sense for valuable items. With the help of this ability, they easily find jewelry. Artifacts, however, often they simply cannot take them themselves. But it is precisely thanks to this ability that they do not have to think about evolution, because they find the items necessary for this themselves. Thirdly, they have the ability to hide, so they are very rarely found in their natural habitat. Looking at the snow toad, Yuna remembered a legend about a spirit tamer. According to legend, he went to the snowy plains with a group of adventurers. However, due to a snowstorm, he became separated from the group and was left alone. While he was wandering through the snowy plains, he found a half-dead snow toad. With the help of a special medicine, he saved her life and went with her to a mysterious place. And after the toad helped him find the treasure, she showed him the way to his comrades. And after his elite-rank contract beast absorbed this artifact, he immediately received the rank of monarch, bypassing the lord. Steve listened to the legend with delight, imagining how quickly he could level up with the help of the toad. Louis also confirmed the veracity of the story. Hearing this, the hero's eyes immediately lit up. He happily ran to the frog to catch it. However, the frog turned out to be voracious and quickly jumped aside. Steve ended up with his face buried in the snow. Although the toad didn't let himself be caught, he told the guy that they were chasing him. Hearing this, Steve stood up abruptly. Suddenly, a pack of gray wolves appeared out of nowhere. Seeing the animals, Steve was happy that he would be able to get points. One of the wolves attacked the guy, but he immediately reacted. Lewis asked the elf to support the husky with the ice song skill. At this time, our wolf pounced and hit the gray wolf with his ice-piercing claws skill. The boy was proud of his wolf's victory. The battle continued. Erha easily defeated all his opponents. Yuna and Louis watched the fight with their mouths open in surprise, and understood that their help was not needed there. Erha quickly dealt with all of our toad's enemies. Having defeated all the offenders, the husky proudly stood in front of the frog. Steve also ran up to the animals and happily praised his dog for his brilliant victory and for protecting the frog. They didn't have time to rejoice in their victory when suddenly someone attacked them. There were no animals around, and the animals were not able to attack the target so clearly. Noticing his classmates, Steve got angry and said that normal people don't greet their friends like that. It was a group of 3 students. They calmly approached and started a conversation with a silly smile. One of them realized that since Steve was strong enough to withstand his attack, it was not worth openly fighting him, and abruptly began to pretend that it was just a greeting. The second one also smiled with difficulty and supported his friend's legend that they were just passing by. Steve was too lazy to deal with it, so he ignored it, only telling them to leave since they didn't need anything from them. But the group of impudent students did not want to leave so easily. They said that they came for the toad. With a smile on his face and anger in his soul, Steve suggested asking the toad itself if it would like to go with them. After talking to the toad for a while, Steve began to suspect that it was these guys who had set the wolves on the frog. For a while, the hero simply looked at the impudent group. Suddenly, the leader of the group asked Steve if he was going to attack them, to which the guy, making a funny face as if mocking them, replied that he was not as shameless as they were. Apparently, the response angered the group, so much so that the third member of the group wanted to attack again. But the leader of the group stopped him, saying that first they had to take the frog. Seeing this, Steve continued to mock and grimace. Yuna and Louis, understanding the situation and the degree of impudence of the other group, had already prepared a supply of snowballs and were waiting for Steve's further actions. The leader of the group slowly approached the toad and, holding out his hand, gently asked it to come closer. In response, the toad spat in his face. Steve didn't miss the chance to tease him, reminding him that the frog had no desire to join them. Naturally, the toad's little greeting angered the guy, and he decided to take her by force. But Steve stopped him, not letting him get close to the frog. Seeing this, the rest of the group suggested that the leader attack together. Without waiting for an answer, they rushed into battle. But the snow wolf quickly crossed all the attacks and protected the toad. This made the attackers even more angry. At the same time, the toad said that it was they who set those wolves on her. Hearing this, Steve decided to ask directly. The group leader did not expect such a question and accidentally gave himself away by asking Steve how he knew about it. With their suspicions confirmed, Steve and Louis prepared for battle. The enemy group also prepared to attack, but one of the group turned to Louis with a warning that because of this fight, their clans would begin to feud. Louis looked at the guy in bewilderment, not understanding what kind of feud between the clans there could be if he didn't even know him. The guy obviously didn't like the answer. Louis added that it was their fault, since they were the ones who set the animals on them. Yuna, who had been standing to the side all this time, also approached her friends and decided to support them. And then the first member of the enemy group to disturb the peace was the one who struck with an ice spear. The blow was aimed at Steve. Erha reacted instantly, covering the guy from the attacker's blow. But this did not stop the enemy. He continued to deliver cyclical blows with his skill. Husky also zealously defended Steve and fought off attacks. Another member of the group began to comment on his friend's actions, boasting that his friend was a master of offensive abilities, and warning that if the guy did not want to get hurt, it would be better to give up the toad. Steve gave a clear refusal, justifying it by the fact that the frog itself did not want to join them. Undoubtedly, this was not the answer they expected, and they continued the battle. The spiritual beasts of the uninvited guests went on the attack. Yuna also sent his fluffy friend into battle. Louis noticed that the opponents were fighting extremely unfairly. They directed all three attacks at the wolf, who was in confusion. With the help of the elf and the fox, the husky survived these attacks. Steve and his friends discussed this attack and also thought about their next moves. At this time, the opponents were simply stalling for time, waiting for the leader's special spell. Suddenly, Yuna noticed that one of the enemy's spiritual beasts, the ice snake, had disappeared from sight. Suddenly, a snake appeared right behind the snow wolf. The enemy's spirit beast began to conjure an ice prison. Ice spikes appeared right under the husky. After some time, the ice completely surrounded the husky and imprisoned him. The enemy was pleased with the successful completion of the plan. However, Steve was confident in his wolf's abilities. Such a worthless prison could not detain Erhu. We didn't have to wait long. The dog, having broken the walls of the ice cocoon, calmly walked out of prison. Suddenly, the once proud husky lost his balance and could barely stand on his paws. The enemy, overjoyed, said that it was all thanks to his brother's skill, who created a slippery ice surface so that the spirit beast could not move. But imagine their surprise when Steve responded to their praise with only a grin. The guy replied with disdain that there was nothing to brag about, since only one of their group had attacking abilities. And with an evil smile, he added that his wolf cub also had an attacking ability in his arsenal, Ice Death. Immediately on command, Erha began the attack. The enemy animals fled in terror, and not only they, their contractors were also horrified. Louis was also extremely surprised. While the opponents were in confusion, the wolf and the elf joined forces. Fluffy also joined the attack. While the battle was in full swing, Louis suddenly remembered and decided to ask Steve how he found out that it was these guys who set the animals on the toad. The guy was extremely surprised to learn that his friend understood spiritual beasts even without a contract. After some thought about how they were able to detect a snow toad that has the ability to hide, the boys come to a common conclusion. They assume that since the toad allowed itself to be discovered, it means that where it was found, there is such a treasure that must be protected, despite the danger of being discovered. Having narrowly avoided the final attack, the enemy discussed their next plan of action. It was decided to use hypothetical disputes to induce the animals into a berserk state. Seeing the animals in such a state, Steve and his friends were a little confused. The spirit beasts were too small to enter the berserk state. The wolf cub also mentally compared his opponents with the previously defeated centipede. After the comparison, the wolf cub felt relieved. The battle continues. After some time, the opponents were defeated. After the loss, the boys picked up their animals. They called off the summoning of the beasts so that they could recuperate in the spiritual domain. The toad and his protector proudly watched their offenders. Steve and his friends also saw off their friends with a smile. Apparently, the hero's kind words were not particularly appreciated by the losers. Steve was surprised that the boys still left, leaving the toad behind, and Louis explained that after the loss, they didn't have a chance. Yuna gently stroked the frog and suggested that they wouldn't be able to make a contract with the toad either. The frog suddenly approached Erhu. She croaked something and climbed onto the husky's head. Steve explained that she wanted to take them to one place. The guys didn't expect this. The hero already imagined a chest of jewels, the treasures to which the toad would lead. Discussing the upcoming find with anticipation, the children cheerfully followed the animals. Erha and the frog entered some kind of fog. Trying to catch up with them, Steve slipped and fell somewhere. It turned out to be a secret entrance to the cave. The toad said that there was a treasure hidden there. Louis and Yuna followed Steve. The boys looked around in amazement, studying the unfamiliar terrain. Afterwards, the boys followed the toad further. Finally, they reached their destination. It turned out that the treasure was a glaciation crystal. Yuna and Louis explained to Steve that this is an ability crystal that remains after the death of a powerful beast. Inside is stored the ability that the beast possessed during life. A spirit beast that absorbs such a crystal will also be able to absorb this ability. Steve anticipated that if the stone was kept by a snow toad, then most likely there should be a cool ability inside. Louis had a detector with him, with which they can find out what is inside the crystal. With the help of a detector, the guys found out that this is an evolutionary version of a snow explosion, a snow avalanche. Upon hearing the name of the ability, Steve offered to give it to the fluffy one, but Yuna refused, saying that the fox herself could awaken this ability. Then Steve offered it to Louis, but he also refused, thinking that although the crystal was valuable, he had other artifacts at home. The guys suggested giving the crystal to the snow wolf. Steve thought it was strange. He assumed that the ability was not particularly useful. But despite this, he handed the crystal over to Erhi. Husky held the crystal in his mouth but didn't know what to do with it. Seeing Steve's confusion, Louis suggested that Erhu should absorb him with spiritual energy. Having heard the method, the wolf began to absorb, and since the process would take about an hour, Yuna suggested that they rest a little and then go earn points. After the girl's proposal, Steve suddenly jumped, which greatly surprised his friends. He angrily remembered that he had to force those three to leave the thing from the animals. This came as a surprise to Yuna and Louis. Seeing his friend's misunderstanding, Steve quoted the teacher's words about the danger coming from more than just animals, meaning that if they had lost that fight, they would have lost their points. After their friend's explanation, Louis and Yuna realized that now they would have to fear more than just animals. After half an hour, the husky had completely absorbed the crystal. After absorbing Erha, he received the rank of a normal beast with 4 stars, and the maximum limit of spiritual power also increased to 450. Steve praised the dog and suggested that he go out and try out the new skill. Seeing that the boys were about to leave, the frog began to croak something actively. Steve translated the frog's speech for his friends, and it turned out that she wanted to stay close to Erha. This surprised Louis greatly, since newcomers can only make a contract with one beast. But Yuna suggested that since Erha was able to reach 4 stars in just a week, it was quite possible that making a contract with a second beast would not be a problem for Steve either. However, Louis insisted that during all this time, no one had been able to overcome this limitation. Neither in legends nor in ancient writings, there was no such mention. And at this time, Steve had already approached the frog to conclude a contract. The hero began to conclude a contract. The friends were stunned by what they saw, and the contract was successfully concluded. Louis advised Steve to hide it in a secret place so that others would not find out, to which the guy replied with a smile that there were no strangers here. After signing the contract, the hero hurried to check the application on his phone. The appendix described in detail all the characteristics of the spirit beast, in particular that the toad beast is an ordinary rank 3 stars. The condition is excellent, and also has the ability of stealth and treasures on 8 sides. Kvakushka explained the essence of the ability of the treasure from 8 sides. The toad randomly chooses one of the 8 directions and goes there. As soon as it finds the treasure, it returns to the master and gives the treasure to him. Hearing this, Steve asked the toad to activate this ability. Upon receiving the command, the frog immediately activated stealth and the ability to treasure from 8 sides. The children watched the frog's actions with surprise and discussed what kind of treasure she would find. Husky also watched his friend with interest. Having finished all their business, the guys headed towards the exit. As they left the cave, the first-year students became wary when they noticed unknown footprints at the entrance. Suddenly, animals appeared out of nowhere and surrounded the students. Lewis and his friends prepared to fight back, but suddenly Steve stopped them. He was going to fight them himself. The hero wanted to test his wolf's new abilities. With one attack, Erha swept away all the black wolves, and at the same time he fell down without strength, having spent all his spiritual energy. Even Steve didn't expect such a powerful attack. While Lewis and Steve were discussing the glasses, an angry Yuna was indignant at how they would dig up the thing if the husky had buried it during the attack. Then Steve, seeing his friend's angry expression, suggested that she take a rest, and that she and Louie would dig everything up themselves. The husky smelled something, and the boys started looking around. Turning around, they saw another group of animals. This time, Steve said he couldn't help because Erha had used up all his strength. Yuna suggested fighting herself while the guys dug up the thing. But Louie also decided to participate in the fight to give the elf a chance to rise. Then Steve, complaining that it would have been better if he had also participated in the fight, went with his wolf to dig up the thing. The next day, Louie and Yuna became worried when they saw their friend's face. Steve justified it by saying that the wolf's noise was keeping him awake, when in fact it was because he was using his skillful hands ability too much. Yuna happily hugged Erhu and thanked him, as thanks to the snow avalanche, they were able to accumulate a lot of points. Having finished exchanging pleasantries, the guys went on to look for prey in order to earn more points. This time, their path was blocked by centipedes. But after raising their levels, even animals with 7 stars were not scary for the heroes. Compared to the first day, they dealt with the animals quite quickly now, or rather the wolf alone could handle them. But there was one small problem. After using the snow avalanche, I had to dig the thing out. A group of more monsters and another avalanche attack on them. This skill helped the guys out too often. And this time too, having met another horde of animals, the guys sent the wolf cub forward, relying on his snow avalanche skill. But the attack failed. There were too many monsters. Only now, running away from the crowd of angry animals, the students realized that they had gone too deep into the wilds. Finally, the red-haired student, after raising the level of his spiritual beast, the snow boar, to 5 stars, was able to defeat the 7-star monster. While the leader admired his trophy, the other members of the group were too tired from the fight. They thought that the victory was hard won and were afraid that if they went further into the abyss, they might not return. They also thought that they had enough points, so there was no point in taking further risks. The leader, considering that they had reached deeper than the other groups, decided that most likely they would have more points, and most importantly, that even Louis would not be able to score more points. At this time, Lewis and his group looked at the huge bag of things and thought about only one thing: how to drag all this to the base. The only reasonable option seemed to be to ask the military for a cart. Finally, the decisive day arrived, the test was completed, and at the general meeting, the leader was going to announce the achievements of the first-year students and the results of the test. To begin with, he listed the criteria by which the guys would be assessed. The first-year students eagerly awaited their final grades. The teacher sat down at his desk and began calling students from the list to check their things. The guys were very nervous. The students took turns approaching Mr. Denny, checking in, and providing their items for counting. After seeing the results of the other groups, the members of the red-haired guys group became more and more confident that they would have the best result, since the others scored less than 1,000 points. While Louis was standing in line with a small bag containing an item from a normal rank beast, a red-haired guy walked past him, and seeing the size of Lewis's bag, he grinned, thinking that this was all their loot, and went on to hand over his bag to the teacher. Noticing such an open mockery from his classmate, Louis felt awkward and waited impatiently for Steve and Yun to return, as they were supposed to bring the main bag of things. Finally, it was the turn of the group of guys with nice hair, and suddenly the students started to stir. As he expected, among those who had already counted their points, his group had the best result. After them came the turn of Lewis's group. Some of the guy's fans were keeping their fingers crossed for him and wishing him luck. After looking at the list, the teacher called the boy. Although his friends had not yet returned, Louis came up and handed over the small bag he had with him. The manager was surprised but began counting. All this time, the boy was nervously waiting for his friends, thinking that they would not make it on time. He asked the teacher to wait a little, but suddenly there was a loud sound, and everyone turned around sharply. It was Yuna and Steve with a huge bag of things on a cart. The boys proudly pushed the cart towards the teacher's desk. Seeing such a huge bag, the red-haired boy, who considered Louis his main rival, was speechless. The leader jumped up from his seat in surprise and hurried to clarify whether the bag contained resources from the animals they had hunted. Having received a positive answer, Mr. Denny became slightly irritated, because now he would have to start the calculations from the beginning. Louis and Steve had a hard time dragging the item to the counting table. When the manager saw the contents of the bag, he couldn't believe his eyes. And it wasn't just him. Louis' self-proclaimed rival was also in shock. The guy couldn't understand how this was possible, but he didn't doubt Louis's honesty. At this time, Steve's group was waiting with anticipation for the results of the count. Having finished the counting, the extremely surprised teacher reported that they had counted 260 low-level beasts, 155 medium-level beasts, and 5 high-level beasts, and in total the children had earned 23,100 points. Hearing this, all the students were in shock. Some even began to gossip that it was impossible and most likely the guys stole the loot from others. But there were also those who did not believe in it and spoke out in defense. The red-haired man was completely speechless from what he heard and saw. Having recovered a little from the shock, the leader announced that if no one else had more points, then it could be considered that the winners had already been determined, and according to the rules, they would receive 30,000 points as a reward. Having heard the good news, Yuna and Steve have already started to divide the reward between the group members equally. That is 10,000 each. Louis joined the conversation and expressed his opinion that with 10,000 points, Erha would be able to reach 5 stars. The cheerful conversation was interrupted by the teacher's voice. One of the girls reported that their thing had been stolen, and the angry leader asked who exactly it was. Hearing this, the guys turned around abruptly. Everyone present was extremely surprised. The group members became worried about their friend as they also did not know about it. The girl reported that she was fine, but her spirit beast was slightly injured. She also said she remembered the attackers. Hearing the answer, the enraged friend felt relieved and promised that as soon as they returned, she would definitely take revenge at the competition. After listening to the student, the teacher once again reminded the students that outside the university, danger comes not only from monsters, but also from other groups, and this situation will serve as a warning to them. Students who had previously turned a blind eye to all this were now seriously worried, because they had initially thought that such situations would cross the university. Steve and Yuna began to suspect those idiots with whom they had already had an argument. Louis assumed that the university knew about everything, since there weren't many newcomers, and they would most likely meet again at the freshman tryouts. Steve didn't understand what competition they were talking about. Louis said that every year there is a competition among newcomers within the university. The most promising students will represent the school in the competition, and that's why he thinks they should use these points to level up their spirit beasts, so they can wipe everyone's noses in the preliminaries. After the test was over, the students headed to the buses. On the way back, Steve happily informed his friends that after the extra 50% was counted, they each had 11,500 points. 2 days later, after checking the app, the hero noticed that Erha would be able to level up to 5 stars. Just like Louis said, the points could be exchanged at the school administration for items to level up. Husky also arrived in a good mood. Passing by the hero, the red-haired guy looked after Steve with displeasure, not understanding how he was able to reach 4 stars so quickly, if at the beginning of the month he only had 1 and hoped that the spiritual pills that he received in exchange for points would help the snowboard reach 6 stars. Feeling a gaze on him, Steve turned around, but the guy was already gone. One of the teachers sat at the administrative desk. When he entered the administration office, Steve said that he wanted to exchange his glasses. The teacher asked to show his student ID. Seeing that there was a first-year student in front of him, the teacher advised him to take the white pills. Noticing that the list only contained pills, Steve asked the teacher if the black pills were the best, since they were the most expensive on the list. With a bored look, the man replied that it was not so, but usually newcomers did not have enough points to buy something else. But if the guy has more than 1,000 points, the teacher continued, then he can provide a store assortment with mid-level goods. But even this did not suit the guy. Steve asked with a smile about the highest-level artifacts for 10,000 points. The teacher was surprised and, with a distrustful smile, agreed to show the list of goods. On the list of items, the cheapest one cost 10,000. It was the bone marrow of a real wolf, and after looking at the assortment, Steve became interested in this item. The teacher explained that this was bone fluid that was obtained from a lord-level beast. He also added that of course they are great for wolves, and in addition to increasing the level, they also increase the maximum amount of spiritual energy. In the list of items, Steve became interested in another item, which was much more expensive. 200,000 points. It was the blood of a real wolf. According to the man's explanation, it is much more effective than bone fluid and can help awaken now lost legendary abilities. After thinking for a bit, the teacher told the boy that a lot of points were given for winning the qualifying round. Hearing the teacher, Steve asked with a smile for the bone marrow of a real wolf and 3 black pills. The teacher was very surprised when he saw the first-year student's score. Seeing the disbelief on the man's face, Steve became slightly angry and repeated his order. While the boy was rejoicing over his successful purchase, the teacher looked after him in bewilderment, not understanding where the first-year student got so many points from. When Steve got home, the first thing he did was feed the black pills to the wolf. Erha ate the pills with pleasure. As soon as the husky swallowed the pills, Steve eagerly asked what and how the dog felt, whether the rank had increased, but he didn't have to wait long. The rank and ultimate spiritual energy increased. Next, Steve fed Erhu the bone marrow of a real wolf, in the hopes that the wolf would be able to awaken an active secondary ability. The process of mastering the artifact has begun. Deep within Erha's consciousness, he confronted the energy of the black wolf. In this state, Steve could do nothing to help his beast. All he could do was wait. After some time, Erha mastered the black wolf's energy and reached 6 stars. The wolf happily licked the contractor out of happiness, and Steve, in turn, eagerly wanted to know if he had received a new skill. Without waiting for an answer, the guy decided to check the wolf's app himself. Steve was very happy to see that the husky had awakened its secondary night fighting ability. After reading all about the new ability, the hero decides to upgrade his combat skills in the energy management pavilion. Sometime later, Steve came to the arena where the fights were held. Unexpectedly meeting Louis, he asked if he was looking for an enemy. Noticing the guy standing a little further away with his spirit beast intervened in the conversation and asked Louis if he had come to watch Bao's fight, or if he wanted to fight again. Hearing the voice, the guys turned around. Steve was surprised to see the spirit of fire, and for Louis, meeting an old acquaintance was not unexpected. When Green challenged him, Louis reminded him that his spirit beast was a support and should not be dragged into any fights. It was the first time Steve had seen the guy, so Louis whispered to him that it was Green, also a newbie, crazy about fighting, always looking for opponents here. And Green's spirit beast, Bao, is a devil that originates from fire, making him especially strong against ice element opponents. While the guys were making promises among themselves, Green once again turned to Louis, saying that he knew that ice had fighting abilities. In response, Louis just waved it off, praising Bao and asking how many stars the little devil had. The guy proudly replied that there were 7 stars and once again suggested that they fight with their fists. Overhearing their conversation, Steve was surprised to learn that ice had combat abilities, but his friend quickly clarified that it was a skill called ice weaponry and only lasted for 5 minutes. While the boys were chatting, the elf and the wolf also exchanged smiles. They were happy to meet again. Seeing his friend's curiosity, Louis offered to demonstrate the skill, but only on the battlefield. The friends were interrupted by Green, who again suggested fighting, but this time to Steve. Seeing the guy's obsession with fighting, Steve became convinced that Green was hooked on fighting. However, Steve had no experience fighting one-on-one with another tamer, so he saw this as a great chance to test his abilities. Green and Louis didn't expect Steve to agree so quickly, and here the opponents stand in the arena. From the first seconds of the fight, Green underestimated Steve, seeing that he has a spiritual beast, a snow wolf. Already almost certain of victory, Green warned Bao to restrain himself and not to hit the wolf too hard. Steve, in turn, told the wolf that although they were underestimated, the enemy was a beast with 7 stars, so they would have to try their best. The first to rush into battle was the little devil. Erha responded with an icy breath, but Bao stopped the wolf's attack in an instant, and what's more, he struck back. Steve hurried and gave the command to Erhi to bow away from the fire turtles, but the attack pursued the wolf. Tired of running away, Erha tried to stop the fireballs with his icy breath, but the little devil turned out to be stronger and conjured up even more fiery monsters. Balls of fire attacked the wolf from all sides. Erha tried to counterattack. He released his red aura again and entered a state of true awakening. In response, Bao summoned a fiery bull. The wolf fought bravely against the fire attacks. At this time, Steve observed and analyzed the wolf cub's actions, his skills, and predicted further actions. During the fight, Erha recalled his partner's words, as well as his last fight with the ice snake. The wolf continued to circle, avoiding the fire attacks. At the same time, the little devil continued to increase the number of fire monsters more and more. Suddenly, right in front of the wolf cub, one of the fire monsters appeared, which looked very much like a wolf. It was surprising, so Eri became curious and decided to pet his fellow. But naturally, I got burned by it. Even Bao found this strange, and was so surprised that he even stopped his attacks, while the silly little wolf cub whined in pain and blew on his burnt paw with all his might to ease the pain a little. Suddenly, the water appeared and threw Bao to the ground. It all happened so quickly that even Green didn't understand what had happened. But the guy quickly came to his senses and gave the command to get up. Hearing the command, Bao stood up and used the skill devil separation. This surprised Steve and Erhu. While the wolf was confused, the little devil took advantage of his advantage and took off to attack from the air. Steve, noticing this, warned the husky that the enemy was above. And Green, in turn, praised the resourcefulness of his beast and recognized the wolf as a worthy opponent. The battle was in full swing, and not one of the animals wanted to give in. With a burnt face, the wolf was already about to use his trump card. Green quickly noticed that Era wanted to use the snow avalanche. Although the guy hesitated a little from surprise, he quickly realized that the only thing that could withstand the snow avalanche was the fire giant. Before Era and Bao could attack each other, a male silhouette appeared out of nowhere between them. It turned out to be one of the teachers. He scolded the boys for using too strong skills and warned that if they wanted to measure their strength, then it would be better to wait for the qualifiers. Otherwise, if they destroyed the arena, they would have to compensate for the damage from their own pockets, since other students also needed the arena. Steve quickly hugged his wolf to calm him down and informed the teacher that they were done. Finally, the teacher warned that at the qualifying rounds, the boys would be able to fight with all their might and destroy everything around them. No one would demand compensation, but using destructive abilities before the competition was prohibited. To the teacher's strict tone, the boys immediately responded that they understood everything. After the teacher left, the boys shook hands, and at the end, Green asked Steve if the wolf was high level, but he replied that no, they had only taken the 6th star yesterday. This was unexpected for Green. Analyzing the fight, he assumed that the wolf cub was of a high level. Lewis also wanted to make peace with his friend, and hoped that at least at the qualifying rounds they would meet. Green was still in a slight shock that the 6-star beast had almost defeated his Bao, because according to the guy's calculations, the little devil most likely wouldn't be able to withstand an avalanche. After leaving, Steve also lamented to Erhu to see the difference between him and other spirit beasts, and decided to arrange special training. The boy and the wolf went to the pavilion for some intense training. When the administrator asked about the level of difficulty, Steve replied that this time they would go to advanced training, which really surprised the girl. In response to the employee's curiosity, the guy proudly replied that they had recently received their 6th star. The girl was surprised by Steve's rapid growth, but calmly gave him the keycard for training. Taking the map, Steve went to the caretaker and said that he had come for an advanced training session. The caretaker recognized Steve's voice almost immediately and turned sharply to the guy to check if he had heard everything correctly. Steve replied with a smile that everything was correct. He and Era wanted to become champions at the beginners' qualifiers. The caretaker was perplexed, since Steve recently had only 2 stars, but still following the rules, he set up the room and let the guy in for training. But his heart was not in the right place, and he decided that he needed to tell the manager about it. Erha and Steve entered the room where they were surrounded by fog on all sides. The guy was in pleasant anticipation. The monsters in this level were ice tyrannosaurs. Animals from all sides looked at Steve and Erhu as if they were prey. At first, the freshman and his wolf were a little scared, but they still gathered all their will into a fist and decided to fight. Erha went on the attack. Steve watched and gave commands. First of all, he activated the night battle. The wolf began with an avalanche attack. At this time, standing behind the door, the caretaker was already informing the manager about everything. Having heard the news, the manager hurried to come, but before the manager could finish speaking, the caretaker said that there was no need for this, since Steve had already left. The guy came out with the wolf in his arms, barely dragging his feet from fatigue, complaining that the training was too scary. Erha, of course, got the 7th star, but it was too difficult to break through the skin of a Tyrannosaurus. After Steve walked away, The caretaker was speechless when he saw on the monitor that the guy had defeated more than 10 monsters. While Steve and the wolf were enjoying a well-deserved rest, the guy received another notification with a task from the system. The task was to raise the wolf to 9 stars, which would unlock the toad's special skill, Golden Touch, which evolves the artifacts that the snow toad brought. While the guy was deep in thought, someone entered the room. Seeing Steve's thoughtful look, the manager assumed that he had failed the training. Noticing the manager, the hero was very surprised and asked what he was doing there, to which the man replied that he was simply curious about how the training went and how many tyrannosaurs he was able to kill. With an awkward smile, Steve replied that it was only 12, and it would take a long time to rise from 7 to 9 stars. The manager consoled the boy in his own way, saying that even masters have difficulty getting through this training. Then, Steve remembered that as a reward for first place in the ranking, the manager promised to give materials for evolution or promotion, and asked the man to give them now. But the man explained that if the guy uses the materials now for promotion, then for evolution he will have to find ways himself. Steve confidently replied that everything was fine. Then the manager agreed to give the reward now, and looking at Erhu, the manager became interested in how much his spiritual power limit was now. The man was extremely surprised to learn that it was 900, since it was the first time in his life that he had seen such a high level. According to statistics, beasts of an ordinary rank could only reach up to 800. Based on his experience, the manager assumed that the beast had special techniques for developing spiritual energy, or that this wolf was special. Steve decided to change the subject by asking how previous snow guards had handled this training. Then the man told about a girl who had a beast with fire magic and 8 stars, but she could not pass this training, and one day she spent a whole week in the gym. Then her beast received the 9th star and increased spiritual energy to 1200. And only then she was able to pass this training. But after her, no one could repeat this. Finally, the manager promised a reward if Steve could beat her record, to which the guy happily agreed. At night, Steve and Era looked closely at the crystal they received from the manager. After thinking for a bit, the guy threw the material to the wolf so that he could eat it and raise his level. The process of energy absorption has started. Surprisingly, this time everything went much faster. After absorbing, as expected, Erha received the 9th star, and also the skill Ice Breath evolved into Ice Mist. Steve was simply delighted by this. Erha was also happy with his success. The silence was broken by the sound of a new notification. In the first part, there were congratulations that the task was completed, and in the second, a new task, to complete which the snow wolf needs to go through the first degree of evolution and advanced training, and the reward will be the unlocking of the ability of the Eye of the True Beast. After completing the first task, Steve and the Huskies eagerly awaited the return of the snow toad. As soon as Croaker reached the door, the boy happily opened the door to let the frog in. Seeing Steve, Quack happily showed off his find. The guy looked at the object with curiosity and did not know what it was. After thinking for a bit, he decided to ask the manager and immediately sent him a photo of the find. The man didn't expect a message from Steve, and when he saw the contents, he was completely speechless. It was a rare evolutionary item for beasts with fire magic, a flower made of magma. He immediately wrote Steve everything he knew about the flower, and also added that it would not be suitable for the snow wolf, if necessary, in the pavilion. It could be exchanged for something more suitable. After learning that the item was not suitable for Era, Steve decided to try the golden touch on it to see what kind of item it would turn into. As soon as the boy activated the skill, the light from the magma enveloped the entire room. Having received no answer from the student, the manager began to suggest all sorts of possible uses for the evolutionary object. For starters, there are different evolution paths. For example, a regular slime can absorb both snow and fire creature items. But this only applies to those animals that can accept different paths of evolution within themselves. And the snow wolf is not one of them. And if you feed it a flower, it may die. Realizing this, the manager rushed to find Steve's address to check if he was trying to feed his beast a flower to achieve a fire evolution. By that time, the magma flower had already transformed into something else, or rather, returned to its original form. After much thought, the boy finally brought the flower closer to the wolf and asked if this object was an item for fire evolution and whether Erha would be able to absorb it. Although the guy was worried, understanding all the risks, he still decided to try, promising to help the wolf if something went wrong and also giving strict orders to stop if he felt danger. The wolf happily agreed. At this time, the manager was rushing toward Steve with all his might, hoping that he would make it in time. Steve and Erha began the takeover. There was a fiery aura around. At that moment, the manager suddenly opened the door, shouting that it was wrong to give a flower to a wolf. He was in shock. The snow wolf calmly absorbed the fire energy. Evolution completed successfully, spiritual energy became 1700, and a new side ability, Fire Whirlwind, also appeared. The boy and the wolf were extremely surprised to see a man on the doorstep, and the manager was shocked that the wolf had managed to cope with evolution. Steve and Erha quickly tried to hide the burnt floor, and the KWA managed to hide in the spiritual space. The manager approached the wolf and asked if it had really evolved, but he was unable to rise to a higher level, and in response, the dog whined something. Steve quickly hugged Erhu and translated his speech for the manager, saying that the wolf was stuck on the 9th star, so he wanted to go back to the training hall and deal with the tyrannosaurs. The boy's answer made the old man happy, and he replied that he would be waiting for them with impatience. Steve and Erha were determined to win. As soon as the manager left, Steve released Quack. The hero was pleased with himself that he managed to send the frog to the spiritual space in time, and the manager did not find out about the 2 contracts. Quackwa didn't have time to return, but was already getting ready to go somewhere again. This time, Steve instructed her to find something for her evolution. The toad agreed and headed towards the door. As a farewell, Steve touched Quackwa to his heart's content. A few days later, Steve and Erha returned to more challenging training. This time, they were confident in their abilities. The manager and the caretaker were watching what was happening through the monitor, and were already discussing the reward if the guy took first place on the list again. The tyrannosaurs attacked from all sides. Steve activated the night battle skill. The boy commanded the wolf to use ice fog to hide their presence. The monsters tried to repel the attacks. The wolf cub didn't give up his position either. To strengthen their bodies and protect themselves, the tyrannosaurs activated their ice armor. But this did not stop Erhu. He pounced on the enemy. This time, Steve and the wolf decided to use a new skill, a fire whirlwind. The wolf directed an attack at the opponents. In the blink of an eye, all the virtual beasts were destroyed. The caretaker was shocked and could not understand where the snow wolf got his fire abilities from. In response, the manager told about the transitional evolution. Although the fiery whirlwind was a great help, it also took away an incredible amount of energy. One by one, all the animals were destroyed. Erha and Steve walked out of the office with their heads held high. And of course, first of all, the hero asked whether he had become first in the ranking, and of course, received a positive answer. Seeing the guy's stunning results, the manager secretly began to hope that his dream would come true. Steve, having heard a positive answer, hastened to remind him of the reward promised to him. The manager responded by noting that at this rate, Erha would soon reach the elite rank, and his master would become an apprentice, so it was necessary to think about what the next beast would be, with whom the contract would be concluded. Steve was immediately delighted by what he heard, hastening to assume that he would receive a rare beast as a gift. But the manager upset him, because the presence of a rare beast in the hall without an owner is almost impossible. But he will definitely not be left without a valuable gift. The boy was satisfied with the arrangement, in which, having become an apprentice, he would receive a pleasant reward. So having finished here, he took his leave, and having already left the hall, he remembered that he had to complete the task. As a reward for the quest, he was able to obtain a new ability, the Eye of True Sight, with which he could see all the information about spiritual beasts and objects. At the same time, onlookers in the main hall could see how the rating of trainings with increased difficulty was updated, and seeing Steve in it, everyone was deeply surprised and even shocked to learn that their idol had been doing such difficult training so quickly and for some time without their knowledge. In 9 days, the qualifying trials were about to begin in the arena. Yuna and Steve prepared, refreshing their memory of the test conditions, among which the main one was the need to defend their training ground and defeat all opponents, as a result of which they would be able to move on to the competition in the Cloud Valley. Steve's girlfriend noted that she saw him take first place in the advanced training rankings, and the guy himself noted that he received an award from the manager for raising Erha's level to 9 stars. She was taken aback and only said that he had acted stupidly by spending materials that were intended for evolution on raising the wolf's level. The guy came closer to his girlfriend and whispered to her that Quackwa later brought a flower from magma, and with its help they were able to let Erhi evolve, to which she was even more surprised, expressing her concerns for the wolf cub's health, because the material could harm him. Steve hastened to calm her down, showing that everything was fine with his wolf, because the evolution had been successful and, in addition to this, Erha had learned to throw fire. At that very moment, a voice that was already familiar to the guy was heard. It was Green, proudly occupying one of the arena platforms, arrogantly inviting others to take part in the duel. Since most people had snow beasts with them, Green's advantage with his fire imp was obvious, and no one dared to challenge him. The ardent desire to arrange a duel did not leave Green, and as soon as he saw Steve, he immediately turned to him as the most interesting and equal opponent. The guy only noticed the passionate coach after he mentioned him and invited him to the arena, and such attention bothered him a little. But the challenge was accepted, although Steve did not expect that his opponent would be the one with whom he had recently almost destroyed this same arena, but this time nothing would limit their potential. Among the other participants who had gathered to watch the beginning of the battle, there was a vague misunderstanding of the actions of the two who were so eager to fight. Green had a specific goal to defeat his opponent, because he and the imp had prepared very hard for this fight, earning Bao a new star. And indeed, statistics confirmed that since the last battle, the fire imp had become noticeably stronger, and his supply of spiritual energy had increased. Steve didn't react to this at all, because he and Erha had prepared a different tactic, designed to end the fight quickly and clearly. The air around Erhi suddenly began to heat up. Small tongues of flame began to fly around, and a small bright light appeared on his head. A second later, the small flame surrounding the wolf was replaced by a huge fiery whirlwind swirling around him. This discovery greatly affected Green and especially the imp, because they wanted to use his own element against him. The imp, on the orders of its master, used the ability of the fire giant, which caused an exact copy of itself made of flame to appear behind the small animal, but tens of times larger than itself. Erhi's whirlwind quickly caught up with the imp and his copy, causing it to suck in all of his flames. In a matter of seconds, the fire giant Bao was engulfed in a fiery whirlwind, and Green could only watch helplessly as they lost. Yuna, who was watching the battle along with the other participants, was shocked by the power of the fire whirlwind that the snow wolf summoned. The fire wave from the whirlwind was so powerful that streams of hot air reached even the spectators furthest from the arena. The flames completely engulfed the imp. His small silhouette was barely visible among the raging tongues of flame. Poor Bao couldn't withstand the heat of the whirlwind and lost consciousness right in Green's arms. Everyone in the arena was extremely shocked by this situation, because it had never happened before that a snow wolf could defeat a fire spirit beast with its own element. Yuna greeted Steve from the arena, completely stunned by the power that his wolf's whirlwind possessed. As soon as they stepped off the arena platform, they immediately heard the sounds of a battle taking place on another platform. Their classmate, whose unit had been robbed during the first test in the fields, was participating in the battle. Her beast looked clearly tired from the fight, and she herself was very angry at her opponent. According to her, the opponent was one of those who robbed them, and his beast was a huge snow leopard, which did not look tired at all. The leopard's owner, with a haughty smile, explained that the snowy plain was a wild territory where the rules of the university did not apply, but rather the laws of the wild nature applied. He directly stated that they were to blame themselves, since they could not protect their glasses, and they were lucky that they ran into them and not fanatics or dangerous animals. The girl was very irritated by this guy's statements, and in response to them, she only noted that he was not much different from the fanatics he had mentioned. Her words hurt the guy, who bared his teeth and only hissed that her little animal would do well to be at least half as strong as the audacity of its mistress. On command, the leopard attacked the exhausted animal, causing it to fly off to the side from the force of the blow like a small, soft toy. The poor animal was not even able to rise, and the leopard was already raising his paw for his final attack, while the girl tried to call her pet back to the spiritual space. Her opponent's gaze was filled with maniacal madness, and he gave the command to the leopard to prevent the animal from escaping and to finish it off. What she heard greatly angered Yuna. She was beside herself with rage and was already preparing to summon her fox, which she had managed to develop to 9 stars. Before she could head towards the fight, Steve pulled her back and said that he and Era would handle the arrogant guy. Analysis of the leopard showed that it was an elite-level beast with 1 star and a large reserve of spiritual energy. The leopard made a control strike, but did not manage to reach the target, because the animal disappeared right in front of him. The animal was saved by Urka, who snatched it at the very last moment and then handed it over to its owner. Steve stepped into the arena before her, replacing her on the battlefield, much to her surprise. He understood perfectly well that by replacing his classmate, no one would stop him because her fight was clearly already over. The arrogant guy was surprised by this arrangement, but did not express any objections. He only thought about who was speaking out against him. Before he could really take a good look at who his opponent was, he saw Erhu, which turned his mild interest into indignation, as he believed that such a weak beast was not worth his attention. Having lost all interest in the fight, he ordered the leopard to finish the fight quickly, and he himself headed away from the battlefield. His comrades said that if they did not leave him alone, then they would help him sort things out. The arrogant guy only said in response that he would deal with it himself. But behind him, the wolf was already preparing his fiery whirlwind, and the leopard felt that something was wrong and became nervous. The flames once again enveloped the wolf, heating the air around him to incredible temperatures. The arrogant man quickly noticed the huge surge of power that felt more powerful than the leopard's, and was shocked by the power of an ordinary 9th-rank beast. The atmosphere around was heating up, and along with it the wolf's ardor quickly grew. From what he saw, the arrogant guy realized that Steve was stronger than the girl before, but he still did not perceive him as a worthy opponent. The behavior of such arrogant fools greatly irritated Steve, because such people can only attack the weak, fearing battles with worthy opponents. The leopard used his primal hunting and ice armor skills, greatly increasing his defense and attack skills. Steve's classmate, who had fought before, after seeing the leopard's moves, was able to understand why they were never able to hit him or cause any damage. This didn't bother him at all, but rather excited him, since together with Era, they had already managed to train properly with opponents who used it. Having completed his strengthening, the leopard rushed to attack with a ferocious roar. The fiery whirlwind flared up with incredible force, blazing with tongues of flame of the most varied shades. The fiery flashes continued to flare with increasing force, causing the leopard to slow down its advance, to the point that it simply stood still. The flames beat against his armor, preventing him from concentrating properly on the attack. The arrogant guy ordered the leopard to attack again, because he believed that this flame would not be able to break the elite-level ice armor. The leopard continued his attack, and everyone who watched the battle, including Steve himself, was amazed at how bold the orders this guy gave were, because even Green's fire demon couldn't withstand Era's fire attack. It was obvious that the snow leopard would not be able to withstand such an attack. As soon as the whirlwind dispersed, he could be seen lying unconscious on the battlefield. Not realizing that he had lost, the boy tried to continue the fight, giving commands to the leopard, but it was already completely exhausted. His comrade came to replace him, asking him to forget about what happened and rest, while freeing his clay beast. As soon as the clay beast appeared, it immediately moved closer to Era, and its summoner proudly announced that fire was not a threat to them. Although the beast was not afraid of fire, it was obvious that it was extremely clumsy, which Steve noticed, so he immediately commanded Era to use ice fog. Visibility noticeably decreased, causing the beast to start waving its huge arms around in a frenzy, trying to reach the evasive wolf. The beast's hands quickly became covered in ice, further slowing its movements, making it an almost motionless target. After waiting for the right moment, Era attacked the beast, dealing a crushing attack, but not causing too much damage. The summoner of the beast understood that the advantage was not on their side, and they could not continue, so he ordered the beast to use the quagmire ability. At the same moment, the soil under the wolf's paws becomes soaked and becomes viscous mud, which also slows down its movements. This move did not please Steve at all, because it took away their advantage in speed, and they could not count on the fire whirlwind because it was ineffective and they had very little spiritual energy left. Following the quagmire ability, the opponents used the clay wave ability, bringing down a huge pile of sticky brown goo on the wolf. At the same time, a squad that was trying to compete in the first test appeared in the arena. They were discussing how their leader raised the level of his boar to 8 stars. He said he was going to deal with the upstart Steve, but their conversation was interrupted by an unprecedented sight. A huge fiery whirlwind appeared before their eyes, caused by the very wolf they had just wanted to defeat, and this sight left them in shock. Although the whirlwind was not effective against the clay beast, it was still able to stop the attack because the clay had hardened due to the firing. The clay beast summoner was amazed that his opponent was still not exhausted after so many powerful attacks. In order not to run out of steam, Era used the ability of the carnivorous predator, which gave him the strength to continue making attacks. However, an incomprehensible ringing echoed in the wolf's ears, preventing him from concentrating on the attacks. The attack should have definitely hit its target, but the wolf still missed, which greatly surprised Steve. The answer to what happened didn't take long to come. It was the ability of another elite beast of another summoner, the Cursed Bell, which was a rather large bell that had the ability to fly above the ground. This ringing caused the wolf to become lost in space and see hallucinations, which greatly interfered with the conduct of the battle. The hero's girlfriend, seeing such an outrageous picture, rushed to his aid with curses and indignation. In response, he only said that her help was not needed and that he and Era would manage on their own, after which he told his companion not to hold back any longer. The wolf barked approvingly at his master, after which incredible energy began to fill his body. Everyone was once again shocked by what they saw, because the wolf evolved right before their eyes. Someone in the crowd, who looked noticeably older than the other students and was most likely a professor, had long ago noticed that the wolf should have evolved, but apparently held back. Era was able to evolve without any problems, becoming an elite beast with 1 star and receiving a new ability, Wolf Dance. Along with this, Steve was able to earn the new title of apprentice, while strengthening his skillful hands ability. The wolf's aura became more noticeable, showing how much stronger his evolution had made him. The clay beast and the bell clearly felt these changes in the wolf, which made him noticeably more terrible in their eyes. The owner of the bell interrupted the pause, because he realized that they needed to act quickly before the wolf awakened its elite abilities. So he ordered his beast to immediately bewitch him. The hero knew that Era had already awakened his abilities and all their actions were useless, so he ordered the wolf to use intimidation. The wolf complied and released a huge flow of psychic energy, which brought even more fear to the other animals. The elite intimidation worked so effectively that the poor bell immediately lost consciousness and fell to the floor with a ringing sound. Following the intimidation, the wolf used an avalanche, bringing it down on his rivals. The avalanche crashed down on his opponents with a terrifying roar, covering the entire arena with a white shroud through which nothing could be seen. The newly arrived squad continued to discuss the wolf's terrifying strength in shock. Their leader was fascinated by this power, and he did not understand how it was possible to develop so much, only assuming that the killing of animals had had such an effect. As soon as the haze cleared, Steve's rivals appeared, who had been almost untouched by the avalanche, but even so the sensations were quite unpleasant. Green was also shocked by what he saw. If his demon had been covered by such an avalanche, even his defensive abilities would not have had the desired effect, while Yuna was quite cackling because the hooligans got what they deserved. The wolf's strength amazed his opponents. They could not understand how such a weak beast could possess such versatile and very powerful abilities. One of them could not calm down and suggested to his comrades to gather and attack together. The same man, who was clearly older than everyone present, stopped them, saying that they had already lost this fight, while also notifying them that their dirty deeds would not go unnoticed and that they would face appropriate punishment. The hero also added to the conversation by saying that they themselves asked for this fight. The trio didn't want to accept defeat, but were unable to do anything, only quietly muttering their desire to attack Steve again. The elder reminded everyone present that there was a current rule that fights were only one-on-one and all violators would be punished. The hero and the wolf, even after several protracted battles with a large number of opponents, still could not calm down. So as soon as the elder finished speaking, they immediately began to look for someone else to fight with. Such statements greatly enraged the other students, which is why many even began to suggest defeating him in groups. But fearing punishment, they immediately abandoned this idea. Steve, trying to persuade at least someone to another duel, directly said that he spent all his energy on fire abilities. Although they were indeed weakened, the students did not dare to duel and were frightened by the power of the Snow Wolf, preferring not to participate in the further race for the title of Arena Master. Seeing this, the elder had no choice but to recognize the hero and his beast as winners, awarding them the title of Arena Master. Many people were unhappy with this arrangement, but no one dared to object. After waiting for the results to be announced, the hero decided to go to the training hall, inviting Yuna with him, but she refused because she wanted to train alone to become the next Arena Master. Green wanted to train with Steve, trying to attract attention, but our boy's head was already filled with thoughts about what gifts awaited him for his new status and how he could quickly try out his improved ability. He still couldn't go to training because the stadium manager wanted to see him. He sent one of his assistants to find the hero, which he quickly did and brought him to the manager's office. As soon as he looked into the office, Steve immediately began to happily tell the manager about his victory and how the new fire ability had helped him and Era. The manager took out a small box and put it on the table, and he was also happy with the success and confirmed the hero's words that the ability was indeed an excellent enhancement, because before this, the Snow Wolves had never had fire abilities, and such a surprise clearly gave an advantage. The boy paid attention to the box, but continued to talk about his successes. He said that during the battle, his wolf evolved to an elite rank, and he himself received a new title. The caretaker, in response, clarified whether he knew that he could now make a contract with another beast. Steve knew this very well, because, although the manager did not know, he had already entered into an additional contract with Quack Quack, even though he was not an apprentice. As soon as he received a new rank, the system displayed 2 new windows on his phone, which were empty and hinted that the hero could acquire 2 more beasts. The manager continued his conversation. He asked if the boy knew about animals with technical intelligence. In response to this, the hero was only surprised and asked whether it was possible to conclude contracts with mechanical beasts. The answer was not long in coming. Yes, it was possible to conclude a contract with the mechanical beasts, because even though the mechanisms were man-made, they contained components from the beasts. Previously, people believed that all mechanisms were created only to help people, so concluding contracts was simple, even if the difference in spiritual energy was quite large, and if it was still not possible to conclude a contract with a very strong beast. This did not have any consequences, as did breaking the contract. Steve said out loud that he assumed that contracts could be made and broken with them indiscriminately, and the caretaker confirmed his words, adding information that the mechanisms had no soul, and therefore no consequences. The boy was very surprised by this because it all sounded like such an incredible and enormous force. In response to this surprise, the manager reported that, in addition to a large number of advantages, the mechanisms also had their own significant disadvantages. The downside was that the robots couldn't improve themselves in the usual way. In order to increase their level, they had to merge with the same mechanisms, thereby absorbing their powers and skills. While the manager was speaking, he moved the box closer to the hero and opened it. The box contained mechanical gloves, which the manager offered to the hero, since the mechanical beast could be a good candidate for a place on the hero's team. The manager smiled and said that the gloves were now entirely at Steve's disposal, and when he found a more suitable beast, he could terminate the contract with this mechanical glove. The boy tried on the glove and felt that the sensations from it were indeed similar to those from contact with ordinary animals. But in this case, there was no resistance, and it seemed as if the glove was ready to connect itself with the hero at any moment. Analysis showed that the gloves were an elite-level monster with 7 stars, which was the maximum value for them, and with an incredible reserve of spiritual energy, the caretaker still insisted that the hero make a contract with them. Steve tried to tie himself to the glove, and indeed, it didn't offer the slightest resistance. The contract was made in the blink of an eye. The glove pliably merged itself with the boy, giving him the opportunity to use his only skill. The glove's only skill was the protective field A, which the hero immediately activated, after which he ordered Erhi to use piercing claws against him. The wolf was surprised by such an order and began to shake his head negatively, afraid of harming his master, but he reassured him, because thanks to the protective field he should not receive any damage. He obeyed and still attacked the protective field, as the wolf's master had told him. He did not receive the slightest damage. The caretaker was a little surprised, because he did not want abilities to be used in his office. Steve was impressed with the strength of the glove. Although the long recovery time was a serious minus, the advantages significantly outweighed it. At that moment, a thought occurred to him. The gloves couldn't be improved, but what if he could increase their spiritual capacity with the skillful hands ability? Because the ability itself had become better, and his own spiritual energy reserve had increased. He used the ability and the glove's energy reserve increased. This made the hero even happier, which he was very happy about, and he expressed his joy along with his gratitude to the caretaker, who was happy for him, but asked him not to use the abilities in his office anymore. Not paying attention to what was said, Steve once again rejoiced at his new acquisition and went to his place. Already at home, the hero thought that since he had managed to increase the spiritual energy of the gloves, then maybe he would be able to evolve them. Besides the gloves, he also talked about the increased supply of his own spiritual energy. In the current circumstances, he did not have the opportunity to spend it all on improving his beasts, because the energy was also used for secondary abilities, such as the fire whirlwind. Under the current circumstances, more opportunities were opened up to him, as Erhe would no longer have to worry about hitting his master with his attacks, and traveling outside the university would become less dangerous. The boy's mood was excellent because, having received his new rank, he came closer to experiencing a real fight between tamers. After some time, he went to university. When Steve arrived at his class, he was met by a teacher who informed him that he was supposed to be awarded points for winning the qualifying competition. He was indeed awarded 50,000 points, but he was not very happy, because this amount now felt quite small. The boy was called by his girlfriend, who was standing nearby with Louis. They informed him that they had also passed the qualifiers, taking the places of those guys who had been defeated and greatly weakened by Steve. And thanks to the points they had received for the victory, they had managed to develop and even evolve their beasts to elite ranks. Green approached the hero from behind and, putting his hand on his shoulder, said that he had also passed, because after he was defeated, his imp quickly came to his senses, and they were able to defend their platform to the end. The other students listened to the conversation. They heard the boy's name and immediately remembered that it was he who had completed the training with increased difficulty, setting a new record, and was able to defeat 3 opponents at once. The boys quickly surrounded him, asking him to take them with him on his next expeditions so that Steve could protect them when they went to other lands. None of this interested him, except for the mention of new lands, which caused in him a strong desire to quickly find out more about these very lands. The teacher confirmed that all 10 who passed the selection would be sent to other areas of the snowy plain, along with other newcomers from 6 other universities. The fire guy asked what they needed to do to go to other territories. The answer was not long in coming. The main requirement was to increase their own combat capability, because the animals in the new territories were many times stronger than the local ones, and they would also face tests between 7 universities, as a reward for which the winning teams would receive large prizes. Louis hurried to ask the teacher about what they would be competing in with other students. The teacher answered his question, saying that they would have to go to a not fully explored area where they would descend into a tomb, where they would have to defeat monsters of 3 different levels, and for defeating the monsters, crystals could be taken from their corpses. The crystals of the beasts from the upper levels are transparent, and the deeper they go, the darker the crystals will become, and the task will be to collect these very crystals. But at the same time, all the students will be scattered throughout the territory of the dungeon, so the primary task will be to find a partner. At that very moment, the hero received a task from the system. It required him to complete a certain task in the tomb, after which the glove would receive an ability upgrade that would allow it to transfer the protective field to other animals. The teacher also noted that since all those present were apprentices, they should have been aware of the full danger of the competition. And then he also noted that they would leave in 2 days from the same place, to which everyone unanimously responded that they understood him. 2 days later, everyone gathered again in the same place. Yuna and Louis looked around and tried to figure out where the transport that could take them to the right place, and the teacher himself was. At that moment, the teacher appeared. He was releasing the beast from his space. So as not to touch anyone, he asked everyone to move aside. A techno-beast, called an aircraft carrier, appeared before the guys, on which they would fly. Steve, seeing this, hoped that he would one day be able to develop gloves to such a level. The aircraft carrier's door opened, after which the teacher called everyone inside, simultaneously informing them that the flight would last only 10 minutes. When everyone sat down, the techno-beast took off into the air, and in just a few minutes, the entire group of students was already close to the right place. As they approached the place they needed, they crossed a dome of incomprehensible dark-as-night haze. Inside, the techno-beast landed on the rocky surface without any problems. Having landed, the students began to hastily leave the car, discovering around them only rocks and stone wastelands. Once outside, the students immediately felt various symptoms and ailments. Some simply had headaches, while others almost felt sick. The teacher explained to the students that this particular place affects their well-being. Because of incomprehensible anomalies, people can only stay here for 5 days, So in 3 days, they will have to return back to the university so as not to get lost. Everyone will be given signaling devices, at the signal of which teachers will be able to come to the rescue, and the test will end. One of the students asked what would happen to them if they stayed longer than 5 days, to which the teacher replied that the place would simply drive them crazy over time. Erha was also not thrilled with the place, as evidenced by their relationship with the owner. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge flying beast appeared. The teacher quickly calmed the students down, explaining that these were students from other universities. A teacher from another university greeted the teacher. He was clearly happy to meet him and was surprised at how persistent his colleague's students were. And he also mentioned that he would like to meet someone who was able to break records in the training hall. This teacher's students, in turn, felt noticeably worse than their comrades from Steve's university, which the teacher himself noted. Of the entire squad, only one blonde girl looked intrigued and also expressed her desire to meet the hero. The guy himself was about to introduce himself to everyone, but his teacher didn't even let him say anything, saying that it would be better for everyone to just see him in action when the competition began. But the hero himself was not one of those who would remain despondent for long. So he simply agreed with the teacher, because they were indeed in a dangerous place, and he should concentrate on this test. The teacher assumed that all the other students from other universities were already here. So after agreeing on the schedule for the descent, everyone began to prepare. Steve and Era were ready to face anything, so they quietly waited for the beginning. Suddenly, a blue light began to envelop all the students, including the hero himself. In the blink of an eye, only the two of them found themselves in a dark cave, with only a quiet hum around them, and in some places the sound of small drops of water falling. Loneliness was not their companion for long, because after a couple of seconds they were noticed by another student. He recognized the hero, so he quickly came up and extended his hand, saying that his name was Ben. The hero shook his hand and also introduced himself. The new comrade's beast was a small will-o'-the-wisp, a small ghost of elite rank with 1 star. The ability of the fire came in handy. It illuminated the cave with its blue, ghostly light. But even with this light, it was not bright enough to illuminate the monsters lurking in the darkness. The aura of the animals was felt everywhere, which Ben told the hero about and asked the hero to be careful. In the blink of an eye, dozens of red, angry eyes flashed in the darkness before them. The light illuminated the dark place, and a swarm of dark spiders appeared before the boys, and these spiders were clearly not in a friendly mood. In the blink of an eye, the spiders were drenched in flames, causing them to immediately scatter. The hero's wolf attack successfully dispersed the monsters, and he himself hastened to calm his comrade, because the dark places were ideal with their night battle ability. After many killed spiders, the hero and his comrade collected the loot. Ben was amazed at their strength, and saw with his own eyes that the records set by the hero were true. As their teacher had told them, they found crystal balls on the carcasses of dead spiders. But being so carried away by collecting prey, they did not notice how someone had snuck up on them. One of the spiders crept up behind them and spat webs in their direction, trying to immobilize its potential prey. Firepaw and his master noticed the spider only after it attacked. It was close, but he managed to dodge. And at that moment, Erha slashed the surviving spider with his claws, tearing it in half. Steve asked his comrade to be more careful and cautious, because they were in very dangerous lands, to which he thanked him. The hero said that it was too early for thanks, since they still hadn't gotten out of the cave and hadn't cleared the area of spiders. As soon as spiders were mentioned, another swarm ran out at the guys. Ben asked to be given the opportunity to prove himself against these spiders. They continued to methodically clear the area of spiders, not giving them even the slightest chance of victory. Having cleared out another swarm, the hero told his comrade that they should hurry if they wanted to get down to the next level before the others, to which Ben agreed. The boy and his fire clung to this opportunity to practice and improve themselves, so they absorbed everything Steve said like a sponge absorbs water. The further they went, the more forks they encountered on their path, which could mean that they were already approaching the next floor. Ben suggested that if they found more comrades, then the second-level monsters, even with their newly acquired apprentice ranks, would not be too much of a problem, unless, of course, they went to the third floor, where the monsters would be beyond their strength. The hero interrupted him because he heard strange voices from the tunnel ahead, and they were definitely not spiders. Something in front heard them and became quiet. The hero and his comrade were on alert and were preparing to meet the attack of the monsters at any moment. Instead of monsters, a stream of flame burst out of the darkness and rushed straight into the fire and Erhu. As soon as the flames dissipated, instead of monsters, the hero saw the already familiar Green and Louie. Steve was surprised that the Fire Imp's trainer was attacking so stealthily, which received a very angry reaction from Green. Lewis explained to the hero that it was his request to Green to be more careful, and if it weren't for that, they would have been on the second floor a long time ago. They continued their journey together. Ben felt uncomfortable and did not really want to go down deeper. There were more and more forks, so Green ordered Bao to split up in order to quickly scout out the situation and find where the animals were hiding. Ben supported this decision and, since his light had the same ability, did the same. This ability looked very useful, and the hero really wanted Erha to learn new fire abilities. A couple of minutes later, Bao returned to the group, his face showing concern. Something had clearly frightened him. Before his master could even understand anything, Steve had already voiced that the imp was scared of a large crowd of shadow cats. Green didn't like that someone was translating Bao's speech faster than him. The little devil didn't lie. 2 other students were running towards them, followed by a pack of aggressive cats. The duo saw the hero's squad, and unable to think of anything better, decided to direct this pack at them to distract them. They quickly realized what these scoundrels wanted to do, so they themselves began to run away, but the cats were faster and would soon catch up with them. Green was very angry with the students while they were running. He tried to find out from them what university they were from, but they refused to tell, because they were afraid that they would later be avenged. The hero snapped at the students, because it was because of them that they got into trouble. So first of all, they needed to get out. To their common regret, there was a dead end ahead and further escape was useless. With no other choice, Steve and Era volunteered to fight the cats. A crowd of ferocious beasts rushed towards them in a huge dark wave, leaving behind a huge cloud of dust. Lewis quickly caught on to what the hero was going to do, so he asked Green to help him with his fire giant ability while he used Ice Awakening to hold off the crowd. Steve, confirming Lewis's words, also asked to buy him some time so that he could attack. The students were surprised by this turn of events and shouted that the hero squad was completely crazy to want to fight such a crowd, to which they only received angry cries from Green that it was they who had set these beasts on them. Snow Elf Louie activated his Ice Awakening ability, after which he transformed, becoming noticeably larger, and his appearance became more menacing, as he was now armed with 2 swords. Bao also transformed, becoming much larger after using the Fire Giant ability. The elf attacked all the wild animals that came his way, but even having strengthened himself, it was difficult for him to cope, because there were too many opponents. The time gained was enough. Era prepared an avalanche, so the hero called out to his friends and asked them to move away, otherwise they could also be hit. A huge snow flow rolled through the cave, sweeping away everything in its path, including all the cats that got in its way. The guys who attracted the attention of these cats were stunned by Steve's strength and could not believe their eyes. Many cats fell in the blink of an eye, and the wolf was able to grow to the level of 3 stars for defeating them. Ben was very surprised, because it was only recently under his leadership that Erha received his 2nd star. As soon as the effects of the attack subsided, a distant, angry meow could be heard from the darkness of the cave. In the darkness, one could see countless cat eyes. Apparently, the squad had entered the very lair and was already surrounded on all sides. One of the guys who angered the cats panicked and shouted for everyone to run away, because the cats had the ability to roar at a high frequency, and the resonance of this ability in the cave could easily collapse its entire vault right on the troops. All the cats roared in unison, causing the cave to shake with such force as if an earthquake had started. The ground beneath Steve and Era cracked and began to split, collapsing the floor beneath them. The wolf and his master fell into the gaping hole. Louis tried to catch them, but was too late and could only watch as they fell into the darkness of the rift. They flew down, unable to catch hold of anything to stop their flight. Having reached the very bottom, they both fell into a small pond, splashing water in all directions. The fall was painful, but not fatal, because they were lucky, and the pond was deep enough to soften the fall, and the hero himself, after increasing his level, began to receive noticeably less damage. Except that they were completely soaked, both the boy and the wolf were safe and sound. The top of the cave was not visible, but fortunately for the hero, the phone down here worked. Judging by the surroundings, they had entered a floor with high-level monsters, because there were devil buds growing around them. and they were the signs of the lowest floors. The only passage looked unnatural, so it was most likely made by people, and since there were no other paths, the hero went there. The corridor was very dark. Steve could barely see anything beyond his outstretched arm. When his eyes finally got used to the darkness, he was able to make out a huge silhouette, which scared them so much that they immediately started running away. After running a little, he needed to catch his breath, since he was not so much tired from running as he was scared. Having caught their breath, they looked back to see what had frightened them, and in the caves they saw animals, namely giant devil lilies, which were simply standing motionless. Coming closer, the hero saw that these were only statues of lilies, and not the animals themselves, so he calmed down a little. Even though they were just statues, the hero still felt a strange, overwhelming aura from them that continued to instill fear, while Erha was still scared, because he felt this aura better than his master. The thing sitting on top of the statues turned its attention to Steve and his wolf and stared at them with its red eyes. At the same time, the guys above were preparing to search for their fallen comrade, asking the fire and the imp to use the fire division again to make it easier for them to search. One of the guys who lured the dangerous cats looked into the rift, and finding that not even the bottom was visible, assumed that the worst had happened to the hero. The guy's words made Green extremely angry, so he walked up to him, grabbed him by the shirt and demanded that he keep his mouth shut. Otherwise, he would go down himself. Whether from his own stupidity or from his fearlessness, the guy continued to speak and said that there was a lair of devil buds below, and if Steve was smart enough, he would hide somewhere and wait for help, to which the ardent Green only replied that he should not underestimate his comrade. The descent of the fire and the imp did not bring any results, since something below immediately destroyed the copies of the children's animals. Their only option was to wait for more guys so that they could all find a way down and help their friend, because all this time he had been helping them, and they couldn't abandon him. The guy who caused it all was well aware of his guilt, so he volunteered to help, but warned that even though they were all strong, it was hard to survive a fall from such a height. At the same time, something was sneaking up on Steve from behind, but he managed to notice it in time. Something attacked him from behind, but he managed to turn around in time and activate his gloves, so the entire blow went into the shield that appeared. The blow was so powerful that it threw the hero away and threw him onto his back. The boy was glad that the manager gave him these gloves, because if the blow had hit him directly, the damage he could have received would have been very serious. In front of him appeared a devil bud that looked exactly like the statues in this cave, but its size was no longer as big. The bud's rank was elite, and its level was 7 stars. The hero immediately realized that the enemy in front of them was not an easy one. But no matter how dangerous the bud looked, the only thing they could do was fight. So the guy immediately gave the command to the wolf to get ready and use the night battle and wolf dance. A huge bright ball appeared right above the bud. It used the scorching sun ability. The hero covered himself with a shield, so the hot rays from this fireball could not cause any serious damage. Luckily for them, Erhi's ice breath had evolved into ice fog, so as soon as the wolf used it, the surroundings became noticeably colder. Bud became even more angry, and using his wild flora ability, he lashed out with his sprouts towards the wolf. The wriggling shoots of the bud were already flying towards Eri, overtaking him from all sides. Steve knew what they had to do in this situation, so he commanded the wolf to use Fire Whirlwind. His guess was absolutely correct. The fire attack dealt colossal damage to the grass beast. At that moment, he thanked Kwa for being able to find the necessary materials to evolve Erhu, because in gratitude, he would like to evolve the frog himself later. Bud began to move away from the fiery whirlwind, as the fire frightened him greatly on an instinctive level. The result of the attack made Steve very happy, but he understood that he would not be able to use this ability too often due to the expenditure of his own spiritual energy. The continuous attack enraged the Bud, so he began to prepare another attack himself. He concentrated a large amount of spiritual energy and then directed it straight into the ground. Giant vines burst out from the ground. This was the result of using the wild fauna ability. With the ability to control plants, the Bud pierced the whirlwind, thereby dispersing it. The hero saw that by blocking the fiery vortex, the Bud had spent a huge amount of energy, which made it look even weaker. To avoid the attack, Bud only needed to dodge. So the guy assumed that this beast was protecting something or someone from the whirlwind. There was another statue behind the Bud, so the hero assumed that it was them he was protecting. To prove his theory, he instructed Erhi to avoid the vines and attack the statue behind the bud. The wolf deftly dodged all the attacks, then, using its piercing claws, rushed at the statue. The guess turned out to be correct. The bud exposed itself to the attack in order to prevent the statue from being hit. Steve gave another command to the wolf, ordering him to attack the statues with all his might. Erha twisted and used his wolf dance ability again to strengthen himself. The hero gave the wolf a command to use a fiery whirlwind and then covered himself with an icy fog, while the bud was illuminated with a bright light, charging an incomprehensible attack. Just a few seconds later, the bud exploded, sending beams of energy in all directions and pushing the wolf and his abilities away with the force of the explosion. An explosion of incredible power threw the wolf away from the statues and forced the hero to cover himself with a shield and hold on to his feet with all his might so as not to fall. A protracted battle with a strong enemy caused the wolf's level to increase to 4 stars, causing the ability-penetrating claws to evolve into Wolf Soul, allowing it to use shadow claws against opponents. The hero was very surprised by what happened. He did not expect that in order to protect the statues, Bud would decide to blow himself up. The charred Bud fell dead in front of Steve, confirming his guess that the beast had blown itself up. From the beast's corpse, the hero was able to obtain those very dark crystals that the teacher had told them about. Steve was still curious as to why Bud was so protective of these statues and what the statues themselves were. He assumed that if all the buds really protected the statues, then once he found the statues themselves, he would easily find them too, which would save him a lot of time and effort. The hero's task was still to solve the mystery of the devil's buds, and the statues became the first clue, but it was still unclear what these statues were and why they were so important for the buds. At that very moment, another bud appeared and rushed to attack them. The boy and the wolf were not at a loss and already knew how to fight such beasts, so they were ready to meet him in battle. At the same time, on the floor above, another battle was taking place between the boys and the aggressively minded cats. Green and Bao fought an enemy that was not well affected by the imp's fire abilities. Unfortunately, Lewis couldn't help his comrades with the boost since it only worked on snow-type beasts, so he was worried that they were taking too long to help their comrade. The guy who followed the guys was nervous because they had gone too deep and would soon no longer be able to get out of these places on their own. And as for Steve, he assumed that he had clearly already interrupted his test. The assumption was quickly dispelled by the fact that the hero was not one to give up, as he was the one who raised his beast's rank from a regular 1-star to an elite 3-star and broke several top records in training. The guy continued and didn't believe that anyone would survive on the lower floor, because they were all at most 1-star elites, while the ones below were 7-star elite beasts. Ben was quick to remind this pessimist that it was Steve who was able to raise the star level on the outer floor to the 2nd, killing hundreds of spiders, and later, in a fight with cats to get a 3rd star. He continued to harp on about high-ranking beasts while Lewis thought about their current situation, realizing that they wouldn't be able to get any further and should find another way. At the same time, Steve covered himself with a shield from the fiery whirlwind of the wolf, who was fighting with another bud. Despite the fire attacks, the bud did not retreat and zealously defended the statues from all attacks. He showed with his whole being that he had no intention of retreating and would fight to the last against those who had invaded here. Knowing that the statues were the bud's weak point, the hero ordered the wolf to attack one of them with the new ability Wolf Soul. Erha jumped towards the nearest statue. Giant dark claws were visible behind him, looking very menacing. The claws accidentally hit a nearby rock, shattering it into pieces. Bud, seeing the attack on the statue, rushed to intercept, exposing his grassy body to the wolf's claws. He was a little late because the ox rushed past, almost hitting a living plant. The blow hit the statue directly, causing it to crack badly, and the bud was terribly shocked by what happened. At that very moment, the beast became enraged and screamed deafeningly loudly with such force that it could easily block the ears even at a great distance. Steve realized that the bud was about to explode, so he ordered the wolf to immediately move away from the plant, and he used the glove to cover himself with a shield. The bud instantly began to charge a huge amount of energy above itself, forming another fiery sphere from which rays flew in different directions. The second bud, like the first, blew itself up with its own ability, throwing Steve and Erhu away. The shockwave from the explosion reached the squad searching for the hero and his beast. Green noticed that the explosion was coming from underground, But for some reason he raised his head and looked up, which Ben noticed and noted the strangeness of this action. The cowardly skeptic again began to express doubts about the need for further searches, since the explosions below were making him very nervous. Green was very irritated by his whining, but he told him that they needed to look for their comrade further, because some explosions were not scary for Steve, and now this guy would be the first to go. The hero and his wolf were recovering from the explosion. It was clear that it was better not to damage the statues, because this would cause the buds to instantly blow themselves up. The boy patted the wolf on the head, asking if he was feeling well, to which he received an approving bark from Erhi. The explosion had caused them some trouble. Steve hoped it wouldn't attract more beasts, but they had found another cloudy crystal, and they had also realized that they could only fight these monsters one-on-one for now. Having noticed this, to their misfortune, a group of buds immediately came, which foreshadowed many problems. All the buds rushed to attack at the same time, but the guy still managed to dodge and run away from them. Together with his wolf, they were overcome with panic, because they couldn't stand up to a whole group. So the guy began to think that this was their end. The group consisted of 3 buds, but all of them were dangerous and aimed at killing the hero and his beast. The numerical advantage was clearly not on the hero's side, but they still knew about the bud's weakness. The buds hit the hero with their vines at the same time, but using the glove, he was able to reflect this attack. Erha lay on the floor, scared, expecting to be killed by those angry weeds, but he found that he was still alive, so he simply stood up. Realizing that he needed to counterattack, he took advantage of the icy fog, after which he and his master began to disappear from the sight of the buds. The plants simultaneously struck the place where the hero and his beast had just been. After the fog cleared a little, they discovered that there was no one left in the place they had hit. Steve and Erha were already standing on one of the statues that these buds treasured so much, letting them know where they were. The buds were furious, so they immediately rushed towards them, preparing to attack with everything they could. The guy jumped behind the statue at the very last moment, forcing the buds to attack the statue and not him. The attack hit its target, but the bud had time to slow down, so no damage was done to the statue. Realizing that there was no better moment to attack, the hero told Erhi to prepare to counterattack. The buds illuminated the entire cave they were in with solar flares, preparing for another detonation. An explosion, and 3 more weeds were reduced to smoldering remains, and Erha, in such an unequal fight, was able to grow by 2 stars at once, becoming a 6-star elite beast. More shocks from the explosions reached Steve's group again. The skeptic continued to deny that the hero had fought such a fierce battle and was still alive. However, the entire squad did not know what to answer him, since they themselves did not understand what exactly was happening under their feet. Another multitude of explosions shook the entire tomb and illuminated the vaults of the caves in which Steve was located. The roar of these detonations did not go unnoticed, and a 1-star Lord-rank beast, the Devil Bud Leader, awakened in the caves. After many repetitions of his strategy, the boy and his wolf were once again knocked off their feet by the shaking that followed. After making sure that they were safe, they began to rise to their feet. The force of the explosions was incredible. Because of them, more and more buds ran towards them. If not for the protective glove and Ares' abilities, they would not have been able to hold out for so long. In these battles, they both took a lot of risks, because if something went wrong, they would simply blow up. But all the risks were worth it, because the wolf's characteristics grew by leaps and bounds. The hero and his wolf rejoiced at their success, thanked the system once again for the abilities they had, and after a quick inspection of the surroundings, assumed that there were no more monsters left in this area. The confirmation of this was that the shaking around stopped and there was silence all around, so they could calmly collect trophies. The amount of crystals was so large that they didn't even fit in his bag, which made Steve think that he should have grabbed more bags. At the same time, the guys above did not understand what was happening below, because the earthquakes were incredibly strong, which is why even Lewis's optimism was replaced by doubts. Once again, the main pessimist of their squad expressed his opinion that no one could have survived such explosions and further searches would not bring any results, for which he was grabbed by the collar by Green, who was already really fed up with this guy's whining. The only thing that saved the pessimist from Green's anger was that Ben was able to find a way down to the floor below, which he reported to his comrades. Considering that there were fewer and fewer cats around, it was most likely a descent lower. So the guys, being in full combat readiness, continued on their way. When they went down, they found those same giant statues, against which they seemed very tiny. A sound came from behind one of the statues. Someone was clearly approaching them. Lewis and his snow elf were the first to react and were already preparing to attack what was about to jump out at them. Everyone was on full alert. The sound was getting louder and louder, but instead of a roar or some other noise suitable for animals, they heard only heavy sighs. Steve and Erha appeared from behind the statue, rejoicing at the catch they had managed to earn. Seeing them, the guys exhaled and calmed down, because they no longer had to fight with high-ranking monsters. The first thing that caught the skeptic's eye was a huge bag filled with black crystals. To make sure that these were really dark crystals, the guys compared them with those that they had obtained from spiders on the outer level, and indeed, these crystals were noticeably darker than the spider ones. The hero had a whole bag of such crystals, so the guys bombarded him with questions about how he managed to find them and get such a large quantity. The guy openly said that getting the crystals wasn't that difficult, so even a low-level apprentice tamer could handle it. Another bud appeared in the cave, but unlike the others, it was noticeably larger. Noticing the hero with his squad, he rushed towards them, filled with only the desire to kill them all. As he approached, he attacked all the boys with a huge number of vines, which fell on them like rain from above. It was only by a miracle that none of the boys were hit, and without thinking twice, they scattered in all directions, so that the monster could not kill them all at once. The animals immediately began to fight off the vines surrounding them, and the hero noticed that this bud was very different from those he had encountered. One thing was clear: this beast was the most important one in this tomb, and therefore very strong. A quick analysis showed the hero that it was a lord-level beast, so he shouted for everyone to run away, as it was too dangerous for all of them. Earthquakes throughout the dungeon resumed with renewed vigor, and one of the teachers received a notification from a pessimistic guy asking for help. The alert indicated that the signal had come from the inner tomb, so the teachers began to rush to help. Steve's teacher was also on his way to help, and he really hoped that it wasn't his students who were in trouble. The battle in the tomb continued. The fiery whirlwind burned the vines of the giant bud, but it continued to attack without stopping. The hero told everyone else that they needed to hold out and get closer to the statues as quickly as possible. At his master's command, Erha strengthened himself twice with the wolf dance and rushed to attack the statues. A large number of bud vines switched to defending the statues instead of attacking. This was noticed by all the other guys in the squad, and realizing what they needed to do, they also focused their attacks on the statues. A flurry of attacks fell on the statues. Bud did not have time to protect them all, so he was furious. Steve was glad that there were many of them, because together, due to their majority, they could fight back even a beast of lord rank. After sending all the vines to protect the statues, the bud revealed itself, so Erha prepared an avalanche attack to deal colossal damage to it. Bud understood that he was in a hopeless situation, so he began to accumulate energy in order to create an explosion of incredible power. It was not possible to protect oneself from such an explosion with a protective glove, so the guys rushed away from the living bomb. It was too late. The beast had already accumulated a large amount of energy and was about to explode along with everyone who was near it. Just before the explosion, one of the teachers finally appeared. It was Steve's teacher, and he stood right in front of the epicenter. It seemed that all was lost, but the teacher erected an indestructible shield that protected him and his students, preventing them from perishing in a real hell. As soon as the effects of the explosion were over, the teacher removed the barrier. The hero picked up a crystal from the corpse of the monster lord, which shimmered with the brightest colors and resembled a small sun. The teacher noted that the guys were great since they were able to provoke a lord-level beast to blow itself up, to which Green immediately noted that it was Steve who found a way to fight the buds. The teacher also noticed the huge number of dark crystals that the hero had collected and asked if he had collected them, to which he received an affirmative answer. The teachers were more than satisfied with this arrangement, because the victory of his university was only to his advantage, but they could not rejoice for long, because the cave began to collapse, so they hastily began to leave it. Somewhere in the dungeon, a shockwave and shaking reached Yuna, who continued to study the surroundings. The entire dungeon was collapsing, so the teachers ordered all the students to be taken out of it. In the depths of the tomb, something even more terrible than the beast lord that the hero and his friends had defeated was awakening. The cave Yuna was in was also collapsing, so she tried to run out as quickly as possible. She got out very quickly and, running away from the entrance, began to wait for the rest of the guys. A man in a red robe suddenly appeared next to her. He introduced himself as one of the night guards and said that they would save the students locked in the dungeon. Having got out of the central hall, the teacher told the boys to continue getting out, and while they were on the way, Steve would be in charge, and he himself would go look for the rest of the students. The teacher believed that the hero's strength would definitely be enough for them all to be able to get out of the cave safely. The students didn't argue, so they rushed towards the exit, wishing their teacher good luck along the way. At the same time, something terrible was happening in the center of the tomb. The giant statues came to life and became buds even larger in size than the Lord-level beast the boys were fighting. The beasts were furious, and their only desire was to destroy all the invaders who had set their sights on this tomb. The night guards were leading everyone out of the collapsing caves. Students and teachers were helping the wounded out. Panic and chaos reigned all around. Among those leaving the dungeon, Yuna could not see her friends. She was tormented by disturbing thoughts, and the lack of understanding of what was going on in the caves only aggravated her anxiety. In addition to people, monsters also fled from the caves. The snow elf Louis reported that she felt a terrible aura from underground. Green immediately assumed that some kind of monster had awakened underground. Hearing this, Steve immediately realized that most likely the giant statues they saw below had awakened. He warned everyone about his guess, including the teacher. But the fact that he did not understand it immediately worried him. As he ran away, he also realized why the buds guarded these statues, namely to protect the animals inside. While checking his phone, he noticed that the task condition that the system gave him was completed. He was able to solve the mystery of this dungeon, so he concluded that the true bosses of this dungeon were those statues. The cave continued to collapse. Some wild animals did not have time to escape and were hit by debris. It was obvious that something was pursuing the guys, and this something was incredibly angry. The passage in front of the detachment was blocked, thereby closing their path to retreat. Heavy, booming footsteps could be heard from behind. A huge something was visible in the rising column of smoke. It was precisely this that was pursuing them and was already preparing to attack. A giant monster burst out of the smoke. It was a Thorn General, a Lord rank beast, a 5-star level beast. Its spiritual energy reserve was incredibly large. The monster was preparing to attack, but an unknown man in a red robe jumped out in front of the boys, who demanded that they stay behind and leave the monster to him. This unknown person was a Night Guard girl, one of the special unit of the snow troops of the Night Guard. She called upon her beast for help, which was a giant demonic bull that was either the same size as the thorn bush or even larger. The giant monsters rushed towards each other with terrible screams, preparing to fight to the death. Steve was shocked by this sight, because before his eyes 2 of the Lord's beasts clashed in battle, and the tamer of one of them was a professional who could use the abilities of his beast. Thornpaw attacked her, but the girl parried the monster's attacks with her own hands, while her beast chopped the angry monster with its axe. The hero was even more shocked, because before his eyes, an ordinary person repelled the attack of a Lord-level beast, while apparently not receiving any damage. The beast used its thorn prison ability, sending a huge amount of thorny vines towards the tamer and her beast. The bull grabbed the vines flying towards him and cut them all off with one precise blow. The monster did not stop, and using the ability of the Gift of Trees, turned its hands into sharp scythes and rushed into a frontal attack. The bull slashed at the monster with even greater force, forcing it to cover itself to avoid the fatal blow. The guard gave the order to the bull to accompany the students to the exit, and she would take the monster upon herself, to which the bull moaned approvingly. The cave continued to collapse, and a huge boulder fell on the girl from above, breaking off from the roof of the cave. Steve noticed the boulder and tried to warn the guard, but it was too late, and the boulder was about to cover the girl. However, to everyone's surprise, the girl stopped the boulder with one hand, after which she continued to calmly hold it. In a completely calm voice, and without showing any tension or anxiety, she informed the students that the night guards and teachers were currently dealing with the monsters on the lower levels. Tossing the rock aside as if it weighed nothing, she told the students to continue making their way out of the cave, as it was too dangerous to continue the task. The boys didn't even think about arguing with her, so they simply continued their escape, as the guard demanded. Having got out, the guys were met by a guard at the exit and one of the teachers. The guard asked them to double-check the lists and make sure that everyone got out alive. For saving them, the boys thanked the guard with all their hearts and bowed low to him. Yuna was finally able to find the guys, she scolded Steve, because she was worried about him and even thought that he died there. But Louis interrupted her, saying that it was the hero who worked the hardest in the dungeon. Deciding to prove that he had not wasted his time in the dungeons, he pulled out a bag from behind his back and challenged his girlfriend to guess what was inside. She immediately guessed that there were crystals inside, in her opinion. Although Erha could defeat many strong beasts, they should not take such a risk for the sake of crystals. When she opened the bag, she expected to see Shadowcat crystals inside, but instead, what she saw left her in shock. Inside the bag, she saw many dark crystals of monsters from the central rooms of the tomb. She could not comprehend how many buds Steve managed to defeat. Seeing one rainbow crystal, she was even more surprised, because during the entire test, she had only heard or met 3 types of crystals. He explained that it was a crystal that he had taken from the corpse of the monster lord that they had managed to defeat, which left his friend even more shocked. Before she could comment on what she had just been told, they were interrupted by one of the teachers, who said that the test was over, but that this did not cancel the awards, and after counting the crystals of all the students and universities, the winners would be announced. Steve's girlfriend continued to sit, not understanding how he was able to collect so many crystals, but understanding that he would once again take first place. Green interrupted their silence and suggested that the teacher count all the crystals that the hero had collected. It was unlikely that she would be interested in the crystal count of some random student, but in the hero's name she recognized the very man who was able to break records in training that no one could surpass for 10 years. Looking into the bag, she, like the hero's friend, was shocked to see inside a huge number of dark crystals, and even one rarer one. Having recovered a little from her surprise, she asked Steve to wait while she consulted with the other teachers about the rare stone he had collected. One of the teachers of the professional class, seeing a rare crystal, was also very surprised because he did not expect such a thing from students who had just moved to a new level. He asked if it was she who had sneaked inside the tomb and killed the floor boss, to which she replied that it was not her, but one of the new students, a participant in the test. The teacher still couldn't believe that any of the students had managed to get so far and even defeat such a serious opponent. After some further thought, he decided that the teachers would not count this crystal, since, in their opinion, it could have been earned dishonestly. Moreover, if they count this crystal when calculating the points earned, then there will be no competition, and the one who got this crystal will win. The teacher returned to Steve with the crystal and approached him, asking him where he was able to get this crystal. The boy answered honestly that he pulled the sphere out of the corpse of the boss bud while on the central floor. The entire crowd around trembled, because no one believed that the students could actually defeat the boss of the inner floor. The teacher approached the boys and began to question them. He still did not believe the students, so he assumed that it was the night guards who had defeated the beast and given them the crystal. Steve didn't understand what they were talking about, but the teacher snatched the crystal from the hands of another teacher and said that if the hero didn't kill the monster, then they wouldn't count the crystal. The hero did not dispute the teacher's words. On the contrary, he agreed with them, stating that in fact it was not he who killed the beast. Before Steve could finish speaking, Green interrupted him. He was outraged that they did not want to count the crystal that they earned by fighting Bud and forcing him to blow himself up, and the only outside help they received was from the teachers, who protected them from the explosion. The blonde teacher was surprised by what she heard, because even if the monster blew itself up, the students would still have to bring it to such a state that it would have no other choice. Steve tried to calm Green down, but he still wouldn't calm down because he considered such verdicts unfair to his friend. The hero continued to reassure his friend that they didn't need to worry about the crystal, as they would win anyway, given the dark crystals he had obtained. As proof, he took out his bag, handed it to the teachers, and asked them to count the crystals to prove that they were the winners of this test. Before they could touch his backpack, the hero's teacher came up and informed them that these students had indeed gotten the crystal on their own, forcing the Beast Lord to blow itself up. The teacher who was checking the crystals immediately objected to what was said, noting that most likely they were simply trying to protect their students, to which the blonde teacher was indignant at the words of the evaluator, because she did not think that the hero's teacher was capable of doing such a thing. The teachers continued to argue. Someone believed that the crystal should be counted, since the students themselves were able to defeat the beast, but the appraiser still insisted on his own. The hero's teacher reassured his colleague, who insisted on counting, since counting this crystal would not affect the results of the competition in any way. This arrangement suited the teacher evaluator, because if this crystal was removed from the race, then those who found it would return to the same normal results as the other students. And this was to his advantage, because he did not want to believe that students from another university would do better than his. However, as soon as he dumped the other crystals out of the hero's backpack, all hope for his class's victory crumbled to dust, because the bag was filled only with dark crystals. All the students were shocked by what they saw because many had never even seen these crystals, and there was no talk of extracting them. Steve approached the teachers and explained that he had obtained them himself and asked if they would be credited to him, to which he received an affirmative answer. The night guard was watching all this and was very impressed by how many crystals the boy was able to get on his own. She saw in him the potential to become a night guard in the future. The other students, seeing the number of dark crystals, began to think about giving up right away and not fighting for first place, since the winner was obvious to everyone. The students began to approach one by one and announce that they admitted defeat, since they saw no point in further counting the crystals. The teachers doubted what the students were telling them, so they asked them if they were sure they wanted to admit defeat, to which all the students reluctantly replied that yes, they were giving up. The teacher appraiser was disappointed with what was happening, but the facts were undeniable. There really were an incomparably large number of black crystals. Even his students admitted defeat, which hurt his pride greatly, but their ordinary crystals, obtained from spiders and cats, were no match for him. After everyone admitted defeat, the teacher, having no other choice, reluctantly acknowledged the Ice Plains University as the winner. To win, they didn't even need the crystals collected by Steve's classmates, which was a bit of a disappointment for the guys. Many students from other universities were delighted with the hero's results, so they surrounded him because they really wanted to meet him. The hero's teacher also said that the winners, in addition to the main reward, can also take all the crystals they collected with them. Steve asked the teacher a question. He was interested in what exactly the crystals were needed for, to which he received the answer that they were needed to create spiritual pills with which you can increase the level of your beasts, and at the university, they will learn how to make them. Green was very surprised by what he heard because the hero had a lot of dark crystals, and accordingly he could make an incredible number of high-level pills. After some thought, Steve decided that he would give his low and mid-rank crystals to his friends, and then handed them a bag filled to the brim with 2 types of crystals. The guys were very surprised by this act of altruism, so they asked their friend if he was sure that he wanted to give them so many crystals. Without any worries, he replied that he had enough high-ranking crystals, so he didn't need the rest. Moreover, although he didn't tell his friends about it, such pills were already practically useless to Erhi, since he was already at a very high level. Many students were struck by such an act of altruism and admired the hero even more, and someone said that everyone should learn from the hero, which he immediately regretted, because he was offered to share his crystals to follow the example. The same girl from the night guards approached the hero and his classmates and called out to him. Steve was glad to see the night guard, which she noticed. She introduced herself as Triss, and the boy kindly introduced himself in return and asked if she had any business with him. Triss immediately asked him, without any unnecessary digressions or explanations, if he would like to become a night guard. The boy was surprised because this was a very unexpected offer for him. The guard explained that if he was able to collect so many dark crystals on his own, then it meant he was not lacking in power. Steve justified himself by saying that they were just lucky to find the monster's weak spot, and his snow wolf was only a 6-star elite rank spirit, which in his opinion did not meet the criteria for a full-time guard. Triss was very surprised. Yes, his beast was a 6-star elite, considering that among the other students there were barely 2-star elites. But the fact that the beast was one of the weakest species was the most surprising fact for her. Even though his species was one of the weakest, one thing was clear. The wolf was special, since he was able to break the best records in the training courses. The guard continued to say that since they were able to defeat a Lord-level beast together, they definitely had enough strength and skills to become night guards. Steve still couldn't believe that it was so easy to get to the night guards, because he was still only a first-year student, to which the guard replied that if you wanted to, you could always find a way out. Their conversation was interrupted by the teacher, who asked the guard if they were currently having problems with a shortage of people, to which Triss replied that they never had a shortage of people. Hearing this, the teacher, in a more irritated tone, asked her why she was then trying to recruit his student, especially one who had just become an apprentice. Steve himself noted that serving as a night guard promised considerable benefits, but was quite dangerous. The teacher only agreed with his words. Noting that this was why they had few people on duty, the guard continued to insist on her own, saying that all doors and roads were open to the night guards in the literal and figurative sense, because he would be able to move to different countries completely freely without submitting petitions, and also asked him to think about this proposal. The boy found the offer tempting, so he promised her that he would think about it. The guard's proposal sounded really interesting, but it was still military service, and military service requires discipline. And in this very service, he would most likely have almost no time for his searches and research. The boys had been in the anomalous zone for quite some time, so their teacher summoned a techno-beast, which was a giant transport plane, and announced that they were returning. The students were glad to finish their school day and leave this strange place. Before leaving, the teacher asked a nearby guard about what was currently happening in the tomb, to which the guard replied that Lord-level alien creatures had been discovered down below, but were currently being kept under control. He also asked if they had found out the reason why the animals below were so aggressive, to which he received a negative answer, but these animals were definitely looking for something. On the way back, many of the guys were sleeping in the plane cabin, but Steve was deep in his thoughts. The system informed the boy that he now had a main long-term task, namely to find out the truth about the alien kingdom. And he also received a side task to get a fourth beast in his squad, for which he could get a new skill, the body of a pseudo-beast. Steve suggested that with this skill he could disguise himself as animals, which would greatly help him in his explorations in foreign lands. Since the guys were flying back on a different techno-beast, the journey took a little longer, but they got there without any problems. The hero was about to go home to rest, but his friends stopped him and invited him to come with her because their teacher was about to give them all awards. The boys followed the teacher to the logistics department, where they were told that the reward for the tests would be skill crystals of their choice. Green asked the teacher what crystals they had. Since most likely only fire crystals were available to him, the teacher replied that they had everything and smiled easily. Entering the room, a huge table with a variety of stones appeared in front of the children. As the teacher said, they were all collected here as a reward, and the children could choose one of them. Green immediately set his sights on the fire skill magma eruption, so he immediately declared that he would choose it. However, besides him, Ben also wanted to get this stone because his beast was also a fire type, so an argument arose between the guys over the stone. Louis, seeing that the couple was about to quarrel, suggested that one of them simply choose another skill. Yuna was interested in what Steve would choose, because since it was thanks to him that they won, she suggested that he choose the stone first. The guys who were arguing nearby immediately realized their mistake, because their friend was right and they were not the first to choose the reward. They quickly calmed down and also suggested that the hero choose his reward first, even recommending that he take the stone that they had almost quarreled over just now. The teacher was pleasantly surprised by the attitude of his classmates towards each other. Steve, by common decision, went to choose a stone for himself from the huge variety that was in the room. The guys continued to quarrel with each other, and Yuna simply looked at the prices of what stones were here, looking in advance for something that would be useful to her. The first thing that caught the hero's eye was the Ice Feast ability, which allowed him to create various weapons from ice, which did not suit Erhe. The second was the Fire Palm, which had an effect similar to the Wolf Soul, so it was also not suitable. The third skill the boy noticed was an unusual stone that contained two skills, Chain Lightning and Thunder Shadow Incarnation, and apparently these were control skills. Apparently the dual skill was only seen by the hero with his True Vision Eye ability. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the reason for such a strong skill being here. Yuna asked the teacher what kind of stone it was, to which she received the answer that inside the stone was the skill Chain Lightning, which proved that only the hero saw the double skill. Steve was amazed at the power contained within the stone, but he was also surprised that no one at the university had been able to detect such power. The boy decided to ask the teacher if he was familiar with the skill of incarnating a Thunder Shadow. According to the teacher, Thunder Shadow Incarnation was a rare skill that only a very small number of Thunder Spirit beasts possessed. The skill created a very strong Lightning Beast clone. The strength of the clone depends on the level of the Spirit Beast, but the Spirit Beast can also merge with the clone, thereby increasing its strength, but shortening the lifespan of the clone itself. The hero understood that this was exactly the skill that he and Erha needed, so now they needed Erha to evolve again, but through the thunder element. The teacher asked Steve if he was sure of his choice, since there were many more suitable skills for Erhi here. Without the slightest doubt, he said that this was exactly the stone he needed, to which Yuna was once again surprised by her friend's actions. The choice seemed very strange to her, but at the same time she already knew her friend well, so she could expect anything from Steve. The guys who were still arguing about who would get the magma stone saw their friend's choice and once again considered it his act of altruism in favor of his friends, which touched them deeply. Only the hero knew that he had taken the best prize in the room, which was even to his advantage. However, the stone was not usable right now, and most likely, in order to use it, thunder elemental materials alone were not enough here, so Steve needed to get more information for his further growth. In search of answers, the guy decided to go to a specific person, namely the manager, who was not too happy to see him, but still received him in his office. The hero asked the manager about what materials were required for evolution, with a bias towards electricity, where they could be obtained and whether anything else was required, to which the caretaker answered him that only materials of the thunder element were required. The caretaker was very surprised, because no one had ever developed their spiritual beasts so quickly before, and the fact that Steve wanted to carry out another impossible evolution even scared him a little. He warned the student that his plan was dangerous, to which the hero only replied that he would be careful and that he and Erha would succeed, just like last time. Realizing that there was no point in trying to dissuade his student, the caretaker simply continued with his business, and Steve promised that everything would be fine and they would cope. Before the hero left, the caretaker asked the hero about his second beast and whether he had already managed to find it. The boy replied that he and the wolf had no time for that, because they were busy developing skills and characteristics. In response, the caretaker advised them to visit the Thunder Canyon in the south, because that is where they can find the materials necessary for evolution. But besides the materials, in the canyon they can find a rare beast, the spirit of the thunder element, which was called the Star Guard and was a beast spiritually very close to people, helping travelers lost in the canyon find their way to safe places. The beast was strong and restrained. He was a kind of guardian angel in those places, warning people if they went to a dangerous place. The caretaker advised that when searching for materials, they should also find the guardians, since most likely the guardians themselves appeared from animals that evolved with the help of local materials, and therefore had to live nearby. Steve assumed that the warden was hinting that he should try to make a contract with the guard, but he corrected him, because he hadn't meant anything like that in his words, but it was up to the student himself to try or not. The caretaker did not offer to sign a contract with the guard, because although they were positively disposed towards people, they were freedom-loving animals, and therefore it was much more difficult to sign a contract with them. Steve was surprised and a little embarrassed that he was given the go-ahead to enter into such a contract. But the caretaker reiterated that the students themselves decide which animals to link their destinies with, and only asked the boy to be careful and take care of his protection from the elements when he went into the canyon. The student thanked the caretaker and promised that he would get the materials, meet the guard, and with the help of the evolution materials, develop his Erhu to new heights, so that even the powerful guard would be weaker than his wolf. Already at home, the boy was preparing for the journey. To his luck, after the competition in those caves, the university arranged a vacation for them, so nothing prevented them from going to the Thunder Canyon right now. The hero prepared everything he needed for the hike, but forgot the most important thing, namely, to ask the caretaker where the canyon was. So the first idea that came to his mind was to call his friend and ask her where he needed to go. Yuna quickly picked up the phone and immediately asked him what had happened, to which Steve told her that he was going to Thunder Canyon, but did not know where to go, to which his friend was very surprised and asked her to wait while she collected her things. The two of them went to the train where only after they got there, the boy finally asked why she decided to go with him. His girlfriend was not happy with the fact that he was going to have fun alone once again, so she tagged along, to which the guy only said that he was going to collect materials and not to have fun. Besides the reason that she just wanted to have fun, Yuna informed them that they could no longer go into the canyon alone. Steve immediately asked her how many people it takes to get into the canyon, but his friend didn't know that herself, so she suggested finding out on the spot. Arriving in Benlei, the city where the canyon was located, the guy immediately noticed that they were walking through the Imperial Hall of Spirits. The girl confirmed his guess, because it was the Imperial Hall that served as the command hall for sending people into the canyon, so all adventurers had to first arrive in the hall. Since the canyon was too dangerous, only teams were allowed in, so solo adventurers could form squads here. Approaching the registration desk, Yuna immediately asked the administrator how many people were needed for a squad, to which the female administrator kindly replied that only squads of 4 people were sent to the canyon, and one of them must have a spirit healer. Steve asked his friend if she would be a healer, to which she flatly refused these duties. Suddenly, someone called out to the boys from behind, drawing their attention to themselves. 2 twins, brother Simon and sister Gwen, approached them, and without even saying hello, they immediately offered to join their squad. The sister immediately noticed that they needed a spirit healer on the team, so she introduced her partner, a jellyfish spirit named Shui, who just happened to have such skills. Shui was a normal type 8-star level water spirit beast. Gwen was proud that she was able to raise him to such a level. Simon's spirit beast was a muscular golden turtle named Jingyi, a normal rank 8-star level, and his brother was very proud of how great a protector his beast was. The administrator interrupted the guy's greeting, reminding them that in order to go to the canyon, they needed to register. The twins ran off to fill out the necessary paperwork, and the administrator decided to tell the hero and his girlfriend a little more about this duo, saying that these two constantly returned to the canyon to find their missing father. Because they always got into trouble, none of the local adventurers wanted to join forces with them, so all they could hope for was visiting adventurers who were unfamiliar with them, which is why they stuck to Steve and Yuna. However, the guys weren't bad, because they tried to help all the newcomers who went with them, sparing no effort or themselves. Literally a couple of minutes later, the twins returned with the completed documents, and Gwen also completed the documents for Steve and Yuna, which caused everyone to be genuinely surprised. The hero was not against it, but he asked the twins how soon they would go to the canyon, because he did not really want to wait, to which he received the answer that they could go right now. The administrator was worried that the twins would cause problems for the boys, so she tried to suggest finding more experienced adventurers, but the hero said that everything was fine with them, and they quickly left. While rechecking the questionnaires, the administrator read Steve and Yuna's questionnaire more carefully, after which she was very surprised. In their questionnaires, she saw that the guys had elite animals, so she began to worry a little less about their group because it already had experienced participants. After some time, the guys were already at the entrance to the Thunderstorm Canyon. Even here, lightning struck with great force and without stopping. The strikes were so strong that even rocks were shattered into small pieces after each lightning strike. Even standing below, Steve felt the full force of the blows and peals of thunder. Yuna expressed her concern about whether they should team up with these guys, to which he only replied that the twins were clearly not here for the first time, and they needed a guide familiar with the local roads. Even though the level of the animals was lower, the twins definitely had more experience visiting the canyon, since they went there so often. Simon turned to the boys and asked what they wanted to do when they got to the canyon itself. The hero's friend quickly replied that they were looking for evolutionary materials and would like to meet the Star Guardian spirit beast if possible. What they heard amused the twins, so Gwen told them that most non-local seekers came here with the same idea, and to their regret, the Guardian was not a legendary beast. According to the sister, the Guardians used the canyon as their natural habitat, so once they entered it, they would have a chance to see them. Lightning struck very close to Steve's unit, indicating that the weather was getting worse. The twins noticed this, so they assumed that the weather would only get worse, so they should abandon the idea of going to the canyon today. Simon suggested that they all take a rest until the weather calmed down, and luckily for them, there was a house nearby. The twins told the boys not to worry, because they knew where to look for materials. So as soon as the weather calmed down, they would immediately take them to the right place. They brought them to a house that their father had built especially for adventurers who had gotten caught in bad weather, but now few people knew about it, so they themselves could use it without any problems. Once inside, the hero remembered the guards and decided to ask the twins if they really help adventurers in trouble. Simon became noticeably angrier at this question and replied that it was all just the invention of those who had never even met them. His sister was very surprised by what her brother said, because according to her, the guards had already helped them more than once, to which he agreed, but noted that they had not helped their father. Yuna asked him to clarify who their father was, to which he replied that he like many locals, made his living in Thunder Canyon by working as a mountain climber. He searched for rare materials in the canyon to sell, and also acted as a guide, helping adventurers not to get lost in the area. It was thanks to their father that the twins were so good at navigating the canyon, and Steve tried to ask the boys what had happened to him. They couldn't believe that he could just get lost in a place he knew better than anyone else in the world, so they thought someone had killed him. They couldn't be completely sure that their guess was correct until they found their father's body, which is why they forced themselves into the squads, as happened with the hero and his girlfriend, for which the twins apologized. Steve and Yuna didn't mind, after all. Everyone in the canyon had their own goals, so they were counting on the twins when they all got into the canyon. The twins just realized that they still hadn't gotten to know each other properly, so they all introduced themselves to each other, but this time more fully. The storm outside the window died down, which Gwen noticed. She explained that the duration of thunderstorms in the canyon is very chaotic, so they can last from a couple of minutes to several days in a row. But from their experience, it was known that the pause between thunderstorms is at least half a day. Simon explained to the heroes that after the thunderstorm, some of the strong beasts hid. So for now, the canyon is relatively safe, and if they want to find materials, they need to look for places where lightning struck. They left the house. The brother asked the boys to follow him so that he could take them to the places where lightning struck. He also noted that these places are difficult to find, so those who find themselves in the canyon for the first time may not find them, to which the hero happily asked that they take care of him and his girlfriend and take them to the right place. The whole group arrived in a few minutes to a section of forest that was completely scorched. Simon said that the dead wood here was saturated with energy from lightning strikes, so these were the materials for evolution, but asked them to be careful, as there could be wild animals here that were also looking for it for evolution. The brother called upon his spirit and informed him that their task was now to protect the boys while they collected materials. Steve noticed a branch that was sparking unnaturally and guessed out loud that this was the material they needed. Before the boys had time to start collecting materials, a thunder-winged tiger suddenly came out to them. Simon asked his comrades to hurry with collecting materials while he delayed him. The fight promised to be tough, because he noticed that the tiger was on the verge of raising his level. The tiger was about to pounce on the boys, but before he could even move, the brother commanded his turtle to attack with a battering ram. The animals rushed at each other, but before they collided, something that was brightly glowing blue crashed into the tiger. It continued to strike the tiger with a series of blows, not giving it a chance to move. This something turned out to be Yuna's fox cub, who was able to scare the tiger so much that he cowardly ran away with his tail between his legs. Simon was shocked by what he saw, because even his muscular turtle could not cope with this beast. The fox cub returned to his mistress, and Gwen came up to her with him and asked what rank her beast was, to which she received the answer that their rank was 2-star elite. The twins were shocked by what they heard, since they were second-year students and there were only a few people with elite beasts in their class. But Yuna only replied that her fox cub wasn't very strong yet. Simon assumed that she was the strongest in their class since her fox cub was an elite beast. Steve had been looking for materials all this time and, having found a sparkling branch, he asked the twins if these were materials. But the boys had no time for that. The tiger returned, but he brought with him another, this time an elite and seemingly more powerful relative. The monster did not stand on ceremony and immediately began to attack, charging a huge amount of energy in front of its muzzle. The attack flew at Simon and Steve. The twin brother managed to dodge the attack, and the hero used the shield and blocked the monster's attack. As soon as the attack dissipated, the hero summoned Erhu to the battlefield, and at his command, the wolf immediately burst out of the spiritual space, preparing to counterattack. The wolf howled with a wild cry, thereby using the ability to intimidate, which frightened the tiger and made him run away. The twins were shocked by what they saw, because one of the weakest species of beasts had just driven away an elite beast before their eyes. Simon approached Steve and asked him what rank his wolf was, to which he was told that Erha was only a 6-star elite. The twins were even more shocked because only a few high school students at their university had elites. Having recovered a little from the shock, Gwen joked, saying that now it seemed that they would be the ones being protected on this expedition. Steve handed the electrical branch to Eri and noted out loud that most likely these were materials for the normal and elite levels, to which Simon confirmed his guess. The brother promised that since he and his sister could not protect the hero and his girlfriend, they would at least be their guides and take them to places where there were more advanced evolutionary materials. He pointed to the sky, right at the epicenter of the eternal thunderstorm, and said that the closer they got to this epicenter, the more and better materials they would encounter. Continuing to tell the story, he noted that the best material for development was the thunder mushroom, and that was what the boys needed to look for. Although the twins had never been able to get that close themselves, they now had elite-ranked beasts with them, so this time they hoped to reach the center and look for clues about their father. They continued on their way, but Simon also noted that if they were lucky, they would be able to meet and see the Star Guardian. After walking a little further, lightning struck with a terrible roar which scared everyone out of their wits. Steve asked the twins why lightning had struck in front of them now if there was still time before the storm, but the twins couldn't give a specific answer. Before he could figure out what was happening, lightning continued to strike nearby without stopping. But looking closely at the epicenter of the storm, Steve was able to see something. The most powerful lightning strike hit the ground right in front of the twins, splitting rocks. As soon as the sparks dissipated, none other than the Star Guard appeared before the boys. Another beast landed on the ground after him, and from its appearance one could tell that it was in an aggressive mood. As soon as they saw each other, the guard and the unknown beast clashed in battle, throwing lightning in all directions. Yuna asked Simon what kind of monster was fighting with the guard, to which the guy replied that it was the king of wind and thunder, and they were most likely fighting for territory. What they thought was a thunderstorm was most likely the aftermath of a fight between these beasts. Yuna was surprised that they were fighting in thunderclouds, but Gwen was quick to reassure her, as thunderclouds were the natural habitat for these beasts, and they even needed to bathe in thunderstorms before evolving. The strange thing about this situation was that the animals were fighting, which was unusual for them, because they always got along well in the canyon. The boys left the animals and continued on their way, reaching a steep slope where they climbed up the vines. Having climbed up, Simon reported that they should be very close to the places where they could find thunder mushrooms and possibly traces of their father. At that very moment, lightning flew at the boys from the direction of the battle, but at the last moment they managed to jump away. As soon as the lightning dissipated, in its place the boys saw a guard who was very aggressive. The guard was clearly not friendly towards the hero's squad, and was clearly preparing to attack them. He fluttered above the boys, after which sparks and lightning flew in all directions from him, forcing the boys to run away. Although it seemed that the guard was aggressive, the hero still used his abilities to understand that the guard wanted the guys to hide in the nearest cave. Having driven the boys away, the guard turned around and again clashed with another beast in battle. Having run into the cave, the boys were again surprised that the hero could understand the guard, but decided that they should still trust him. Deep in the cave, they noticed a light, and having no choice, decided to check what it was. The light came from a torch next to which lay an adult man. The twins immediately recognized him as their father, and he recognized them. He asked them who they were with, to which the guys introduced Steve and Yuna, and said that it was thanks to them that they were able to find him. He thanked the hero and his girlfriend for helping the twins find him and protecting him along the way, but he himself looked badly wounded. His clothes were torn to shreds and covered in dirt and dried blood. They responded by saying that there was nothing to thank them for, since they were friends, and the twins' father asked how they managed to find him. The boys briefly told how they managed to get here and about the guards' fight outside. What they heard did not please their father, because according to him, the guard had been fighting for some time. He continued and said that the guard was losing because of him, because he had to protect the man. More than a month ago, he came to the canyon to collect materials, but even with his knowledge of the area, he still got into trouble. In his search, he encountered a strange beast that was definitely not from this area, as he had never seen such humanoid-like beasts here. The beast attacked him, killed his spirit beast, and threw him off a cliff. Their father nearly died from the injuries he received. He was lucky and was found by a star guardian who was just prowling around looking for a strange disturber of the peace, but instead decided to help the twins' father. In order to help the man, the guard climbed into the gardens of the King of Wind and Thunder and stole from there the Thunder Pear, one of the many effects of which was the healing of wounds, which is why the king turned against the guard. Normally, the guardian would be able to defeat the king, but lately she had been spending most of her energy on caring for her cubs. The story was interrupted by a roar from above. Stones and rubble were falling from the ceiling of the cave. The animals were too carried away by the fight above Everyone agreed that the cave should be abandoned, because at any moment it could collapse. Once outside, Steve volunteered to help the guard in the fight, while the others helped carry away the twins' wounded father. The father asked his children if the hero knew that he was going to intervene in the battle of the Lord-level beasts, to which they replied that he knew what he was doing and was strong enough to enter the battle. Yuna confirmed their words, saying that the boy already had experience fighting Lord-level beasts and even emerged victorious from such a battle. Steve turned to the guard and asked him to limit the flight of their enemy so that they could help win the fight. The guard stunned the king with his attack, causing him to lose his balance and fall like a stone. The beast fell to the ground and, unable to move due to the guardian's ability, helplessly floundered on the ground. The boy took advantage of this opportunity and ordered Erhi to freeze the beast's wings, causing them to freeze, preventing the king from soaring into the sky again. Realizing that the beast was immobilized, the wolf began to charge a powerful attack to inflict fatal damage. The guard attacked along with Erha. The attacks covered the beast, causing colossal damage to it, but the beast still remained conscious. The king's eyes fell on the stolen pair that was in the hands of the twins' father, and because of which this fight had begun. The beast howled when he saw his treasure, which had been so shamelessly stolen from him, and was already preparing to attack those whom he considered thieves. Steve noticed this and shouted to the boys to be careful, because the beast rushed towards them. Yuna noticed the beast and was already preparing to meet it with a counterattack, because she didn't want everyone to think that only a hero was capable of fighting. The girl summoned her spirit beast and commanded it to use the ice cage on the king. The attack slowed the beast down, but not for long. Yuna was not yet strong enough to compete with a Lord-level beast. The king crushed the ice that appeared but was unable to reach the boys because another lightning strike flew at him. The beast fell on its back and lightning began to bind it, immobilizing the king and not allowing him to escape anywhere. The guard unleashed a powerful lightning attack on the king, so much so that his silhouette was no longer even visible. The beast tried to escape from the bonds, flapping its wings and trying to escape from this attack of the guard. He gathered all his strength and will, and then dispelled the guard's attack. The beast tore the bonds off himself, thereby finally freeing himself. He was furious. The king rushed at Steve and Erhu, but they were already waiting for him to launch a joint attack. The hero used the shield on his beast, and the wolf activated the wolf soul ability, preparing to knock the beast down. As the king flew towards the wolf as fast as he could, Ares' shadow paws fell upon him, knocking him down and pinning him to the ground. The next moment, he put all his strength into the attack and drove the beast into the ground, breaking the stones underneath it. The twins and their father were shocked by what they saw. They did not believe that a newcomer was fighting on equal terms with the Beast Lord in front of them. The guard took advantage of the moment, and while the king lay stunned, brought down a hail of lightning on him. The guardian was still conscious and even managed to get up on his paws, not wanting to admit his defeat. But Erha didn't give the king a chance, attacking him and preventing him from coming to his senses, and somehow counterattacking. The guard joined Erhe, combining his attack with the wolf's, increasing it several times. The attack fell upon the king with monstrous force, and having no strength to somehow stay on the ground, the beast was carried away. The victory in the battle increased the wolf's level to 7 stars, and his fire whirlwind skill developed into the fire snake skill. And the hero himself received a new task to increase his own level. The reward for completing this quest was to upgrade the quick absorption skill to the joint absorption skill, which allowed the hero and his beasts to receive a portion of the experience that Erha earned. Although the task was still not completed, Steve already felt a strong connection with his beast and felt himself being filled with energy. He saw that the wolf's characteristics also continued to increase, making the wolf stronger. But besides that, even the guy's gloves were increasing in their characteristics. The wolf continued to feed on energy until he leveled up once more, greatly surprising those watching. The boys were once again surprised by the hero's skills. It seemed that with such rapid growth, he would become a top-level tamer at a young age, which destroyed their entire picture of the world. The energy finished feeding the wolf and the boy, leaving the wolf at 8 elite-level stars, with only 1 more star left to develop the thunder element. A couple of minutes later, realizing that the fight was over, the Star Guard came down to the guys, and as soon as he appeared before the heroes, they were able to notice how big and beautiful this beast was. Yuna, who had been holding the guardian cub with her all this time, released him to his parent, and he flew as quickly as possible to meet the adult guardian. Gwen reported that the guard was grateful to the girl, which surprised her, and the large beast bowed its head slightly in gratitude. The twins' father noted that the guardian was most likely grateful that the girl had protected his cub, and Simon suggested that she try to make a contract with this cub. The girls were very surprised by what they heard, but in response, the man only noted that Yuna had every chance of signing this contract. The offer sounded interesting, but the hero's girlfriend still decided to offer Steve to sign this contract, because he clearly had more chances. Upon hearing this proposal, Steve asked her to remember why they had come, to which the girl replied that they had come for evolutionary materials. He continued to say that he wanted to evolve Erhu into the thunder element, but since the guardian was also of this element, he did not need a second such beast. So he pushed his girlfriend and told her to try to conclude this contract anyway. The guardian parent was also not against it, because he had already seen in practice that the girl was good and could be trusted with his child. Yuna knelt down in front of the little guard and offered to make a contract with him, to which the little animal nodded in agreement. The girl asked the baby one last time whether he wanted to enter into this agreement, uniting their souls, and if he did, then the further choice was his. The baby sat quietly in front of the girl to concentrate, and eventually the alliance between the beast and the tamer was concluded. The twins and their father were happy to see such a picture, because they had never seen anyone make a contract with the Star Guardians. The guys congratulated the girl on the new addition to her team, and the hero was able to appreciate the little animal, seeing that its characteristics were very impressive. Yuna told the guys that they too would soon be able to sign new contracts, to which they replied that it was still too early for them to have a second beast on the team. While the guys were busy with the contract between the guard and the hero's girlfriend, the big guard went off somewhere on his own business, after which he returned with a large sheet in his teeth. He placed the leaf on the ground and found that there were thunder mushrooms inside. It was a parting gift from the guardian to his child and his new friends, in gratitude for their help. At that very moment, lightning struck with an incredible roar next to the boys. A flock of kings was flying towards them, who wanted to avenge their kinsmen. The hero told his comrades that the guard asked them to leave the canyon because he was going to call a powerful thunderstorm. So the guys ran away because the fight of a dozen beast lords was too dangerous a sight. The entire squad fled the canyon until they were able to reach the safe haven of the Bentley City Hall. The twins' father, in gratitude for their safe arrival to the city, gave the hero a pair that the guard had gotten for him, since he didn't need it, and the boy could use it to improve his wolf. The onlookers in the hall noticed that Yuna had a star guard in her hands, which caused a great stir among the people. Someone from the crowd decided to check whether the girl was worthy of this beast, so he called his own, preparing to enter the battle. The twins asked the guy not to do anything dangerous because the contract had already been signed, and no one had to prove anything to anyone. Steve went to meet the aggressive guy. He really irritated the hero by bullying other people. The aggressor did not adequately perceive the hero's desire to protect his girlfriend, so he ordered his beast to attack. However, before the fight even began, Erha had already scared the poor beast of an aggressive guy so much that he did not obey commands at all. Before the fight had even started, the administrator approached and scolded the aggressive guy, threatening to completely ban him from the gym, to which he apologized and promised not to behave like that again. As soon as everything calmed down, Yuna approached the hero, and seeing a pear in his hand, she was glad that the hero was given it as a gift. The hero was also happy with the acquired item for evolution, because now all he had to do was raise Erhi's level to 9 stars. While the hero and his girlfriend were rejoicing over their new acquisitions, the twins and their father informed the administrator about the conflict between the Star Guard and the Thunder Kings, which greatly surprised the woman because usually these animals got along with each other. The administrator took note of what was said, so in the near future they will limit visiting the Thunder Canyon and thanked them for the information. The twins' father approached the hero again and thanked him once again for saving him, after which he reminded him if he remembered his story about the humanoid beast. He asked Steve to be more careful in the future, because he too might still encounter this beast, and considering how adventures beckoned the hero, the chance that he would encounter such a beast was not at all small. This mysterious beast was truly dangerous, and its supply of spiritual power was extremely large, so such a monster should be reported to the association. Placing his hand on the hero's shoulder, he wished him luck and believed that he would become a powerful spirit tamer, and that they would hear his name more than once. Having parted on this good note, the guys headed back to their city. Yuna checked the mushrooms on the train that the guards so kindly provided them with, and found out that this type was different, several times better than the usual thunder mushrooms. The mushroom in the girl's hands sparkled. She could feel the power emanating from it, and her hair stood on end due to static. The boys' conversation was overheard by two brothers from nearby places, who were clearly planning something evil. The guy with the scar on his nose wanted to offer to steal the mushrooms, but his brother stopped him, reminding him that they had not yet finished their main task. Yuna was glad that she had managed to find so many evolution materials, but she was also curious if they would match with the hero's pair. The hero did not understand why the fruit was so valuable, but his friend was more concerned about whether Era would be able to develop into a thunder elemental spirit beast. The guy asked her not to worry so much because the fire evolution was quite easy for them, so this one should go like clockwork. The girl agreed with what was said because doing something impossible for Steve and Eri had become a completely ordinary activity. Although the brothers decided not to get involved in trouble, their eyes were still drawn to the pair that was standing on the table of the hero and his girlfriend. These legendary pairs were extremely rare, and their prices were incredible because one of them could develop any spirit beast, granting them the element of thunder. With the money they earned from selling this pair, they could live for about 5 years without any particular problems, and they would no longer have to poach in the snowy fields. The boy with the scar was worried that they would get caught if they tried to steal her. But his brother, forgetting all the dangers, decided that the risks were worth the result. The criminal duo realized that they were dealing with freshmen, so they decided to follow them when they got off the train and then rob them in a quiet place. The hero, thanks to his new ability, was able to notice that the couple was watching them and informed his friend about it. The girl assumed that they were interested in the materials that the guys had and asked Steve what they should do. The guy continued to chat with her casually about their fun trip, but in the meantime he whispered to his girlfriend that they wouldn't do anything for now, so that the robbers wouldn't guess that the guys knew they were being watched. The trick worked. The brothers thought they were still undetected, so they continued to wait for the right moment to attack. As soon as the train arrived in the city where the boys studied and lived, they began to get ready to leave. The boys rushed to the exit. The brothers noticed that their targets were leaving the train, so they quickly followed them. They followed the boys until they entered a deserted alley. The duo of brothers realized that they were noticed, since they were taken to such a strange place, so they decided that they could not wait any longer and needed to attack. They released their beasts, a wild orangutan and a flame lizard, and ordered them to attack as quickly as possible. The boys also called on their animals, preparing to fight off their pursuers. The brothers were not happy that they had been spotted and their targets were ready to fight, so they decided that they needed to act quickly before they were found. The orangutan rushed towards the boys' animals, and in response to this, an ice wall appeared in front of him, which was supposed to stop him. Instead of flying into the ice wall, the beast jumped upward, flying over the wall without any problems. At the same time, the lizard crept up to the wolf and was already preparing to attack with poisonous breath. Yuna ordered her fox to protect Erhu with an ice cage. An ice wall appeared between the lizard and the wolf, preventing the flaming poison from reaching Erhu. With the help of his abilities, the wolf was able to grab the monkey, thereby immobilizing him. The robbers were surprised by this situation, because their beasts were of the Lord level, and the fact that an elite wolf could stop their beast. The robber ordered his beast to use gigantism, causing the monkey to noticeably increase in size and be able to escape from Eri's grasp. The wolf then used the fire snake ability, targeting the flame lizard. The lizard did not remain idle and attacked in response with poisonous breath. This attack did not even slow down Era's fire snake, which quickly continued to fly towards the lizard. The lizard did not have time to do anything, and the snake, flying into the poor lizard, caused an explosion of incredible force. The brothers were shocked. Not only was their fire beast unable to repel the attack of the ice beast, but this same ice beast also possessed fire attacks. Having defeated the lizard, the wolf turned to the monkey, using intimidation on it. Fear overwhelmed the orangutan. The will to fight completely left the poor animal, and the ability of gigantism ceased to operate, as a result of which the animal returned to its normal size. Realizing that the beasts could no longer continue the fight, the robber rushed into battle himself, and since he was a top-level tamer, he could use the abilities of his beast and used gigantism. The robber grew in size and was about to attack Steve, but he, using the glove, protected himself from the attack with an energy shield. At the same time, the night guard, already familiar to the hero, was on a mission. She and her assistant detected the movement of their target, whom they needed to capture alive. Upon seeing the orangutan, the guard and her beast rushed to attack. The frightened orangutan noticed them and immediately raised his hands, showing that he was not going to fight, which greatly surprised the guard. Steve and his girlfriend noticed the guard. They were glad to see her, even though the fight was already over and the offenders were caught. The guard was very surprised to see such a ferocious beast in such a calm and depressed state. She asked the hero if this was his work. Before he could answer, the manager appeared, who wanted to help the hero with the pursuers, but he arrived when everything was already over. The warden was surprised to see a night guard here, but he was more interested in where the criminals were now. He was told that the criminals were here, after which they pointed to the criminal duo tied up and lying to the side. The warden thought that it was the night guards who had caught them, and therefore praised them for their quick work. The guard, however, was mentally amazed at how quickly Steve's wolf was developing. Hearing the praise, she corrected the caretaker, explaining that they themselves had only just arrived, and the hero and his friend had done all the work for them. The caretaker was surprised that the boys were able to deal with the criminals themselves, to which they only replied that it was simply self-defense, and they would not have attacked first. He slapped the guy hard on the shoulder, even overdoing it in his zeal, and praised the guy for doing a great job of dealing with the villains. One of those who was identifying the robbers approached the guard and confirmed to her that they were the poachers they were looking for, to which the guard said to arrest them. The guard also praised the boys and promised that someone would take them home, for which the boys thanked her. The guard noted that they were very lucky that the poachers they had been tracking for so long had fallen into their hands, since the pair had tried very hard not to get caught while they were still hot on their trail. She turned to the couple, and her mood was not at all friendly. She was infuriated that these two, in addition to poaching, had now decided to also engage in robbery. The would-be robber tried to justify himself by saying that he could not resist the temptation to get the thunder pair, but they did not want to harm the boys. The guard was surprised by what she heard. After all, these pairs were guarded by beasts of the lord level, and it was extremely difficult to get them. But the caretaker was amazed that Steve was really so serious about the evolution of his wolf. The guard noticed that the caretaker was very interested in the hero, and even personally came to help him, to which the caretaker himself noticed that the guard was also suspiciously actively following the hero, as if she needed something from him. Without hiding anything, she directly answered the caretaker that talents like Steve's should not be wasted, because even being only a first-year student, he was already a worthy candidate for the night guard. She asked the caretaker what he thought about this, to which he replied that he would not interfere with her in any way, but reminded her that the boy was still a first-year student. What the warden said amused her, and she reminded him that in the second half of the year, there would be the Yunzhou League, and the hero could join the ranks of the guards, but at the same time continue to study. This made the caretaker wary. He told her that he hoped that they would not declare Steve as a representative of their city in this league. He did not want the boy to get acquainted with the cruel world of tamers too early. As he left, he reminded her that the hero had acquired his spirit beast only a couple of months ago and advised her to read his biography. The caretaker was mentally amazed at the boy's success, because just recently he had only broken the record on the first floor of the Hall of Spirits, and now the night guard was already interested in him. The night guard ordered her subordinates to take the criminals because they also needed to go. After some time, already in her office, the guard remembered the caretaker's advice to familiarize herself with the hero's biography. She ordered her subordinate to find her all the information about Steve. The documentation stated that the boy was a hereditary tamer, and his parents were tamers in the army and died in the line of duty 10 years ago. The guard was familiar with the incident in which the hero had managed to survive, but she had no idea that it was him. And besides, it was not customary for them to take orphans into their ranks. This information greatly upset the girl. She decided that he should not follow in his parents' footsteps, and therefore she needed to do something to help the boy. Not knowing how exactly she could help him, she decided to ask the hero directly what he needed, under the pretext of a reward for helping to catch the criminals. At the same time, Steve was sorting out artifacts at his home when he received a call on the phone. It was the night guard. The boy was very surprised by her call, but immediately found out if something had happened. She told the hero that the guys he had caught turned out to be poachers, to which he replied that they had immediately seemed suspicious to him. The guard continued to say that there was a reward for the capture of dangerous criminals and asked if he needed anything. Under the pretext that they couldn't refuse a reward, she said that if he needed anything, he could tell her about it. to which the hero quickly had an idea. He asked to be taken to the alien kingdom again because he really wanted to develop Erhu as quickly as possible, and in such places it was the fastest to do so. She was surprised by such a simple request because getting the right to enter was not something very difficult. But the boy said that this was more than enough for him. She heard Steve's request and promised to fulfill it, to which he happily thanked her. After finishing the conversation, the guard suggested that it was precisely this zeal that was the reason for the boy's rapid growth, after which she thought about how she could arrange for him to enter. She instructed a subordinate to draw up a document transferring her quota for a quasi-night raid to Steve, which surprised her employee greatly. He asked the guard if she was sure of this decision, because if she did, the boy would be able to apply for her position in the future. She was annoyed by her subordinate's unnecessary questions, but she replied that this was her place and she decided how to manage it. She hurried her subordinate. She believed that most likely the guy would not even think about taking her place because she would not be replaced anytime soon, but this way she would at least be able to fulfill his request. Later that day, someone came to the hero's house, and indignantly he went to greet the uninvited guests. The army workers came to the guy to present him with an award, and how quickly they prepared the award for him was amazing. The envelope that was handed to him contained the badge of the chief assistant of the leader of the night guards, which meant that the night guard Triss had appointed the hero as her successor. This news stunned the hero because they were only defending themselves from attackers, so the reward seemed too big to him. The army workers explained that this was a gift from their leader. With its help, one can freely visit alien kingdoms and calmly leave them. And also, the guard conveyed that she would not accept a refusal. The guy thanked the soldiers and asked them to convey his gratitude to the guards. It was unexpected for the hero that he would be able to return to the kingdom so quickly, but he was incredibly happy about it. With this medal and his new status, he became even closer to his goal. He scratched the wolf and said that he would be able to take him home soon. The next day, the hero had already arrived in the alien kingdom, and in order to pass through, he took advantage of the new privileges. The soldiers were not aware that such a young guy would come to them, but the token shown to them was genuine, so their doubts partially disappeared. Approaching the camp, the guy was introduced to everyone present as a new recruit to the successor of their leader. The soldiers immediately started laughing at what was said because, in their opinion, the hero looked too young and weak. One of the soldiers took the boy by the arm and began to explain that there was no place for young guys like the hero here, because the rules here were very strict. There were no special privileges here. Only strength was respected. Otherwise, it was impossible to survive in these lands. The soldier brought Steve to the captain to introduce him to the new recruit, and at the same time asked for permission to conduct their joint training. In the captain's eyes, the hero looked too young. He was not sure if he was even 18 years old, but he only asked who sent him here. The captain was very surprised when the hero said Triss's name. He was also surprised that the chief guard chose a successor for herself who was so weak in appearance. He explained that they couldn't let him into the kingdom yet, even with the quota, because they couldn't guarantee his safety inside, so they asked him to train with them for a couple of days. The hero didn't even think of arguing with the captain, so he agreed. But at that very moment, a tall guy in a black cape approached them and asked to register him for entry into the underground palace of Level A, to which the captain only said that he understood him and called him by his name, Bogart. The tall guy wondered where Steve had come from and why he had a badge on him, to which the captain replied that he was Triss's successor who had arrived recently. Bogart was surprised by what he heard, but did not say anything. He became interested in why the chief guard chose this guy and not him. However, questions about the hero did not bother him for long, so after moving away a little, he relaxed, not seeing any competition in him, and went on about his business. The hero became curious as to why this guy could move around here freely, to which the captain replied that at the age of 20, he was already a professional-level leader and had sufficient qualifications to freely visit the dungeons. The captain called the boy to follow him, saying that perhaps they would be lucky enough to see Bogart in action, and Steve thought that if he could show his powers, he would be recognized, and he would also be able to freely visit the dungeon. The hero asked the captain what a level A palace was, to which he received the answer that this is how they rank dungeons by level of danger into levels B, A, and C, where B were normal, B were normal elite, A were elite, and special rank C were extremely dangerous. The dungeon that Bogart went to, the Dark Maiden's Nest, was one of the most dangerous among the A tiers, but due to the lack of a monarch tier boss, it still hasn't been recognized as a C tier. The boy noted that he was already familiar with this dungeon, but even so, before going there, he needed to prepare in any case. The hero was forced to obey the order, but he really wanted to quickly raise his wolf to the level of a lord, and this dungeon was the right option. The commander received a call that a dungeon, presumably level B, had been discovered nearby, to which he replied that he would send a team to investigate. The commander turned to his subordinates, asking them whether their animals had rested and whether they themselves were ready, after which, having made sure that everyone was ready, he gave the order to reconnoiter the dungeon. Steve seized on this as an opportunity to prove himself, so he asked the commander to send him along with the squad. Reluctantly, the commander nevertheless agreed, asking the hero to obey all instructions, otherwise he would get into trouble and no one would be able to help him. The squad moved through bad weather. Wind and snow did not allow them to move calmly towards the dungeon, but did not stop them at all. One of the soldiers approached the senior with a question about the hero. He wanted to know whether they should take him with them on their further journey, because if they encountered danger, they would have to save him. Up until this point, the boy had not complained and had calmly overcome difficulties, but it was still clear that he was not very strong yet, because he had just recently turned 18, and at this age, people usually only have ordinary or high-level beasts with them. The soldiers were interested in why he was chosen as the successor. In response, the elder only said that they would try to take care of him as best they could. After all, the chief guard Triss had helped them a lot in her time. The elder summoned his beast Shachan to use his wind barrier ability. The hero noticed this, in his opinion. Using the beast to make his way easier was reasonable, but it must take a lot of effort, so he assumed that the elder did this in order to help him. Steve immediately turned to the elder named Han so that he would not waste spiritual forces on him. But the elder only told him not to worry because the wind should soon end and the boy should save energy. After some more time on the road, the squad safely reached the underground palace of Level B. Khan turned to the squad and outlined all their tasks, namely determining the types of alien beasts, deeper penetration for detailed study. They had to avoid fighting. Therefore, if a clash with the enemy was imminent, the most correct decision was to retreat. The elder gave Steve the order to follow him. The boy did not argue and simply replied that he understood everything. The squad began their descent, but before they had even gone a minute, the soldiers had already detected movement in the caves. The giant stone snake fan appeared before the squad. It was an elite 8-star level and was clearly not in a friendly mood. One of the soldiers reacted immediately, summoning his beast with steel claws, thereby taking on the enemy. With one swing of its paw, the beast smashed the snake's body into pieces, killing it instantly. Khan quickly analyzed the situation and reported that since they were encountering elite stone snakes, then, most likely there was a stone python's lair somewhere nearby. The coherence of the soldiers' work surprised Steve very much. After all, it was not for nothing that they were called an army. At the same time, in the office of the head of the Night Watch, Triss was informed that her new successor had been sent on reconnaissance to the newly discovered Level B palace. The Guardian was not generally worried about her successor, but upon hearing that he was sent to Dungeon B, she simply said that there was nothing to worry about, since Steve would have handled even a Level A dungeon with ease. Returning back to the caves of Palace B, one of the soldiers reported to Khan that they were going to go deeper into the dungeon and that they had not noticed anything other than the B-level beasts. The elder ordered them to use special messengers to notify everyone about the end of the mission. Suddenly, the squad heard a long cry. Khan immediately recognized this as the skill of crying sand, characteristic of rare desert animals. But this dungeon was a kingdom of stone and sand abilities were not characteristic of local animals. A soldier from their squad volunteered to conduct reconnaissance, so he called upon his beast with the ability to fly. Before the beast had time to fully look around, he saw something large about to emerge from the sand right below him. Someone's giant mouth emerged from the sand, trying to catch and devour the beast hovering above the sandy field. Something closed its mouth in an attempt to catch and swallow the small animal, but it quickly dodged this attack with the help of the high-speed flight skill. A giant something appeared in front of the squad in full growth. It was an incredibly large mythical rattlesnake, and it was a lord level with 5 stars, which shocked the entire squad. The soldier's first move was to save Steve as he thought he was scared, so he ordered his beast to drag him to safety. The animal grabbed the hero and began to try to drag him away. But at that very moment, Erha burst out of space. Distracted by saving the hero, the soldier did not notice how the snake had already rushed at him, ready to devour the poor guy. But Steve and his wolf were not weaklings, and then decided to help. A giant fire snake grabbed the rattlesnake's neck, stopping its attack and saving the soldier, who was in shock from what had happened. A moment later, an icy explosion occurred next to the snake, also undermining the balance of the beast, and the soldier only realized that it was the weak boy who saved him. Khan saw that his subordinate was frozen with shock, so he rushed towards him, grabbed him by the collar, and dragged him away, shouting for him to stop standing there like a statue. Several more dunes appeared on their path, blocking their retreat. 2 more snakes burst out of these dunes, and in order to avoid ending up in their mouths, the commander turned around and ran with his subordinate in the other direction, assuming that they had ended up in a lair. On the tails of the snakes, there was something vaguely reminiscent of a human silhouette, but made of sand. With the help of this something, the snake used the ability to rain sand. Khan summoned his steel-clawed beast and commanded it to use a storm of steel claws to repel the attack. The beast spun around on the spot, reflecting the lumps of sand flying at them. Although this method worked, some of the attacks still reached the soldiers, causing minor damage. Steve jumped up to them and covered them with his energy field, demanding that they get out first. The Khan thanked the hero but shouted for him to retreat as well, while his steel tiger held off the enemies. Before they could do anything, the sand under their feet began to disappear, revealing a giant mouth in front of them, into which they were about to fall. The elder and another soldier slowly slid down the sand. Realizing that things were bad, Khan ordered his subordinate to save the guy. Steve didn't like the fact that the squad thought he absolutely needed to be rescued, so he got ahead of them. At his command, Erha rushed down straight towards the snake, preparing his wolf soul skill to attack. The wolf slashed his shadow paw straight across the snake's face, forcing it to close its mouth. The Khan, seeing how the snow wolf was pushing back the snake lord while only being an elite rank, couldn't believe his eyes. Steve went down a little lower to the soldiers, shouting for them to get out. But they couldn't get a hold of anything, because the quicksand was an obstacle. Thinking about how they could all get out, the boy ordered his wolf to use a snow avalanche on the sand. Before carrying out the order, Era threw the fire snake straight at the serpent at the bottom of the quicksand. The snake was badly burned and lost consciousness, unable to fight any further. Realizing that the snake was no longer a threat, the wolf, as his master had ordered, used the avalanche to send snow directly underneath himself. To prevent the squad from being accidentally hit, the boy used his shield and now, being able to cling to the less sticky snow, helped the soldiers get out of the trap. At this time, Erha soared into the air, and another snake pounced on him from underground. The wolf, without thinking, hit him right in the face with his shadow claws, not giving him a chance to attack. The squad was able to grab onto each other, thanks to which the flying beast of one of the soldiers was able to pull them all out of the lowland. The little animal lowered the entire squad to the ground, where they were able to calmly catch their breath, and the soldiers realized that they had been very wrong about the newcomer. At the same time, a pack of snakes surrounded the steel tiger and the snow wolf from all sides, blocking all escape routes. However, the beast tamers did not even think of retreating, attacking all the snakes in turn, not giving them a chance to attack. The squad ran as fast as they could while the animals were slaughtering them behind their backs. The soldiers were amazed that Steve's wolf could fight side by side with the Elder Lord Tiger and not give in to him in any way. The boy felt that his wolf would not be able to cope with all the snakes, so he asked the elder to call the tiger back, as he had a plan. The tiger and the wolf, following the orders of their masters, rushed to run after them. But Erha still managed to throw streams of flame at the snakes, which once again surprised Khan. Having finished throwing flames, the wolf used the icy fog, completely blocking the snake's visibility. The elder noticed how the hero was trying to slow down the snakes with the help of his abilities. He was amazed by the guy's ability to improvise on the fly. While running away, Khan asked the guys if they had contacted the rest of the squad, to which they replied that everyone had already left the cave and had not encountered any such animals along the way. The other 2 soldiers from the squad were peacefully waiting for their comrades outside and were already starting to worry a little about the rest of the squad, since they had been gone for quite a long time. At that moment, the senior with another part of the detachment appeared. The soldiers noticed that they were wounded. The soldiers rushed to ask them what had happened below, because while they were waiting, the shaking had reached them. They were even more surprised when they noticed that Steve was not injured at all, which led them to assume that their elder had been too careful in guarding him. The Khan gave orders to his soldiers that they needed to retreat as quickly as possible, which made the two think that it was because the elder was too worried about the new guy. But the elder just barked at them, ordering them to shut up. Without explaining anything to the guys, Khan only turned to Steve again, telling him to contact him if he needed help with his application to explore the palaces. The two soldiers continued to grumble at the guy, even though he had heard everything, for which the older one yelled at them again. After treating the wounds, the squad headed back to the base, and after some time they returned safely. Upon returning, Khan immediately turned to the commander, who immediately asked where the boy who went with them was, but Steve immediately responded himself. After making sure that the guy was with them, he immediately asked about the dungeon, asking them if they had found out how dangerous it was. He was immediately informed that the cave was at least level A, but there was a high probability that it could even be level C, due to the presence of a cave with a pack of giant snakes of the middle lord level. But even they apparently were not the strongest there. Hearing this, the soldiers who were scouting the outer level were shocked, because they only encountered a few elite creatures. They immediately turned to their elder, trying to find out from him whether these creatures had left him with wounds, to which they received an affirmative answer. The commander asked them how they were able to get out of this situation with a couple of minor injuries, to which they replied that Steve and his wolf helped them, which greatly surprised the commander. The soldier who went down with Khan and the boy confirmed what was said, because the hero saved him and the elder several times during the battle, for which he was invaluably grateful to him. The two soldiers who were checking the outer level only now realized that the vibrations they felt were from the squad's battle below. Khan turned to the boy and said that they were very grateful to him, because it was thanks to him that they all got out alive and without serious injuries. The entire squad's attitude towards Steve became completely positive, as a result of which they now suggested going on reconnaissance together next time. The boy was amazed at how quickly these guys changed their minds about him, and their commander finally noticed why Triss liked this nondescript child so much. After hearing everything, the commander nevertheless recognized Steve and therefore informed him that he would no longer refuse his requests to explore the palaces, and if he had any specific ones in mind, he could report them. Before arriving here, the boy asked the guard which palace he should go to first, to which she told him that the best option would be the Cave of Mad Ants. He told the commander where he wanted to go, but Bogart came up to him again, and, in unison with the hero, said that he wanted to register. The hero heard the already familiar voice of the tall guy and turned in his direction. The commander, hearing that they both wanted to go to the same place, suggested that they unite and go to the cave together. Bogart doubted the commander's proposal, approached him closer, and asked him if he was sure about this idea, to which he only replied that the guy had proven himself well, which is why he should have taken him along. Although he didn't want to, the tall guy still agreed, only hoping that he wouldn't be disturbed. The hero himself was not against it. The most important thing for him was to quickly develop his wolf to the rank of lord. On the way to the cave, Bogart and Steve started talking. The tall guy asked his forced partner if he knew what his title of Night Raid Assistant meant. The hero replied that he was the successor chosen by the Night Guard. The tall guy confirmed the correctness of the answer, and also noted that there was only one badge for each night raid. The boy realized the importance of the medal given to him only after Bogart's words, and the tall boy himself continued to say that he did not know why the choice fell on Steve, but since it happened, it only meant that great hopes were placed on him. At the same time, somewhere in the valley a portal was opened, next to which stood 3 unknown people. After passing through the portal, the shortest boy with blonde hair remarked that the area was beautiful and asked if this was another world. The pumped-up guy to his left called the Guy Master and replied that yes, this was another world, and it took them 2 months to find the secret passage here. The master noted that with this portal it would be easier for them to engage in poaching, to which his comrade only replied that if their master called it that, then it would be poaching. The subordinate asked the master to tell them about his future plans. His main plan was to sow chaos in the peaceful dungeons which were already in decline. The boy's subordinate told him that the closest dungeon was the Cave of the Crazy Ants, and that was where they decided to visit. At the same time, the hero and Bogart were able to reach the dungeon. The tall guy explained that mostly lord-level beasts lived here, and the bosses here could be 7-star beasts. He also asked the boy the level of his beast. Steve replied that his beast was a 7th elite, which shocked the tall guy and immediately regretted taking such a weak person with him. He said that they were not here to kill the boss, but only to kill a few ants and collect their fangs. Going downstairs, Bogart asked Steve why Triss had chosen him as her assistant, to which he replied that he simply helped catch the poachers. The guys didn't have to look for ants for long, because literally as soon as they went down, they immediately came across one, and they explained to the hero that the weak part of the ants was the stomach. Bogart summoned his beast to fight. It was a 5th-level Phantom Mantis Lord. Noticing the movement, the ant rushed into battle, angrily clicking its mandibles and flying at great speed towards the hero and his comrade. However, unfortunately for the ant, the praying mantis was more agile and stronger, so the next moment it lunged towards the ant. With its attack, the mantis tore the ant to shreds, leaving it no chance of survival. The ant's behavior seemed strange to Bogart, because when he had come to fight them before, each ant had secreted pheromones, thereby calling in entire crowds of its comrades. But for some reason, this one was alone. Steve, having watched the fight, wanted to participate, so he asked his friend to let him fight the ant himself, to which he received consent, even taking into account the fact that the guy did not believe in the hero's victory. They were able to find the ant that the boy and his wolf were fighting, while the tall guy just watched from the sidelines, ready to save them at any moment. The ant rushed towards the wolf with incredible speed, so the boy ordered his wolf to start by awakening the true beast to be ready to attack the monster. Bogart was amazed that the wolf had managed to reach the same speed as the ant, but he found it questionable to attack the monster in midair. Erha grabbed the ant and used intimidation, but the ant was not afraid and was still ready to fight further. Realizing that this tactic was not working, the wolf threw the ant into the ground, stunning and immobilizing it, and his master ordered that it be finished off in its weak spot. The wolf took good aim and threw the fire snake attack at the ant, dealing critical damage and killing it instantly. The ant proved to be a difficult enough opponent for Erha to be promoted, so he was now an 8-star elite. The system alerted the boy that the defeated ant was under the effect of rage, which could explain why the wolf's intimidation did not work. Bogart stood amazed by the fact that the snow wolf was able to defeat a beast of the Lord's level before his eyes, without even getting tired. Steve hurried to tell his senior comrade that he had noticed strange behavior in the ants, and apparently they were furious, which alarmed Bogart, because these ants only went berserk if their boss, namely the queen, died. At this moment, there were already poachers in the boss's lair. Their master was disappointed in the ant queen, because for him, the 7-star lord was too weak an opponent. The boy's assistant praised how his master had quickly and single-handedly defeated the queen, and also reported that the common ants outside had already begun to rage. Realizing that they had no business in an A-rank dungeon, the boy asked his henchman where the C-rank dungeon was, to which he replied that there was one nearby that was inhabited by many stray mechanical beasts. The boy heard someone approaching them, to which the henchman replied that the army could not have arrived here so quickly. Using the mechanical beast, the master smuggler was able to detect that there were only 2 people approaching them, so he immediately stopped worrying. The henchman suggested to his master to get rid of possible witnesses, because although these 2 were clearly strong, they could definitely deal with them. The guy called his henchman an idiot, and explained that if they killed the 2, they would most likely be hunted, so the best solution for them was to leave as quickly as possible. The assistant noted that it was still risky to leave these 2, because if they went further, they would most likely discover their passages, so they still needed to somehow deal with this couple. The poacher master noted that there were enough strange animals around that could deal with these 2, and besides, death by these animals would sound less suspicious. The only thing they had left to do was to direct all the creatures around them to very specific goals, for which the master summoned the demon of confusion. Using the ability of the voice of illusion, they drove the ants even more mad, while designating specific targets for the ants in the form of the hero and his senior companion. The enraged ants surrounded the duo, viciously clicking their mandibles, but the boys did not understand why the ants had suddenly become so angry at them all at once. Bogart suggested that it was because of their deceased wolf that they had recently killed, causing it to release pheromones that could attract its kind, and told Steve that if he could no longer fight, they should retreat, to which he merely replied that he wanted to evolve his wolf. However, the guys had nowhere to retreat, because the ants had already surrounded them from all sides. The elder turned to the hero, asking him what other animals he had that could help them in battle. Steve was forced to disappoint him, because his second beast was only a mechanical glove, which could only protect himself and the wolf. Hearing this, Bogart realized that he could only rely on himself now, so he summoned all of his spirit beasts at once. A huge skeleton warrior appeared before the hero, holding a giant sword the size of a whole man. This was the elder's second beast. The third was a small spirit boy, sitting astride some kind of jade item. At this time, the praying mantis cut through the attacking ants with its claws, leaving them no chance to attack. The elder told the boy that he had already called the guards here, but he himself would not last long if he continued to support 3 spiritual beasts at once, so they needed to retreat. There were an incredible number of ants, but they were lucky that they did not have any skills. Bogart's beasts continued to hack at ants left and right, destroying them in droves. The elder's strength was at its limit. The skeleton alone had absorbed half of his spiritual strength with its skills. He grabbed the hero and dragged him away from the battlefield while his beasts gave them a chance to retreat. Steve saw that his friend was in a very bad way, but he did not let them stop and continued to run away. His beasts continued to destroy the ants behind their backs, using up more and more of Bogart's energy reserves. Moving away, he told the hero to leave first, and he and the animals would buy him time. He believed that this was the right thing to do, but he was already practically exhausted. At that very moment, his strength completely ran out, causing him to fall unconscious to the ground. Steve couldn't leave him like that. To spite them, a more dangerous species also appeared among the ants, which rushed towards them with even greater fury. The wolf rushed at him in an attempt to stop the advance, but this ant was noticeably stronger than the usual ones. The ant attacked the wolf, but the wolf managed to repel the attack with his ability. The erhu was thrown straight into the rocks that overhang the top of the cave, causing part of the ceiling to collapse down. Steve managed to cover the wolf with a shield, so he did not receive too much damage. But the power of the enraged ants amazed the hero. Bogart was still lying on the ground unconscious. These ants would definitely not let them retreat, so the boy shouted to his wolf that they would fight to the last. The boy shouted to the wolf that it was time for them to give it their all, thereby trying to encourage his beast. Erha heard his master, so he concentrated all his strength, preparing to not hold back at all. The wolf was transformed. His fur became dark as the night sky, strewn with many stars, and his ears and tail became noticeably longer. In its true form, the beast of the night prepared to launch an attack with incredible destructive power. He used void absorption, which began to pull all nearby objects into one point where the wolf himself was located. The hero was glad that Erha had become much stronger since their first meeting, but the ability he had just used had consumed an incredibly large amount of the boy's spiritual energy. Realizing that the fight was not over, Steve commanded the wolf to continue the fight. The wolf obeyed and used another new technique on his opponents, the Void Strike. Another crowd of ants collapsed under another attack, and the guy was surprised that this ability could easily ignore any rules and deliver an accurate blow at any distance. The wolf used the Void Absorption ability again, causing another pack of insects to be instantly destroyed. The skills were incredibly strong, but due to their spiritual power requirements, the hero was already on the edge. Deep in the dungeons, caves began to collapse. The master smuggler's assistant suggested leaving these places, because the military could soon appear here. The chief agreed, so he ordered his subordinates to go to another dungeon. At this point, Bogart began to slowly come to his senses. At first it seemed to him that he had died, but he quickly realized that he was still alive, sensing that his skeleton warrior was still active somewhere nearby. Gradually, he gained the strength to open his eyes, but he still found it very difficult to focus his gaze. After some time, the guards finally arrived at the cave in search of their new recruits. One of Triss's subordinates was able to find both guys and immediately reported to her. They were both alive and well, but the subordinate insisted that the chief guard come and see the picture that he himself was now seeing. After an even longer period of time, Bogart finally came to his senses, but already in a hospital room. He wasn't sure who saved him, but he did remember that he was able to see a strange beast that he had never seen before. In another room, Steve also came to, and at the same time, his friend Yuna was visiting him. The guy didn't understand where he was, so his friend explained to him that he was in the city hospital, and she also said that, although he wasn't seriously injured, he still scared her a lot. His girlfriend also said that Bogart was also in the hospital, but his injuries were noticeably more serious than the hero's. Erha was also waiting for his master to awaken, however. Something about him had changed, namely that he was now a 9th-level elite, and his soul force reserve had increased several times. Since Steve had no serious injuries, he was discharged fairly quickly, and at home he wondered why Uri's strength had grown so much. The main assumption was that it was due to the large number of ants killed. The guy assumed that the wolf was able to absorb the defeated animals, and because of this, its characteristics noticeably increased, which could explain its gigantic gap in strength with ordinary wolves. Steve directly asked his wolf if he could become as strong as the witch once he reached the level of a lord, but Era just shook his head. Then the hero took a smaller plank and asked about the bull demon Triss, but the wolf did not answer. Deciding not to pester the wolf with questions any further, he simply scratched him and said that he was most likely already at the level between lord and monarch. The guy remembered how Era used void absorption. The skill was very effective, but it absorbed too much energy, and he also noted that most likely the wolf can only transform when no one is around. Realizing that with such limited abilities they would not go far, the hero decided that it was time for them to evolve into a wolf. He gave the thunder pear to the wolf, causing the beast to sparkle a little, and the pear itself to glow in its mouth. Erha swallowed the pear, after which electric charges passed through his entire body, flying further throughout the room. Erhi's spiritual power was at a very high level, so Steve's help in evolution was not required. The wolf could handle it himself. Erha has successfully evolved into a beast lord, increasing his spiritual power to an even greater level and unlocking new electrical skills for him. Following the evolution, the hero gave the beast an ability stone, because now nothing prevented them from learning electrical skills. The skills from the stone were successfully learned, making the wolf even stronger than before. Erha jumped towards Steve out of joy, but since he had not yet fully learned to control his powers, the hero was hit very hard by electricity. Having scolded the wolf properly, the hero remembered that with his evolution, he also developed, and now he was a professional tamer, which opened up new skills for him and strengthened him. With his new rank, he could now use his beast's abilities, but he was a little afraid to try. Gathering all his courage into a fist, he nevertheless tried to use the new power and was successfully able to summon an electric spear. With his new abilities, it was now easier for him to protect himself, but unfortunately, at the moment, he only had one skill. Steve decided to test Erhi's new skills, so he commanded him to use Thunder Shadow. Using the skill, Erhi managed to summon an electrical copy of himself that was about half as strong as the original. In addition, another disadvantage was that the clone only had one skill, so in the future, the hero thought about trying to use the clone in battle first. At the same time, in the ant caves, the guards were conducting their investigation. Triss approached her subordinates and asked how their investigation was going. They were able to find that the queen was killed very quickly, and it was very strange because, even if she didn't have any fighting skills, she was still a 9-star lord. Triss immediately assumed that only someone with monarch-level power could have done this, and the only thing that came to mind was a wandering beast that they had never managed to spot. But she did not believe that someone could have entered here without the army's knowledge, since all the entrances were carefully guarded. Those who got in here had to do it secretly, and most likely they planned to get to another place, but it was unclear why those who got in here did not touch the guys, and where the huge hole next to them came from. Her thoughts were interrupted by Bogart coming to her. They greeted each other, and the guard asked how the guy was feeling. He told her that everything was fine with him, but the girl still advised the guy to go back to rest, after which she decided to find out why he came here. Bogart explained to her that he had not come to find out what had happened here, but to convey important information to her, after which Triss began to listen to him attentively. He told her everything that had happened before they had clashed in battle with the ants. She was surprised that the ants were furious even before the boys came to their cave and lost all remaining sanity when they saw them. She wondered how they had survived that fight, since even she would have had a hard time in such a meat grinder. He was unable to answer this question clearly, because he himself did not know what exactly helped them survive, and he only remembered something that got rid of all the ants. From this vague description, she could only guess that it was the wandering monarch-level beast that had helped them. Without dwelling on this thought, she was just glad that the guys were okay and asked Bogart if he had seen Steve, to which he replied that he had initially doubted the boy, but after this whole situation, he had changed his mind. Realizing that there were only the two of them in the cave at the time, it was most likely the hero who saved him, which indicated that he possessed an incredibly frightening power. The Guardian asked Bogart to introduce the boy to the other contenders, to which he agreed, because he himself was interested in seeing the shocked faces of his comrades when they saw the hero's strength. At the same time, the smugglers were watching the cave from the outside. The henchman informed his leader that the army had already reached the 6th level of the cave. Worried that the army might find some clues, the henchman asked his leader if they could leave some clues in the caves. The assistant immediately corrected himself, saying that he did not doubt his master, but the latter simply replied that he had tried to erase all traces of their presence, but was only unsure whether he had checked the entrance to the dungeons. The henchman reported that the entrance was not always open, but if the army was in the dungeons long enough, they would most likely find it sooner or later. He continued to say that in that case, they would be quickly discovered, but his leader simply said that it didn't matter. He said that if there is no way to escape from one kingdom, then it is worth capturing another and turning this world upside down. At another time and in another place, Steve and Bogart met in the Imperial Hall of Spirits. Bogart was interested in whether the hero remembered what happened in the cave, but not wanting to reveal himself, he only answered that he himself did not remember anything. Hearing that Steve didn't know what had happened to them, the boy could only think that the wandering beast had helped them. But he was haunted by the thought of why he had saved them. He continues to tell the hero that because of this incident, Triss wanted the guy to meet the other candidates, because they were unhappy that the hero could so freely go into dungeons above Class A. He also noted that candidates can be arrogant and rude, so it's not worth arguing with them too much. And he also noted that Steve had reached a level of professionalism that was worthy of his respect. The hero thanked Bogart for the compliment, but in his head he kept the thought that he should be more careful with him. After some time, the guys arrived at the training hall where other candidates were training. The guy with the yellow-red splayed hair was practicing a technique called a mental strike. After performing the blow, an announcement was heard, announcing the strength of the guy's blow and other characteristics. There was also a girl training nearby, but she used the landslide ability. Her attack was even more devastating, although not by too large a percentage. The girl heard that her result was better, so she began to praise herself, to which the guy only snorted under his breath and expressed dissatisfaction that her attack was stronger. She tried to hook him by saying that her attacks were stronger, even though she was at a lower level, and she succeeded because the guy was clearly angry, questioning her ability to win in a real fight. Their argument was interrupted by Bogart, who asked the disputants where the other contenders were today. The girl immediately answered him that after he forbade everyone to go into the dungeons alone, the guys gathered a squad and left all together, and she, because she was late, was forced to stay here and train. She asked to introduce the newcomer, and the hot-tempered boy continued to grumble, reminding Bogart that it was forbidden to come into this room without an ambassador's badge. He heard the shorty's grumbling, so he replied that the hero was Triss's successor, which surprised the guys greatly because they still didn't believe that she had actually chosen her successor. Steve introduced himself to the guys and was once again surprised at how important the guard was. The guys also introduced themselves. The hot-tempered boy's name was Leon. His beast's level was a 6-star lord. The girl's name was Barbara. Her beast's level was a 5-star lord. The hero answered them that his snow wolf had just become a lord, so it had 1 star. The guys were surprised by what they heard. A lord of only the 1st level and also a snow wolf. For them, it sounded like a joke. They didn't want to offend their new comrade, so they very feignedly tried to say that the snow wolf was really strong. Bogart saw the whole picture. The boy's naivety reminded him of how he had recently underestimated the hero in exactly the same way. Steve quickly broke the awkwardness by asking the boys what they had been doing, to which they immediately perked up. The wall they hit with their skills was called the training wall. It could calculate the skill power level as well as the level of their inheritance. The hero did not understand what level of inheritance this was, to which the girl answered him that after the spiritual controller reaches the professional level, he gets the opportunity to use the skills of his beasts. The short guy continued to speak for her. According to the level of inheritance, skills are divided into B, B, A, C, and also a special incredible level. They all ranged from 1 to 100%, moving the skill to a new level every 20%. And of all of them, the incredible one was the rarest, or rather even impossible. Leon's mental punch skill was level B, with an inheritance rate of 39%, while Barbara's skill was level A, with an inheritance rate of 51, making her punch power higher than her comrade. The girl's extra comment once again offended the guy, which made him very angry. But Steve didn't pay any attention to it, thinking about the percentage of compatibility of his only skill. He interrupted the boys, asking if he could use the wall, to which he received a positive answer. The guy moved a little further away from the guys, after which he concentrated to use the skill. Watching him, Barbara asked Bogart if this boy was really chosen by the guard, to which he replied that the hero could be relied upon, since his wolf was able to master shooting skills, which was incredible for them. Lightning sparked near Steve's outstretched hand, forming a bright electric spear in it. Everyone was surprised, because according to Bogart, the hero's wolf was snowy, but he also did not expect that Erha possessed the element of electricity. The spear finally took its shape in the hero's hand, surrounding him with bright electrical flashes. The static around the hero made the hair on his head move as if it were alive. The boys noticed what skill the hero was going to use, so their interest dropped, because the Thunder Spear was a very weak B-level skill. Steve didn't care what level the skill was right now. He was focused, preparing to throw the electric spear at the wall. He pulled one leg back and swung his spear, preparing to throw it away with all his might. In an instant, the spear in the blink of an eye from his hand turned into a lightning strike on the wall, scattering sparks in all directions. Leon was even impressed that the blow was stronger than he expected, since the skill was difficult for humans to use. The hero walked towards the guys. The lightning around him gradually died down. The system announced the result, 7,700 points, but could not immediately determine the percentage of inheritance. No one in the room was speechless. A skill that had never been considered strong was now showing the greatest results among those present. The guy, like the guys watching him, did not believe the announced result and asked Bogart if the wall was broken. To top off the absurdity that was happening, the training system announced that the skill inheritance rate was 100%, after which the guys also thought that the wall had been broken. Barbara ran to the wall, a stream of swirling vines erupting from her hand, which she slammed into the training wall with all her might. The system announced the same results that it had announced for the girl before, stating that the wall was working properly. Everyone was shocked, because this was not the first time they had seen 100% compatibility. To this, Steve simply replied that his wolf had only recently evolved and had only just learned this skill. They still didn't understand how a snow wolf could have electrical skills. Leon even pinched himself to check if he was dreaming. Having watched such an impressive performance, the boys still asked the hero to summon his amazing wolf. Steve granted their request and immediately summoned a wolf from the spiritual subspace. The wolf revealed himself to everyone present, scattering sparks in all directions. Bogart did not understand how the hero managed to evolve his spiritual beast and endow it with the skills of completely diverse elements. Leon unsuccessfully decided to scratch the wolf, and the rest of the discharge that was hovering around hit the guy with incredible force. The electric shock knocked the poor guy out. Surprisingly, he only got off with a slight fright. Barbara was amazed by the chosen successor. In her eyes, the hero now looked like a real monster. Bogart was amused by the boy's reactions because he reacted to Steve in exactly the same way. The girl couldn't sulk for long. The desire to go in search of adventure was greater, so she suggested that everyone unite into a squad and follow their comrades into the C-rank dungeon. Among their comrades, the one who went into the dungeon was the only one among them who was a Lord-level spirit beastcaster. His name was Vance. The girl continued to explain that now, in order to go to the dungeon from level C, 4 people are needed, and that's exactly how many there were now. Bogart noted that he was currently wounded and not ready to assist in the expedition, but she only said that they would be able to protect him, because now they also had Steve. With their combined strength, the only danger they could face is the Dungeon Monarch boss. But they are not going to fight him. But throughout this realm, you can find many rare mechanical beasts. Steve was intrigued by the fact that this dungeon was connected to mechanisms, where he could get materials to improve his glove. He quickly agreed to the idea, but addressed Bogart as an elder, to which he replied that he did not mind participating because they would be able to join Vance and his squad. Without delaying for another minute, the boys immediately set off to prepare for the trip to the Mechanical Kingdom. At the same time, in the kingdom itself, there was great unrest. Something completely unusual was happening. Vance and his partner Irma discussed the message they had received about the disaster occurring here. They've been here several times already, so unless they run into the boss monarch, there shouldn't be any problems. The partners found the commotion that was happening here strange. They had been here several times, and until now the local mechanisms had been calm. The girl suggested that perhaps the problem was not in the mechanisms, But this suggestion seemed strange to the guy, because they were in the mechanical kingdom. She took out her tablet and, after double-checking the information on the local map, informed Vance that their comrades had been in one place for a long time and had not moved anywhere. They assumed that something must have happened to them, so they both needed to rush to help. Moving towards her comrades, Irma informed the guy that Barbara and her new group were going to go to them, but Vance told them to call off their raid. Unfortunately for him, the message had arrived an hour ago, so it was only a matter of time before their comrades showed up here. From the opposite side of the mechanical palace, the hero and his squad had already approached, full of enthusiasm to receive new mechanical beasts and materials for development. Barbara received a message from Irma. She asked them to be careful here. Bogart was immediately alarmed by this, so he clarified what had happened to them. Unfortunately, the message didn't contain any precise information, but the guys weren't worried, because Vance was in that squad. However, Era confirmed the leader's concerns, telling the hero that he felt something foreign in this place, just like in the ant cave. All this time the squad was being watched. The mechanisms went out to hunt for the strangers who had invaded their abode. Something bounced off the stone column towards the squad with a terrible clang, announcing its intention to eliminate the strangers. The mechanical squid flew through the air as if it wasn't made of metal. No emotions could be read in its metallic guise, but the beast clearly communicated its intention to destroy the uninvited guests. Before he could even get close to the squad, a bunch of vines pierced the beast from under the ground, leaving him no chance of survival. The guys in the squad didn't show any sign of alarm. Barbara joked that she would fulfill her promise to protect Bogart. The hero was amazed at how easily the girl dealt with the Beast Lord. Without straining herself at all, another swarm of squids flew towards the squad, but they still walked calmly. Leon asked Barbara to take care of the mechanisms, because his skills were useless against the mechanisms. A forest of vines burst out of the ground, piercing each squid. The rumble of explosions continued, illuminating the area around. One of the mechanisms managed to get around Barbara, coming dangerously close. An electric spear pierced the mechanism, catching it off guard and throwing it away from the girl. Steve's reactions were clearly improved when he became a professional handler, and he used the skill as if he had known it since birth. The mechanism was pinned to the wall by a spear and screamed in a mechanical voice that its core was damaged and was ready to self-destruct. The beast would not have caused the girl much harm because she was much stronger, but she still thanked the hero for his vigilance and help. Leon noticed how effective the electrical skills were against the machines, so he decided to stay close to Steve, although the real reason was just that he disliked the girl. Meanwhile, inside the mechanical fortress, Vance and his girlfriend finally found one of their comrades. It was Phil. He was covered in wounds and abrasions. He miraculously remained conscious. The guys tried to find out from him what happened to him and where their other comrade Alan was. The boy tried to say something, but he was too weak even to speak. It was Alan who sent the request for help, so the guys were very worried about his condition. Irma tried to cheer up her exhausted comrade a little, saying that their friends were already on the way to help. Phil finally found the strength to speak. His friend also reported that he was in trouble, but after saying this, he immediately began coughing up blood. Suddenly, his face changed. The tone of his voice became completely even and calm. He said that their comrade was behind them. Someone had indeed quietly approached the guys behind them and was already within arm's reach of them. He raised his hand, which held some kind of reinforcement, preparing to hit the guys. He struck with all his might, as if in front of him were not his comrades, but his worst enemies. The blow hit Irma and was so strong that the poor girl was thrown several meters away from them. Alan stood in front of the guys, but an incomprehensible one-eyed beast was sticking out of his mouth. It was the demon of confusion, the 7-star lord, who apparently controlled their comrades. After such a strong blow, Irma was still able to rise, but consciousness was leaving her body, replacing her own will with someone else's influence. Vance was still conscious and in control of his body, but he felt that the connection with his spirit beast had been severed. Above, the leader of the smugglers and the owner of this terrible beast was watching this whole picture. He was amazed at the guy who could still resist the demon's influence. His henchmen suggested sending his subordinates to deal with Vance, but the leader refused, saying that it was more interesting to see how they dealt with each other themselves. The guy below was still able to reconnect with his spirit and call on it for help, and a lizard swordsman, a 7-star lord, appeared before him. He ordered the lizard to destroy the demon that was influencing him and his comrades, to which the lizard merely nodded obediently. Without a second's hesitation, he drew his sword from its sheath and drew it with a wild clang in one swing. This swing immediately cut through the creature sticking out of their comrade's mouth, but without touching the guy himself. The blow was accurate, but it had no effect on the creature, because the demon was incorporeal and physical attacks could not affect it. The boss was surprised at how steadfast Vance was, but he decided that he had no time to watch this fight and called his henchmen to follow him to the local boss and try to profit from something. The backing singer did not argue and only obediently pointed out where they needed to go. The comrades surrounded Vance. They were all under the demon's control, and there was definitely no good to be expected from them now. The demon loomed over them, grinning terribly as he watched his comrades prepare to attack their leader. The fight was clearly unavoidable, so the leader was going to accept this fight, but he also remembered that he couldn't overdo it, and that he couldn't overdo it and hurt his friends. The lizard swung his blade, knocking aside all the demon-controlled puppets, opening up space for Vance and signaling the start of a full-fledged fight. At the same time, the guys outside were still calmly fighting the mechanisms. Barbara was worried about her comrades inside the fortress, because Irma had not answered her for a long time. Leon suggested finding them to destroy a couple of high-level monsters. He turned around and walked away, telling the girl that he was leaving the remaining squid, which made her furious. Steve wandered from one skeleton of the mechanism to another, trying to find materials for his glove, but they were all too damaged to use. Barbara checked the map again and found that they had almost reached their comrades, who were probably waiting for them. A little later, already inside the building, the guys were able to find the room where, judging by the map, their comrades should have been. The guys entered the room, but there was no one around and there was deathly silence. A small light source lying on the floor a little further into the room caught my eye. Barbara approached the light source and discovered that it was her friend's tablet, which she used to track her comrades. She moved closer to pick up and examine the tablet, but someone was lurking in the darkness next to her. The guys noticed the silhouette and hurried to warn their friend that she was about to be attacked. The girl was surprised, so she decided to just see what her comrades were worried about. But they were already preparing to attack her. The flames engulfed the girl, but she managed to jump back and cover herself with vines. The attacker was her friend Irma, which made Barbara even more confused about what was going on. She ran back to her comrades, who worried about her, asking if she was okay, to which the girl only replied that she was fine. She didn't understand what had happened to her friend, who was standing right in front of them. The next moment she darted away from the squad. Barbara tried to call out to her, but it was to no avail. Steve noticed that there was someone else sitting on the balcony above, and he didn't look too friendly either. Leon immediately recognized the guy who jumped on them as his comrade Alan, as well as his technique, which he was already preparing to attack. The boys dodged the attack, but they still couldn't understand the reasons why their comrades were attacking them. Everything that was happening seemed very familiar to the hero, as if he had already encountered a similar situation quite recently. Bogart also noted this when he addressed Steve. It all reminded them of the same situation that happened to them during the fight with the ants. Alan swung his giant sword, not letting anyone get close to him and trying to hit at least someone, and unfortunately, Barbara was exposed to the attack. A little more, and the sword of her maddened comrade would have cut her. But something stopped the blow right in front of the girl. It was Vance holding Irma, who was already unconscious while fighting off Alan's attack. Having fought back, the guy silently threw his girlfriend towards Barbara, after which he immediately rushed back into the fight. The girl caught her friend, but still could not understand why her comrades were fighting among themselves. Vance quickly overpowered his crazy comrade, after which he finally addressed the arriving squad. His voice sounded cold, not at all typical of a living person. He turned around, showing his face to the squad. A purple eye was visible on his forehead, and he himself twisted into a creepy smile, after which he told the guys that they would all die here. The next moment, an ominous aura surrounded him. He was clearly preparing to attack them. In just a moment, he was already flying towards his comrades, swinging his sword and preparing to cut them down with one blow. The blow landed on Barbara, but the girl deftly dodged the blow that almost caught her. Leon tried to bring her to her senses by telling her that their comrade was also under someone's control, after which he summoned his spiritual beast as quickly as possible. Not a beast, but a book spirit appeared next to the guy, preparing to attack. The spirit rushed towards the maddened Vance, preparing to use a mental strike. The boy deftly dodged this attack and rushed towards the squad. preparing to strike again. Leon asked his comrades to help him stop the mad swordsman, as he knew how to get rid of his mind control. Barbara revealed her spirit, a mountain god that looked like a giant tree made of roots and vines, vaguely resembling a man. She ordered him to grab Vance, after which the beast plunged its hands into the ground, from which writhing vines immediately began to emerge. The swordsman deftly dodged the branchy thickets, but they still served their purpose, slowing him down. The maddened swordsman froze, the vines gradually surrounding and enveloping him entirely, blocking his ability to move. With one powerful and lightning-fast blow, Vance cut through all the vines that surrounded him, opening the entire battlefield to him once again. Barbara knew that the swordsman's skills were A rank, but after seeing him cut down all of her mountain god's vines with one swing, she didn't believe that he was that strong. Bogart stood to the side, covered by his skeletal warrior, because in his condition he could not help his comrades in any way. Leon's spirit called for help from a lesser spirit in the form of a unicorn, who was preparing to attack their mad comrade. He rushed towards Vance, preparing to strike him while he was not looking. The guy reacted instantly and simply cut the spirit into three, instantly destroying it. Steve noted that the swordsman in his current state could not accurately determine the target, so he attacked the closest one. The next moment, he summoned an electric clone of Erhi, which he ordered to distract the swordsman's attention to himself. The electric clone appeared in front of the hero and obediently rushed towards Vance. What he saw puzzled Leon greatly, once again raising doubts about whether it was a snow wolf and not some other animal. The clone caught up with the swordsman and rushed at him in a frontal attack. The swordsman parried the attack, throwing the electric clone aside but not destroying it. The next moment, the clone's thunder spears began to strike him, but he successfully dodged them all. The demon inside Vance went berserk. He looked around at the entire squad with a look filled with nothing but pure hatred and the desire to kill. Barbara noticed this, causing all her desire to fight the swordsman in such a state to disappear. The next moment, Bogart's warrior rushed at him, who nevertheless decided to expose himself but help the guys. He decided that together with Erhi's clone, his warrior would be able to distract and tire out the maddened swordsman so that Leon would have a chance to stop him. As he had planned, the swordsman began to rush between the two beasts, trying to catch at least one of them. The boy heard the leader, so he ordered his spirit to use the ability with which he could calm the swordsman. The wolf clone ran around the guy, distracting all his attention and noticeably slowing him down. Leon and his spirit took advantage of this interruption and were able to grab Vance, entangling him and completely immobilizing him. Bogart also did not miss this opportunity, so he called his praying mantis to disarm the swordsman while he was immobilized. The spirit, on the orders of its master, used another ability that was supposed to destroy all the subjugation effects imposed on the mad swordsman. An incredible mental blow hit him, causing significant damage to the demon inside. Unable to maintain control any longer, the demon began to weaken and leave the boy's body. The demon finally left Vance's body, leaving him tied up and lying unconscious on the floor. The guys were glad that he realized that something was wrong with him, because he first immobilized his comrades and weakened himself. Leon also noted that thanks to Steve and his wolf, they were able to distract their comrade because if it weren't for them, no one would have been able to cope with his speed. Barbara was curious about what had happened to their comrades and what exactly had caused their madness. The hero also wondered who could be disturbing the peace in the alien kingdoms, creating such chaos. The next moment, the ground shook beneath their feet, and it felt as if a powerful earthquake had begun. Sirens blared. A mechanical voice announced that the alien extermination program was beginning. Apparently, the boss of this place had awakened. The guys started to panic because the boss here, although he was a mechanical monarch, which made him weaker and stupider than ordinary beast monarchs, was still incredibly strong. Now Steve knew for sure that someone was behind this, as well as behind the madness that he had experienced in the anthill. At the same time, the leader of the poachers and his closest henchmen were in the boss's room of this fortress. They were unable to fully study it, so their plans could fail at any moment. An incredibly huge robot appeared before them. It was the local boss, the monarch with 1 star, the divine mechanism. Behind the leg of this giant robot, a portal began to open, which was what the leader needed. Seeing this, the panic on his face turned into a triumphant smile. He was lucky again. He was glad that the secret of the alien kingdoms was so close to him, so he called on one of his beasts to help him. To help himself, he called upon the Shadow Spirit, the 9-star Lord, with whose help he intended to sneak into the portal unnoticed. The spirit enveloped him like a shadowy savanna, completely hiding their presence from the giant robot's sensors. His henchmen remained behind, watching as his master committed yet another act of madness. The robot noticed the accomplice and loudly announced that he was launching a program to purge aliens, which made the henchmen very scared. The leader noticed that his subordinate was about to be destroyed, so he took pity on him, ordering the spirit to envelop him in a shadow veil. The spirit hid the presence of the assistant, for which he was incredibly grateful to his master. The henchman instantly disappeared from the robot's sensors, so it activated a new program to search for violators. He and the pack of mechanical squids that surrounded him moved forward, searching for anyone who disturbed the peace of this fortress. Several squids discovered the hero's squad, so their next goal was to eliminate or detain the violators. The mechanisms hovered in the air, annoyingly circling above the boys' heads, screeching that they had been able to detect targets. Taking aim, they opened fire on Steve, trying to burn him with lasers. But the guy covered himself with an energy shield in time. The attacks were extremely powerful, causing the glove's spiritual energy to be depleted very quickly, forcing them to retreat closer to their squad. The squids immediately rushed after them, screaming incessantly with their mechanical voices about their desire to destroy the intruders. After regrouping, Erha turned towards the mechanisms and threw 2 thunder spears towards them. Both strikes hit their targets, locking the robots in place and forcing them to self-destruct. The hero was too close to the mechanisms, so the only thing he could do was cover himself with a shield, hoping that it would hold up. The shield shattered under the force of the explosions, but it was still strong enough to absorb most of the impact. As soon as the smoke from the explosion cleared, the hero could see that almost nothing remained of the mechanisms again. They didn't have to rejoice in their victory for long, because in addition to the squids, something else was approaching them. Something much larger and more dangerous. 2 giant metal hands grabbed the edges of the doorway and began to pull back the metal walls as if they were made of cardboard. The giant-sized robot tore the entire wall to shreds, revealing to the squad a view of the giant itself and the pack of squids surrounding it. The guys were incredibly scared, because the boss monarch appeared before them, and they were not at all prepared to fight him. The robot fixed its attention on Steve and Erhe, choosing them as its primary targets for attack. The next moment, a compartment opened on the machine's wrist, from which rockets emerged, quietly humming and preparing to launch. Leon realized that the mechanism was preparing a massive area attack, so he and his spirit began to prepare a shield. The missiles flew in different directions, after which they focused on one point, but did not reach, crashing into the newly summoned shield. It was a very powerful attack. It didn't hit anyone, but the aggressive boy felt it well, taking it with his shield and partially taking the blow on himself. But even so, he volunteered to cover the guys during the attack on the giant mechanism. The giant machine stood in front of Steve. He thought that if the thunder spear worked great on other mechanisms, then with this robot, the skill might not be so effective. There was no time left to think. The giant machine swung at his comrades, so the guy ordered the wolf to use the thunder spear, hoping that it would still work. The wolf heard his master, because as quickly as possible he threw lightning at the mechanism, which flew in a crooked arc straight into the attacking hand. The spear successfully reached its target and flew with a bright flash straight into the joint of the machine, scattering sparks in all directions. It worked. The mechanism's arm froze, and it loudly announced the failure of the engines in the damaged arm. Leon was surprised that the hero managed to damage the monarch's mechanism, but Steve himself shouted for no one to relax, because the robot's arm was only temporarily disabled. The next moment, the robot slammed its damaged arm onto the ground, shaking the room with the force of the blow. The boys almost got hit, but Leon was able to cover them, so they didn't get any injuries or serious damage. The guys were on edge. The enemy of the battle had already noticeably taken away their strength, but the battle with the monarch exhausted them many times faster. Nearby, Bogart tried to bring Vance back to consciousness. He woke up, but did not fully understand what was happening and why they had not yet escaped. Unfortunately, the reason why they hadn't escaped yet was raging nearby. The swordsman noticed the boss fighting with his comrades. Barbara tried to use the vines to delay the mechanism for at least a short time while her comrades regrouped for the final retreat. Their plans were disrupted by Vance, who came to his senses and suggested that the hero try to defeat the boss, and if they fail, then retreat. Barbara tried to tell them how crazy their idea was, but she was quickly asked to step aside, because she was of even less use now than the wounded Bogart. What was said deeply hurt the girl, so she immediately wanted to hit the rude swordsman, but Leon stopped her from acting rashly. The swordsman turned to the hero and asked him to use the skill that had previously made him freeze on the boss again. Steve's main task now was to slow the machine down enough so that Vance could inflict enough damage to the core of the machine, thereby disabling it. Meanwhile, somewhere on the other side of the portal, the leader and his followers were studying their surroundings. The air was very heavy, making it difficult to breathe. Before them appeared a closed bud cocoon, glowing bright red with roots branching out in different directions, and the aura from it was extremely frightening. The bud opened, revealing to the leader's gaze what looked like an adult woman, with red lilies growing chaotically from her hair. Looking closer, one could see her terrifying grin of many sharp teeth, as well as night-black eyes with completely purple pupils. This creature emitted an ominous aura, and even before this, the rather cold-blooded leader felt a chill of horror touching his soul. He did not understand how such a creature could even exist. She began to crawl out of the open bud cautiously, making it clear that her intentions were definitely not peaceful. The leader quickly summoned a shadow to hide his presence, while the six stood behind, still not understanding what fate was coming to him. The henchman tried to call on his beast for help, but something was suppressing his connection with his spirit, causing him to panic. The leader hissed at the bad henchman and ordered him to come to him immediately so that he could hide him. It was too late. The six felt that something was wrong. He grabbed his neck. Something inside him was changing at an incredible speed, preparing to break out. Before he could even move, a giant crown of red burgundy foliage covered with flowers burst out of his mouth and began to crawl upward at great speed. The vines and branches of this tree quickly enveloped the poor guy, leaving no chance for salvation, while the leader jumped back so that he wouldn't be hit either. The creature amazed him with its power, because he didn't even have time to understand or feel when it managed to activate the skill. His heart trembled from the realization that he could make a contract with such a monster. The fight with the robot continued. The guys scattered in order to distract the robot from the swordsman, because the machine focused its attention primarily on the opponents with the greatest reserve of strength. The robot continued to record targets, but instead of what the guys had planned, the machine recorded Erhu as the target. A laser shot out of the visor on the machine's head right at the spot where Steve and his wolf had just been, narrowly missing them. Vance was surprised that the plan immediately went downhill. He didn't expect the robot to prioritize a target based on any criteria other than spiritual strength. The robot continued to shoot lasers, but from its hands, and the swordsman was even offended by the fact that the machine ignored him as a potential target. The hero and the wolf continued to dodge the machine's single attacks, so the giant decided to change strategy, starting to fire from everything at once, firing to suppress and limit escape routes. A new priority target appeared on its sensors. The sword lizard was released by its master, which immediately drew the machine's attention to itself. The giant did not have time to react to the unexpected appearance of a new enemy, so he missed a serious cutting blow directly to his body. The blow was so strong that the colossus began to fall on its back, continuing to fire its guns at the ceiling, bringing it down. Leon managed to cover Barbara, who was dragging away her wounded comrades. She offered to help the guys against the robot, but Leon convinced her that their help would be useless against the giant, so they should concentrate on helping their wounded comrades. The robot finally collapsed and sat on the ground. A giant scar from the swordsman's attack was visible on its body. Steve congratulated his comrade on the fact that he managed to knock down the colossus. Vance barked at the newcomer, as such a blow could not completely destroy the giant and their fight was still ongoing, so he needed to use the spear against the machine again. The boy was a little hurt by such harshness from the older man, but he was just trying to be happy for him. Fortunately, he was not a touchy person, so he put the situation aside and prepared a joint attack with his thunder spear with his wolf. A barrage of lightning appeared directly above them, and then each of the spears headed straight for the giant robot. The robot's sensors detected the resulting energy beam, so the protective systems immediately began to activate the shield around the robot. The swordsman was very surprised by such a flurry of attacks, but after a second he realized that he was in the line of attack, and he should jump to the side. A protective dome appeared around the robot and completely covered it, causing all the spears to crash into the barrier and disintegrate into bright sparks. Vance commanded the hero to continue attacking while he worked on removing the barrier. With a series of blows, the swordsman got rid of the barrier, depriving the robot of its last defense. The robot loudly announced the loss of its barrier and its rollback in 2 seconds. The guys decided to take advantage of this time interval. Another hail of lightning appeared directly above the heads of Steve and Eri, gradually growing brighter and rushing towards the giant machine. This time the machine had nothing to counter such a barrage of attacks, so each spear pierced the robot, thereby immobilizing it. Short circuit after short circuit damaged the robot from the inside. Multiple warnings indicated that the circuits inside the machine were burning out one after another. Realizing that there would be no better moment, the swordsman rushed at the machine, preparing to deliver the final blow directly to the giant's core. Together with their beast, they slashed with all their might straight at the protective glass of the core. The glass couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered into pieces, allowing someone to climb right inside the robot. The machine sounded the alarm throughout the area, but the swordsman was able to penetrate right to the core and tear it out with his bare hands from the hole in which it was located and fed the giant. Steve stood nearby and waited for his fellow swordsman to finish with this giant. They were lucky that it was a mechanism, because an ordinary beast monarch is many times smarter and stronger. Vance didn't keep himself waiting long. He safely jumped out of the skeleton of the robot, which was laid to rest, now forever. In his hand was the very core that could be used to improve mechanical beasts and mechanical equipment, so it could also improve his gloves. The swordsman noticed Steve looking at the core, so he asked if he wanted to get it, to which the hero only happily confirmed his desire to get this item. Vance wanted to assert himself a little, so the condition was that the hero now called him older brother, to which he obediently agreed, immediately addressing him as an elder. The swordsman was satisfied with the hero's compliance, so he recognized him as his younger brother and threw a cannonball at him, but it never reached its target. Their comrade intercepted the cannonball in flight, after which he immediately ran away from them. This action puzzled the swordsman. He was surprised that their comrade was still under someone else's control, although it seemed to him that Leon had already taken care of everyone. As it turned out, the guy was in his right mind and simply did not want to give such an expensive artifact to some unknown person, reminding him that all the loot had to be handed over to the night hunters. The swordsman didn't like his comrade's words, after all. It was thanks to Steve that they were able to get out of this whole mess alive. Phil didn't want his elder to look at him so disapprovingly, but he reminded him that all materials obtained from the bosses of the sea-level dungeons had to be handed over to the night guard. He looked at Steve and said that he couldn't hand over such a valuable find to a strange, incomprehensible guy he had never seen before. The hero did not argue, so he simply agreed to give what he found to the guards, which surprised his new older brother. So he tried to cheer the boy up, saying that the guards would definitely give him the core when they read the report of this incident. Steve asked his brother not to worry about him, because if those were the rules, then they should stick to them. Vance responded that he would help apply for this core. Leon and Barbara approached the boys. The hot-tempered boy was surprised that Phil had the core, to which the hero replied that they would hand it over to the guards according to the rules. Those who came up were surprised by what was said, because according to them, they always divided what they found independently, without any commissions. Phil continued to insist that this was the right thing to do, and that he had been very wrong before, breaking the general rules, which caused even more misunderstanding in his behavior. Still doubtful, the elder asked Leon if he had brought their strange comrade back to consciousness, to which he was told that Phil's head had been properly cleared. Vance had no doubts about his comrade's ability to bring people to their senses, but the fact that their comrade wanted to do the right thing raised a lot of questions. Steve walked up to the older man and distracted him with another issue, wanting to discuss what had happened here in general. He told about all his notes and guesses about mind control and the invasion of someone else, which forced the swordsman to think deeply. However, at the moment, no one in the squad had the strength to investigate. The battle had exhausted everyone. Vance would have been happy to help his new younger brother with the investigation, but as the leader of the group, he was obliged to get everyone out of here alive. Defeating the main boss of this dungeon would likely negatively affect the functions of the other beast mechanisms in the fortress, so it was not worth staying here for long. The best idea now was to leave the fortress and inform the guards that the place needed to be blocked off for further investigation. The boys ran away from the fortress of the mechanism god. The remaining machines flew around, paying almost no attention to them, so leaving this place was not something difficult, but already from the outside, an ominous aura reached them from behind their backs. It was hard to miss this aura, so the entire squad turned around to find out what was behind them that was emitting such a creepy and chilling cold horror. Behind them, they saw how the territory of influence of the unknown beast monarch was being formed. Apparently, besides the god machine, there was something else in the abandoned city. Something more sinister and dangerous that was already consuming this place. A giant spider lily flower appeared in front of them, its size making them even more frightening. The power that had just created this gigantic thing in front of them was incomparably greater than that of the monarch of the mechanism that frightened the hero. Steve knew that if he wanted to fulfill his goal and bring Erhu home, he would need to work harder to be able to fight such monsters, so materials were needed to upgrade his mechanical beast. The boy hugged the wolf, promising that they would both try harder in the future. Erha offered to fight the owner in order to quickly raise the level, but Steve understood that it was a completely different level, and entering into battle was mortally dangerous. Before all this happened, the leader of the poachers continued to watch the mysterious feminine monster. The monster that appeared before him was a monarch-level monster, meaning that it could alter the surrounding area, increasing its strength and weakening its enemies. For example, lava beasts changed their territory so much that any beasts specializing in close combat simply could not get close to them. He didn't expect to run into such a beast, which was obviously a stroke of luck for the arrogant guy. Still hiding in the shadows, he rushed towards the creature, intending to attack and weaken this thing. The beast froze, as if in anticipation, and the guy approached her as close as possible, preparing to attack her. He almost struck, but the creature somehow noticed him and looked straight into the leader's face with its black eyes. She parried the attack and grabbed the arrogant teenager by the throat, preventing him from attacking and immobilizing him. The guy was shocked by the fact that he was noticed when he was hidden by the aura of his shadow spirit, and the creature was smiling from ear to ear, revealing its sharpest teeth. Using several skills, the guy literally disembodied in the hands of the monster, instantly becoming a shadow and quickly running from the battlefield. The creature looked at its hand, in which it had just been holding the arrogant guy, puzzled, not understanding where he had suddenly disappeared to. The leader, in turn, ran away from the battlefield, trying not to let the enemy discover him. After thinking a little more, the monster realized that its prey was escaping, so it decided that it was worth doing something to catch it. She curled up into a fetal position, and the ominous energy she was about to release began to build up right around her. The energy exploded wildly in all directions, releasing the incredibly eerie aura of this creature. This aura began to spread over tens of meters, increasing the monster's area of influence more and more. Having closed the distance enough, the arrogant leader returned to his corporeal form and summoned his demon of confusion back. Behind him, the same ominous energy burst out of the portal, spreading in this world like some kind of virus. In places where dark energy settled, red spider lilies sprouted from which emanated a bone-chilling horror. The reconnaissance drone watched as a giant lily, glowing in ominous crimson, took over the former fortress of the mechanism god. The Triss Guard was given information that the successor squad had told them the truth about the territory of the monarch-level beast, which already occupied about 300 meters in diameter. This indicator indicated that before them was none other than a monarch of at least a 3-star level. The guard assumed that at this rate her successor would soon be banned from going to the palaces, given that every time he got into some kind of trouble or adventure there. Later, in the guard's administrative building, Vance spoke with one of the people in charge of distributing the loot and asked him to give the core of the mechanism god to Steve. They only answered him that they would figure out for themselves how to distribute the resources they found, so his requests had no influence on the decision. After leaving the office, Vance met with his younger brother, sharing the sad news and offering a cash reward instead, which Steve tried to refuse and asked the elder not to worry about him. A couple of minutes later, Phil came into the office, holding a cannonball in his hands, and he was telling the manager that his superior was messing around with this newbie too much. The manager merely noted that the core was now his, and he should use it quickly, so that no one would know that it had been given to him. The boy thanked the manager, revealing the truth that he was his biological father. After some time, Steve came to Triss to find out what plans the guards had for the core, to which she replied that they had no agreements regarding it. She clarified that the loot would be distributed according to how and who contributed their efforts during this task. The hero answered her that most likely he did not receive a reward, since the guards did not particularly notice his achievements, which she decided to find out more about. The guard also told the hero that he should return to the city, since the general situation in the world had become unstable, and she would report any results of the investigation. Steve asked her if the guards knew about what happened in the mechanical city. The girl replied that they had discovered a portal that led to an even deeper dungeon, the territory of which could have been occupied by monarchs. But this information was still not enough. The hero asked the guard to be more careful, and he went home. She told him that a car was waiting for him and wished him luck. Once home, Steve and Erha sat down to find out how much they had developed after the battle with the mechanical monarch. The wolf began to develop right before our eyes, raising his lord rank to 2 stars along with his stats. The wolf then continued to grow, rising 2 more ranks, eventually reaching a 4-star rank. The power of the soul increased several times, even exceeding the power of the mechanism god with whom they fought just recently. Like Erha, the glove on the hero's hand also began to glow blue, signaling that they too had somehow managed to evolve. Although the gloves had grown to the 9th elite level, their spiritual energy reserve had hardly changed, remaining at very low levels. The hero didn't like this. Meanwhile, Erha continued to develop, but now he was awakening new ice skills within himself. The room suddenly became very cold. The guy felt this frost because it was very noticeable. As it turned out, the wolf was able to develop control over the territory that was mainly owned by the beast monarchs. This discovery pleasantly surprised the wolf's owner because thanks to this ability, the wolf will become much stronger. The skill significantly increased the characteristics when activated, but in addition, it also weakened the opponents who got into Ares' territory. The field that the wolf could control was only 5 meters in radius, but this was already enough to make fights with melee opponents as easy as possible. This skill was very impressive, and the wolf himself was very proud that he had mastered it, but Steve still asked not to use it for now, because he was starting to get very cold. The wolf obeyed his master, sat down and concentrated. The field gradually weakened so much that it was practically not felt, so the temperature around began to rise. A little later, the hero felt that their comrade Kwa Kwa was approaching them, returning from his long journey. Opening the door, they immediately discovered a frog with a large backpack behind it. The hero immediately picked him up in his arms, rejoicing at his friend, whom he had not seen for a long time. And the frog was also happy to see his master after his long absence. The frog immediately boasted that he had managed to obtain valuable material during his travels. He was able to find the power unit of a small reactor that contained the power of the mechanical beast of the Lord of 9 Stars. The guy, without thinking twice, merged it with his glove. The reactor and the glove merged, starting the process of evolutionary upgrade. Everything went well. The glove gradually grew along the hero's hand, covering it with a thick layer of technological armor. The end result was an evolution into a mechanical arm that unlocked a new offensive skill and improved its defensive stats and spiritual energy capacity. This result was ideal for the hero, because all the necessary parameters were improved even without the monarch core. Steve thanked his amphibian friend from the bottom of his heart and also informed him that Erha was now a lord, so they should focus on developing the frog as well. However, as it turned out, the hero's and the wolf's skills for general development did their job and showed that the frog also grew during this time to an elite with 5 stars. The boy was incredibly happy that all his comrades in arms were developing so rapidly. The next morning at the university, in the lecture hall, there was a noise and hubbub about the recent events. Yuna sat and waited for her friend, while at the same time being very worried about his condition and health. Their rude classmate decided to tell her that someone with the same last name as Steve was involved in the recent events. Yuna rudely asked him to shut up, but the bad guy continued to bend his record, saying that even the challengers suffered during the battle, so if the hero was there, then it was probably fatal for him. He made the girl even more angry, to which she jumped up and angrily asked what he meant, to which the guy only said that he would not mention him anymore, while hoping that he was dead. He continued speaking, but this time about those who defeated the mechanical monarch, calling them role models, and not those guys who get into convenient positions through connections. Yuna couldn't stand it, and was about to beat up the scoundrel, but Louis stopped her in time, asking her to just wait for their friend. She agreed with her friend, but still remembered that the hero had told her that he had been called to a small semblance of a night raid, which was why she was so worried. But her worries were quickly put to rest as Steve entered the room, greeting everyone present. The caustic guy greeted him with obvious sarcasm and said that he could hardly believe that he was able to return in good health. He also noted that while he was in other countries, he sincerely hoped that he would never see Steve again. Yuna approached her friend and asked him to ignore the bragging classmate, since he was so arrogant because his beast had recently become a 5-star elite. This guy tried to tease the hero again by saying that the competition qualifiers would soon begin, so it was interesting to see if the hero could improve without anyone else's help. The hero teased the guy back, telling him not to admit defeat before they met in the ring. The guy hoped that the candidate for the guard Phil would help him develop in order to become stronger and defeat the hero. The guys left the auditorium. While they were walking, Yuna grumbled that this guy better not get caught by her at the competitions, and Steve asked what levels her animals were now. She summoned both of her beasts. The fox cub was already a 6-star elite beast, and the night guard was a 4-star elite. Such strength should definitely be enough to defeat that rude guy. Remembering the guy she was tired of, she also remembered that he mentioned a new successor of the night guards who was able to defeat the monarch. She asked the hero if he had heard anything about it. Steve only now realized that most likely the conversations were about him and his older brother Vance, because it was the two of them who defeated the monarch. The speed of the spread of gossip surprised the guy. Yuna noticed that her friend had briefly fallen into a stupor, so she tried to bring him to his senses. Having come to his senses, the hero directly said that most likely they meant him when they said they were a candidate for the night guards. He and the other successors were there 2 days ago and defeated the monarch only because it was a mechanical beast. Yuna was amazed by her friend's achievements and thought that it was also more than worthy, because he was still the boss monarch. She immediately became interested in what rank Erha was, to which the guy replied that the wolf became a 4-star lord after his victory. Yuna was shocked because her friend had already reached the level of strength that could usually only be achieved after graduating from university, and yet her comrade still had 2 free contracts. She explained to her friend that since the news of their exploits had become public knowledge, the hero had become a role model in the eyes of many, and it would be interesting if they could find out who exactly their idol was. She also became curious about what the place he had visited was like and was upset that she would most likely not visit something like that anytime soon. But Steve tried to console her by saying that he would try to get her into one of the kingdoms. The next moment, a telephone rang from the hero's coat pocket. It was Triss. She clearly wanted to tell Steve something important, otherwise she wouldn't have called at such a time. She immediately informed the hero that the issue regarding the core of the mechanism God had been resolved, but what she would tell Steve at their next personal meeting he would definitely not like.